All good. I declare open this meeting of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee on Tuesday, the 8th of November 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate. Wrong one. There you go. Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
Righto. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Friday the 18th of November. No, this is not.
That's the right one.
Righto.
Yes.
All right, there you go. On the 18th of November 2022 and has fixed 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee has resolved that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Friday the 18th of November 2022. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following tests of relevance of questions for estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations of financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the budget estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Today, the committee's focus will be on the Employment and Workplace Relations portfolio. I welcome the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator the Honourable Murray Watt, and representatives from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, including the Secretary, Ms Natalie James. And Minister Watt, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. Thanks, Chair, but congratulations on your election to the chairpersonship of this, and congrats to all the members of the committee. Looking forward to the day.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Ms James, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I would seek the indulgence of the committee.
Thank you.
I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we're meeting on here today, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I extend those respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here in the room today and to people watching online. So my name is Natalie James and I am the Secretary of the new Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And as this is our first appearance, as we came into being on the 1st of July, I did just want to set out a few things about the new department. It is a great privilege to have been appointed Secretary of this department, and I have certainly spent much of my career working in the areas that its functions encompass, and it's got a lot of work to do, I think it's fair to say. It's been a while since I've sat before an estimates committee, and in our appearances over the next 2 days, I'll be ably supported by some very experienced senior officials, including 4 Deputy Secretaries. We're pleased to respond to your questions today, and I thought I'd introduce each of the deputies because that will also give you a sense of the functions of our new department and their responsibilities. So first is Belinda Casson, who's with me at the table at the moment. She is acting in the role of Chief Operating Officer and Deputy Secretary, Corporate and Enabling Services. She oversees the operating structures and supports for the department, including human resources, legal services, finance, budget and IT. This includes systems for supporting delivery of all of our programs. Being the COO for a new entity, especially after a machinery of government change, is a big challenging job, and I thank Belinda and her team for their work supporting Team Dewar to come together. I would also like to acknowledge, while we're talking about the machinery of government change, or MOG as they're well known, I would like to thank Dr Michelle Brinages, the Secretary of the Department of Education, for helping us establish this department through that process, particularly before I commenced on the 11th of July in the role of Secretary. Nathan Smythe is also with me today, and he's the Deputy Secretary of Employment and Workforce Group. This group is responsible for fostering a productive and competitive labour market through policies and programs that assist job seekers into work, especially secure work, and meet employer and industry needs. So it manages the employment services programs, which include the newly rolled out Workforce Australia. Rolling out a new employment services model is a significant exercise that in this case started in 2018 with an independent review and several trials. I thank the team for their work in this monumental task, including getting us through the formal transition period that began just as our new department was formed. This group also includes now the onshore delivery of the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, which is delivered in partnership with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I welcome the team of 34 people from DFAT who came across and joined us in the MOG, and I thank the teams for facilitating that MOG, including the arrangements between ourselves and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade around the split of responsibilities between our departments. Martin Hare is the Deputy Secretary of Workplace Relations. This group is responsible for facilitating jobs growth, including secure work through policies and programs that promote fair, productive and safe workplaces. I welcome the 333 people who came from the Attorney General's Department, who are currently leading the development of work on the government's workplace relations reforms. I thank Catherine Jones, Secretary of the Attorney General's Department, for her support of the crew during this transition at a time when their work was a top priority for the new government. And I thank the team, all 333 of them, for their patience and persistence during the transfer into our department while they continued to achieve so much, in particular, and lest we overlook, the introduction and already the passage of the Paid Family and Domestic Violence Leave legislation, and of course the introduction of the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill. The group also includes the Office of the Federal Safety Commissioner and manages workplace safety, employment conditions and safeguarding worker entitlements. Nadine Williams, Deputy Secretary of Skills and Training, will be appearing tomorrow. That group is responsible for promoting growth in economic productivity and social wellbeing through access to quality skills and training. Early priorities for this team has been to establish the new Jobs and Skills Australia Agency, another high priority for the government, and another bill that has been introduced and passed through the Parliament. Also, delivering on the an agreement with state and territory governments for fee-free TAFE places and the new energy apprenticeship program, along with increasing the proportion of women undertaking apprenticeships. We would be happy to step you through the details of the machinery of government change, should you wish. That's the end of my formal opening statement, and I welcome your questions.
Good, thank you very much, Ms James, and also welcome Ms Casson as well. If you could have a copy of that statement, if you could give that to the Secretary, it'd be handy for the Senators.
Happy to. I may have ad-libbed a little, but happy to have it on.
Great, thank you. We're going to Senator Waters first. Briefly, if we go start, also for Corporate Enabling Services to join us, if there's somebody else to join us. And I'll go to Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hi, folks. Thanks for joining us today. I'm hoping that my questions belong in this section because I've got to get to another committee, so I'll try my luck. I wanted to ask about funding for the Working Women's Centres and also family and domestic violence leave.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Senator Waters, but those questions sit in the workplace relations outcome, and I think they're due to arrive after afternoon tea. Happy to take your questions on notice.
Look, I might attempt to come back. So just absolutely confident outcome 3, workplace relations. So
absolutely
funding for
confident.
Working Women's Centres and how the small business assistance money for FTV leave will be spent.
Yes, that's
Great.
right, and they're due to be on at 4:45.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll attempt to come back then. Thanks anyway, Chair.
Straight to Senator Cash.
And Chair, I'm glad you referred to Minister Watt as the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, because Minister Watt and I know what that means. He gets to answer all the questions firsthand.
Yeah, I know.
Ms James.
It's a problem about reading the script.
Yes, exactly. I was listening, which is even worse. Ms James, Senator O'Sullivan, I understand, wrote you a letter on behalf of Coalition Senators on the 31st of October 2022, basically advising that whilst he understood the department to attend Senate estimates, he requested certain information to be provided to us by Monday the 7th of November 2022. Did you receive that letter?
I did.
On what date did you receive the letter?
I actually don't recall, Senator. It was
It
late
sent
last week.
It was sent to your email address?
It was late last week and dated the 31st of October, so I've no
Right.
cause. I will stand corrected if we did not receive it on that date.
When did you respond to Senator O'Sullivan personally?
I did not respond to Senator O'Sullivan. I responded to the chair of the committee.
Is there a reason you did not respond to the person who wrote the letter to you, given it was on behalf of opposition senators?
I thought the proper thing to do was to write to the chair of the committee, and I CC'd the committee secretariat. I presumed that you have that response.
I do, but again, I'm asking why you didn't respond to Senator O'Sullivan, given the letter was to you. It was from Senator O'Sullivan on behalf of opposition senators.
And I've responded, and it related to our attendance at the hearing today, and I responded to the chair of the committee, CCing the committee secretariat, and I responded that we would be attending as scheduled before the committee, and we would be attending with the appropriate officials and would be pleased to respond to questions and requests for information now, which I'm very happy to proceed to.
And basically, though, the letter that Senator O'Sullivan sent you requested certain information
It did, Senator.
prior to the hearing so that we could inform ourselves more properly to ensure the efficient conduct of today's hearing. Do you not consider it discourteous that you did not respond directly to Senator O'Sullivan?
I consider it appropriate and proper that I responded to the committee. We are accountable to the Senate committee, and we welcome your questions now.
Senator Cash, can I just... I remember being in opposition, remember it all too well, and that is exactly the same practice as used to occur when we were in opposition. That
Well,
we would
I'm
seek
going
information.
to have to disagree with you there, and I'll shortly table a letter from Senator Kim Carr to the former committee to outline what the former secretary provided to opposition senators
Certainly the committees
at
that
the
I was
time.
on, we would write in advance to the secretary, and the information sought was provided through the committee. So I don't think it's
And as I
anything
said,
out of the
I will
ordinary.
shortly table a letter for Senator Carr just to show what the standards of the former committee were compared to where we have commenced today. Ms James, in Senator O'Sullivan's letter to you, he requested certain information be provided to the committee prior to submittal of estimates by the 7th of November 2022. Can I just confirm, in relation to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17, what information did you provide in writing to Senator O'Sullivan?
As per my response to the committee chair, we have officials here today who would be pleased to respond to the questions and requests for information, and I'm very happy to proceed with that now.
Right, so the answer to your question without verbally you, can I confirm though for the Hansard record, is no. You
Could you
provided
repeat
no
the question,
information
please?
as requested prior to Monday the 7th of November to Senator O'Sullivan.
I've made it very clear that we are very happy and would be most pleased to respond to your questions for requests and information here today as scheduled.
And again, moving on then to your response, given that you have articulated that happiness, I assume that no questions in relation to the listed items 1 through to 17 will be taken on notice, because your officials, I assume, have been presented with this letter. Can I confirm they saw this letter?
You can.
Good. Which officials were provided with a copy of this letter?
Senator, the officials are here and are ready, willing and able to work through each of these questions and discuss
Yes,
each
and I'm
of
just
them with
asking you, which officials were provided with a copy of this letter?
The Deputy Secretary, Senator.
And when did you provide them with a copy of this letter?
I would imagine it was the day we received it.
Okay. And on that basis, given that your answer was that you would not be providing any information to Senator O'Sullivan, and that you would merely respond that people would turn up today, officials would turn up today and would be ready, willing and able to answer questions, can I ask why a response was only provided to Senator Sheldon as chair of the committee on the 7th of November? Would it not have been better to advise Senator O'Sullivan that he'd be receiving no information from you or your officials prior to this date?
I think that's a matter of opinion, Senator.
Correct. So I'm asking, is there a reason that you didn't give Senator O'Sullivan the opportunity to press this point further with the committee to ensure that coalition senators have the appropriate information? And as I said, the reason we wanted the information was to ensure that these proceedings could move as expeditiously as possible.
I'm happy to expeditiously move to the question, Senator.
On that basis, can I just, for future reference perhaps, table a letter that former Senator Kim Carr, Senator Minister Watt, wrote to Mr Ian Anderson, who was then the acting secretary, wasn't even the secretary of the Attorney General's Department. He actually sent it on the 24th of May 2021. He set out a list of information, specific information. He said, "Dear Secretary, I write on behalf of opposition senators, similar to what Senator O'Sullivan wrote to you, and basically said, I request that you be able to provide the following specific information when you attend Senate estimates on the 26th and 27th of May 2021. He then set out 12 different areas, very similar to what we have done. Now, that was sent to Acting Secretary Anderson, as I said, on the 24th of May, and I only raise this in terms of the way other secretaries have responded, in this case Acting Secretary. I will also table, Chair, for the benefit of the Hansard, the response that was provided to Senator Kim Carr himself directly as a courtesy from the Acting Secretary, dated the 25th of May. So on the 24th of May, Senator Carr sent an extensive letter. On the 25th of May, former Acting Secretary Ian Anderson was able to send back quite an extensive list of information. If I could perhaps table that, and I'm happy to have copies handed out just to ensure that you have it for future reference in the event that opposition senators do request information, as I said, to ensure that these proceedings do proceed as efficiently as possible. But as you've said, the Deputy Secretaries were provided with a copy of the letter. So the good news is questions won't be taken on notice, because we're all happy to proceed on that basis. Can I therefore turn to the number of, Ms James, what is the department's attitude towards non-going contracts within the department?
What is our attitude towards non-ongoing
Yes.
contracts within the department?
So, Ms Jones, before you just quickly answer that, Senator Cash, the correspondence from Senator O'Sullivan, is that being circulated as well?
Would you like that circulated as
That
well?
would be helpful, thank you.
Absolutely.
It did suggest it was CC'd to the committee secretariat,
Yeah.
Chair.
Non-ongoing contracts.
My attitude?
In terms of
The department's
The
attitude.
department, yes.
Well, I'm not sure if we have an attitude towards non-ongoing contracts. Non-ongoing contracts have been used in the department. Ms Casson can give you some data around the extent to which they've been used.
Excellent.
It is certainly my preference where it is within budget and appropriate, and you have an ongoing role to hire ongoing employees. But there are good reasons on occasion to use non-ongoing employees where, for example, you have a short-term need or perhaps a specialised short-term project.
Okay. And if I could, Ms Casson, would you have the number of persons within the department currently employed on non-ongoing contracts with you, and also persons within the department who are employed on non-ongoing contracts since the 1st of July 2022?
Senator, could I just clarify, are you asking the total employed since that date or the number of new people engaged?
New people engaged since that date.
Thanks, Senator. Belinda Casson, Acting Deputy Secretary, Corporate and Enabling Services. Senator, I have the staffing information as at 30 September 2022. We can
Excellent.
go back and have a look at how that has changed since 1 July. So out of a total headcount of 3,025 employees of the department, so that's ongoing and non-ongoing total, the number of non-ongoing employees is 109.
109, and that's the total. In terms of those who have been placed on an ongoing contract since the 1st of July, is that a figure that is available?
Senator, we will probably have some information here. We'll do what we can to assist today.
Thank you.
Certainly, as Ms James has explained in her evidence, where we are able to offer ongoing work, we obviously seek to do that, and there is a range of circumstances under which a non-ongoing arrangement is appropriate.
Could I get you
Yes.
to take me through the range of circumstances in which the department believes it is appropriate to place someone on a non-ongoing contract?
Yeah, certainly can. As Ms James explained, one of the most common reasons is where there is a short-term need. So there might be, for example, a surge in relation to, for example, the rollout of the new national employment system. There might be a surge to assist a corporate area with a particular initiative, and it is the most effective use of Commonwealth resources to do it on a short-term basis. But I might see if Ms Spence would like to provide some extra evidence. Thanks.
So, Kelly Spence, I'm the Acting First Assistant Secretary for the People, Communication, Parliamentary and Governance Division. So we do have a range of different arrangements. For non-ongoing, that can be in the form of also still an APS officer.
Yes.
But we also have contractor arrangements. And so it depends on the different types of circumstances as to where you might apply those different arrangements.
Right. What I'd like you to do, and given that I'm sure you've come with this information, could you potentially table for the committee the concise list of when the department will bring someone on a non-ongoing basis?
Yes, we can take that.
Yep. Can you also tell me, does that list and where does that list come into play when you look at the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill and the restrictions on fixed-term contracts?
Yeah, we can certainly take that on notice, Senator, in relation to the first part, which is a more fulsome list of when we use non-ongoing contract. I would note it's around 3% of our total headcount, so it's certainly they're very low numbers compared to...
With all due respect, given the government is rushing through industrial relations legislation, and don't worry, Minister Watt, I'm not going to get too political here, and one of the clauses of the bill is a restriction on the use of fixed-term contracts for employers. With all due respect, and this is my opinion, I won't ask you a question on it, it is irrelevant whether the department has 3% or 30%. This department, in drafting the legislation, I would have thought, Ms James, should lead by example. You are prepared to restrict the right of employers to utilise fixed-term contracts as they see fit in their business. So can I ask, given the department drafted the legislation, is that correct? Or the Office of Best Practice drafted the legislation on Parliamentary Council?
The Office of Parliamentary Council worked on the drafting of the legislation as instructed by many officers in the workplace relations outcome, yes.
What discussions have you had with Minister Burke in relation to the department leading by example and not utilising fixed-term contracts?
Well, I don't think I've had any conversations specifically with Mr Burke about that. I would say that I don't believe, and I know we're not in the part of the proceedings where we're dealing with workplace relations yet, but the legislation doesn't prohibit fixed-term contracts.
Hence why I requested the list in relation to the department and when the department deems it fit to utilise fixed-term contracts. Can I also ask, given the title of the bill, Secure Jobs, Better Pay, I have in front of me from the Australian Public Service Gazette, and again, Senator Sheldon, I come prepared, and I'm happy to table this also for the committee.
If you could table it, thank you, Senator.
Yep. An advertisement for a number of jobs advertised by the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And under the job description, it says, we have 2 non-ongoing opportunities reporting to the branch manager workplace relations consultation for 6 to 12 months. This is an opportunity to join a new team that will support the government's workplace relations agenda. Under the description of the job, it states, will lead one of 2 teams established to support consultation and stakeholder liaison on the government workplace relations reform agenda, etc. Given the title of the job includes secure jobs, what type of job security do you see for these people? When their contract comes to an end, is that it? They will no longer have a job on that contract?
Well, Senator, in my experience, these roles, and I haven't had the opportunity to read the details to see if this has been advertised externally or not, but in my experience, these roles are often filled by people from within the public service, and in the event that that occurs, that often means that they do this role for a short period of time as long as it exists. In my experience also, these roles often do evolve into longer term roles, at which point we would look to fill them in an ongoing sense. Often at the beginning of a new government and the beginning of a new project, you're not clear as to how long the role will be needed for, and so that is quite common. In the event that someone were to come from outside, I think that particularly I would suggest in the workplace relations area, there would be pretty strong chance that there would be the opportunity of ongoing employment because they're very busy and they're looking for talented, experienced industrial relations practitioners. So I encourage anyone who is interested to check the Gazette and keep abreast of opportunities we have in our department.
That's fantastic, and it's a real shout out to come and join the department on a non-ongoing basis. I'm assuming, and I'll make this as a comment, Chair, we all get the irony of secure jobs and a 6 to 12 month opportunity in the department to work on implementing a piece of legislation that allegedly is about job security.
Can I just a supplementary question, Senator, if that's okay?
Of course.
The bill, the proposed bill doesn't prohibit fixed-term contracts, so the leading by example means that There's a number of, obviously, questions about secure employment, but there's also, within the terms of the proposed bill, still the capacity for fixed-term contracts across both the private sector and government sector, where it's appropriate under certain conditions. Is that correct, Senator Watt?
That's my understanding. That's correct, isn't it?
That is my understanding.
Yeah.
Hence, Senator Sheldon, I asked the list of reasons as to why the department may or may not utilise non-ongoing contracts.
Senator Cash, I've been listening to this quite closely, and I mean, you've been a minister for a number of years. You would be familiar that within the public service it's very common for projects to be created, for people to be seconded for a period of time, and from what it sounds to me, that's exactly what's going on here. As Ms James said, it's very common for public servants who have a permanent role to take a short-term contract or secondment for a particular project, and then when it ends, they go back to their substantive position. And from everything I've heard, that's what's happened here. It's not talking about people losing their jobs.
So what I might also do, and thank you for raising that, Minister Watt, is also get from the department, of the 109 that you say are currently on the contracts, where they're from, basically. Are they from within the public service, and will they continue on with their other role when they formalise their short-term contract or not?
So probably just a point of clarification, if I might, Senator. A non-ongoing contract has a fairly specific intent and description under the Public Service Act. So the main difference between it and an ongoing role is it's for a fixed term, but it still attracts the superannuation, flex time.
No, I understand all
benefits.
of that. It's just in relation to the particular contract itself.
Yeah, so temporary transfers are obviously an option under the Public Service Act as well, and we would obviously welcome, as Ms James noted, temporary transfers as well as non-ongoing contracts. We probably don't have, for a non-ongoing contractor, and we can take this on notice, information about, consistent information that would help the committee where they were before. So it would rely on the information that someone puts into the recruitment system, which
would you be able to tell whether or not they've come from within or outside of the public service?
I think we would, but I will take that on.
Yeah, no, and I do appreciate that. Yeah. And obviously the issue I have is the government is obviously lecturing others about insecure work, but then, I mean, I just find this incredibly ironic that you actually have advertised 2 non-ongoing opportunities.
But you're misinterpreting, you're misrepresenting. You're potentially misrepresenting what these roles are.
Absolutely not.
We can get the facts.
Please don't put words into my mouth. Ms James, if I could just go back to the letter from Senator O'Sullivan to yourself and the response. Did you discuss this letter with the Minister or the Minister's office?
No, Senator.
Were any instructions given to you or anyone else in the department from the Minister or the Minister's office in relation to how this should be responded to?
No, Senator.
Thank you. I have a number of other questions in relation to the contracting issue, but given the time, I will ensure that they are put on notice, Chair. I do know that Senator O'Sullivan does have some questions as well.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I just want to go to advertising, if I may. Thank you, Ms Spence. Can you please let us know what's the current advertising budget of the department?
So what I do have, I'll have to take on notice the budget for the financial year, but I do have information on non-campaign expenditure in the social media area that we've done from 1st of July 22 to 30th of September 22. And for that period, it is $35,715.10. The area of campaigns is a different component, and there is only one recently announced campaign that's for the new department, and it has not commenced expenditure at this point in time.
Okay, but the campaign has been announced.
Is for fee-free TAFE.
Okay, yep. And is there a budget item? Is there an amount?
There is. So for fee-free TAFE campaign, the 22-23 budget provided $7 million in administered funding for the communications to support the fee-free TAFE campaign.
Yep. What's the nature of that campaign? Is it targeting young people, or what's the...
I imagine, Senator, it would be to encourage people to access the TAFE places, and it might be best in terms of the details of that to save them for tomorrow when our Deputy Secretary Williams is here.
That's fine. Okay, so that hasn't started yet?
Planning is underway for the campaign, but it's still in planning phase.
Okay. Are there any campaigns that have ceased since May 2022? Are you able to list them?
Senator, there are campaigns that ceased in accordance with the caretaker arrangements during the election period, and so officers of the Department of Education can answer any questions in relation to campaigns that were in that time. But since 1 July, as Ms Spence said, this is the only campaign that we have had announced or initiated, so there's been nothing that has started and finished in that time.
Okay, so there was nothing that had started prior to May that was maybe just paused during the caretaker that is continuing, or are they all...
Because this may not be the first time we encounter this situation in these hearings. Because our department formed on the 1st of July, it's difficult for us in some cases to talk to things that happened before then, because a different department and a different secretary was responsible for them. And so when it comes to our programs that are ongoing, we can certainly talk to that. But in terms of activities prior to the 1st of July, there are some limitations on what we can talk to today. The Department of Education, I think, is appearing tomorrow, and we're also happy to take things on notice.
Yeah.
We have one thing to add.
Okay, let's do that.
Senator, if I can just add to what Ms James has said, we do have some information to share about Workforce Australia, which obviously is in DUA's ongoing portfolio responsibilities, and with the employment outcome appearing this afternoon, obviously we can have colleagues provide more information. We probably can give you some headlines on that now.
It's got the headline value of it?
Yep.
So in terms of the headline value, there was Workforce Australia funding for a campaign provided in the March 22-23 budget, and this was reversed in the October 22-23 budget. The original funding was $2.039 million in 22-23 and another $2 million in 23-24.
And that was reversed, did you say?
That was reversed.
Okay. Can I go to research? Has the department commenced any market research contracts? Have any been entered into since May 2022? If yes, can I just get the value for each of those contracts, please?
We'll only be able to give you, Senator, contracts since the 1st of July, when the department was created, just to be clear.
Okay.
Yep. We may take that on notice if we can, Senator. Thank
So
you.
how's that work? So I appreciate the MOG change, but if the previous department had entered into a contract, how do you carry that into your own department?
The way that the machinery of government changes took place this time, and there are a couple of different ways that these things play out, is that the Department of Education, Skills and Employment became the Department of Education, so that's the ongoing entity. So it's discharged the responsibilities for the annual report and so on. So this department has been created as a completely new entity from the 1st of July.
And my understanding is that there is no market research that's happened in the new entity of DUA. It was previous to that, so February 22 was the last market research.
Sorry, that was February 22. Okay. Media monitoring. Can you tell me how many departmental staff are allocated to support media monitoring?
I'm not sure we have that information broken down to that level, Senator, in terms of media monitoring as a particular type of a communications activity, so we'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And if you could tell us which services they use, which media monitoring services they use, and what is the value of the contract, the costing for those?
Thank you.
Has the department provided any of the Minister's office with media subscriptions at all?
We do provide, obviously, a range of communications and media support to both of our ministers' offices and their staff. We'll take on notice the detail of that for you.
Yeah, if I could get the what subscriptions they are and to which offices and the associated costs with each of them. I'll share the call. Chair.
You can...
I do have more questions.
Back to you.
Thank you. If I could just turn to the resignation of the Fair Work Commission President. I see that it has been reported that Ian Ross will resign as the President of the Fair Work Commission as of November the 18th. Ms James, when was the department first informed, either formally or informally, of Mr Ross's resignation?
Senator, I think it best we respond to that question when the workplace relations outcome is at the table.
If you prefer to do that, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I can tell you I became aware on the day of.
Yep, no, and I'm more than happy if you think it's more appropriate to do it then. That is fine. We do have a few more questions in cross-portfolio. In terms of meetings with relevant stakeholders, what discussions, if any, have either you or the department had with the Minister and his office in terms of meetings with stakeholders?
Can I just check, you're asking about discussions we have had with the office about meetings with
Correct. Has there been any
stakeholders?
direction provided to you? Have you had any discussions about who the department should meet with, who you should prioritise, etc., in terms of stakeholder meetings?
Senator, we have been in a highly intensive period of engaging with stakeholders across the entire department. Particularly, we've had the Jobs and Skills Summit and a number of other programs and activities where we've been engaging very regularly with activities, in activities involving consultation across the board. So I have no doubt we've had many conversations engaging with our ministers' offices around the nature of those discussions, the sort of feedback we're getting, who we're talking to, are there other people we should talk to? I couldn't give you a number. The consultation is business as usual for DUA. It's something we're doing a lot of across our programs with a huge range of stakeholders. So, I mean, the answer would be yes, we've had conversations with our ministers and officers, but there would be so many, I couldn't, off the top of my head, give you details about that.
That's okay. What I might do then is get you to take that on notice. Has the Minister or the Minister's office requested the department meet with specifically, as opposed to your general consultation, any stakeholders since the election?
Senator, I'm not sure. I think that might be something that each of the deputies would need to consider, and you'll get the opportunity to talk with them. I would suggest that would be a normal thing for ministers and officers to sometimes do, to ask us to confer with a particular stakeholder. We would share information with officers about who we're talking with as well.
No, thank you. And then I will then put some more acute questions on notice then in relation to that, but I will also ask, as you said, the deputy secretaries. I will just note, I do know that we do need to move on from this section. Just very briefly in relation to decision briefs, how many decision briefs have been sent to the Minister's office since the election?
We would need to take on notice the number of decision briefs that have gone to both of our ministers' offices. Yep,
Thank
since the
you.
election.
How many briefs have been returned to the department with one or more recommendations not agreed?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. How many briefs were signed off by the Minister after the recommended due date?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
In terms of employment, has the Minister or the Minister's office requested information verbally or in writing regarding terminating or amending the employment contract of any employee within a portfolio agency?
Can you repeat that question, please, Senator?
Has the Minister or the Minister's office requested information, verbally or in writing, regarding terminating or amending the employment contract of any employee within one of your relevant portfolio agencies?
Senator, I will have to take that on notice and I think, so you're actually asking about not statutory agency heads themselves, but employment contracts of
Correct, but I'm
employees.
also happy to take an answer in relation to the statutory agency heads as well.
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Could I also then get you to take on notice, if so, when was the information requested? How was the request made? For example, email, phone call, WhatsApp messaging, etc. When was the information provided? What level was the individual in question employed at? And is the individual still employed by the public service?
I'll take that on notice, Senator. I will say, not to my knowledge, we had a circumstance that falls within the range of what you've described there.
Chair, I'm just trying to ensure that just as a final question then, I will put the rest on notice then so we can move on. Ms James, just returning to where we started, given that former secretaries have given information to opposition senators in advance of estimates hearings, and as I said, requested to ensure that we're able to analyse information and ask questions so that you don't need to take things on notice, are you able to commit that when opposition senators request information in the future, that A, you will directly respond to the relevant opposition senator, in this case the Deputy Chair, Senator O'Sullivan, and that your department will do their very best to provide that information prior to the estimates hearing?
Senator, I'll take it on a case-by-case basis and I'll be very mindful of the discussion here today.
Thank you very much, Ms James. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to move on from this section.
Good, thank you. There's no other questions for corporate enabling, so... Oh, my apologies. You did...
I did let you know.
You did let me know.
But,
sorry, I have been trying to... So it's not your fault, you did tell me, but I've been trying to do it through
well, yours
the deputy.
is going to be related to this, and I'm moving on to Palm, which is in this section, but...
So I don't know that Palm is... I think Palm might be a little bit late. Oh, it's probably in the very next section.
Yes,
isn't it?
that's right.
Next section. Oh, well, then you can move on.
We're still in cross portfolio.
Right.
Yeah, so it would have been good to get some, as we've been discussing, good to get some of these answers ahead so we could have asked questions on them. Some of these questions are cross-portfolio. I will then just ask that we do get an answer on notice as quickly as you can. For some of them, obviously others go to various portfolio areas, so we'll deal with them as they come. Thank you. Do you want to move on?
Yeah, move on. Yeah, thank you. Good, thanks. Thanks for corporate enabling services. Thank you for your time. And now I ask for outcome number 1, employment, to come forward. Barbara, I'll go to Barbara. Barbara, I'll go to you first. Yeah. Good, with right to go. Thanks. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for being here for these questions. I've got 3 areas of questioning. The first around employment programs, the second around apprenticeships, and the third around data and monitoring of change in our labour market. If I can start with
Senator, if I can just give you a heads up, the middle one around apprenticeships is in the skills part of our portfolio. They're actually appearing tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Would be happy to for you to flag questions today, and or if you're able to come back tomorrow, whichever works for you.
Thank you. So employment programs. I noticed that that the new government is ceasing a number of programs. So I'm just curious, before I go to what you might replace them with, what the story is on those programs in the last couple of years. I recognise they've been hard years to run employment programs in, but if I can just start with the mid-career checkpoint pilot program, which had an expenditure over the 2 years from 2022-23, projecting ahead of 56.2 million. That's a very sizable labour market. Haven't got to my question
That is also
yet.
part of the skills part of our department. I'm really sorry. I know it sounds so very bureaucratic, but Nadine Williams will be able to give you a really good overview of that decision and how the money has been reallocated into other things.
So then let me try a generic question and see if that's also appropriate for Nadine as well. I'm very happy to come tomorrow and do that. But my observation of what I see in the last couple of years is a very thin evaluation of labour market programs and their outcomes, especially their outcomes relative to the investment made for them. I just wonder what your position and your thinking about is around that issue of evaluation and making sure that the Australian public are getting value for their investment and that targets for programs are being met and clearly specified and then reviewed.
Senator, the evaluation piece is very important to the portfolio, and we actually do have a team that does carry out evaluations of our programs. And I'm going to ask Kylie Crane to come up to the table and talk to this a little. Now, this is obviously historical prior to the formation of this department, but we have also built some pretty thorough, including independent evaluation pieces into Workforce Australia. We appreciate that with these programs, particularly that we used third-party providers, it's really important that we understand what isn't working on the ground, and that the incentives we have in place are delivering the right outcomes for the humans in this system, in addition to the numbers we see on our dashboards.
So, Kylie Crane, First Assistant Secretary, Evidence and Assurance. So in terms of the evaluation function that sits within the Employment and Workforce Group, we certainly have an extensive team work that looks at the programs that we have responsibility for. The way that they conduct those evaluations pick up a range of things around both qualitative and quantitative data sources. They will look at the administrative data that's sitting there. They will survey participants, providers, employers, depending on the nature of the program that's there. We do have a history of doing that work and publishing it, so there is a range of evaluations up on our website around that, and because evaluations by nature take an extended period of time, we will look at some of the early findings that come out of that and use that to inform the work. So as Ms James have said, certainly when it came to the development of Workforce Australia, some of the evaluations that we've had undertaken will have informed that, as well as extensive consultation and work with other stakeholders.
Senator, Nathan Smythe, Deputy Secretary, Employment and Workforce Group. It's fair to say that every time we put forward a budget program or anything like that in relation to a new policy proposal for a program, a labour market program, there is an evaluation component, funding component that is built into that. And so pretty much all of our programs have an evaluation component, and as Ms Crane said, they are then published up on our website. We have an approach to ensure that they're published and publicly available.
Well, thank you for that. But I have to say, I have asked some questions on notice around the evaluation of these programs, which I will take up tomorrow. And I'd have to say the evaluation was very thin and unconvincing in relation to, you know, the number of people who've gone through programs and the outcomes for them. So I'm hopeful of robust evaluation into the future, but I'm not reassured. But I'll get the opportunity to pursue that tomorrow with Ms Williams, as I understand it. Thank you. Just on the question of evaluation, and you spoke of Workforce Australia, you talk about evaluation of outcomes for people who are assisted into employment and then presumably also do training sometimes as part of what they're offered. So you're evaluating those outcomes. Do you go to the question of value for money, knowing that a sizable number of the funded bodies are for profit? Do you look at profit rates and look at value for money and compare costings and so on across providers, given the diversity of public and private providers in that sector now?
So I might answer that question from both an evaluation perspective and then assurance. But one of the things, so it's up front, is the evaluations we're talking about here are evaluations for those programs that sit within the portfolio that Mr Smyth is responsible, or within the group that Mr Smyth has responsibility for. So some of the programs you might be referring to may not actually be within the scope of the evaluation piece. Okay. If we look at, say, the program of work that we have for Workforce Australia and what that evaluation will cover, that will run over a 6-year period. That will look at longitudinal studies with participants long after they have left employment services to look at what's happening with them, whether they're still in work, obviously whether the services they were provided actually supported them into employment. Outside of the evaluation piece, though, when it goes to value for money is one of the assessments that we do as part of the spend within the portfolio, and that looks at the types of courses that people are doing or other supports that might be available, and certainly looks at that within the labour market and other employment regions. So if two providers were spending money on a particular course, is it equivalent? Are they spending roughly the same amount of money for that participant to go through that?
Senator, the other thing, your question kind of went to the procurement arrangements that we put in place for Workforce Australia as well. And the key determining factor that we looked at there was value for money, because that's clear in the Commonwealth procurement rules that we need to assess value for money. So all tender proposals were assessed in terms of value for money, be they for-profit or not-for-profit providers. We also have key data that we publish in our annual reports, portfolio budget statements, which is costs per outcome and the like. And so there are various proxy measures that we're able to interrogate to determine whether or not the public is getting value for money for the expenditure by providers. And we're able to look at that in terms of the number of staff that they have logged into the system, so their staff to participant ratio. We look at whether or not they're getting the right outcomes, similar outcomes to similar organisations in similar labour markets, etc. And if we start to see that there are anomalies or outliers occurring, then we automatically intervene, ask questions, interrogate to ensure that something untoward isn't actually happening. So there's various, I suppose, assurance mechanisms that go over the top, data compliance, interrogation of a lot of analytical data to ensure that we're tracking value for money in terms of the significant expenditure that's undertaken in our programs.
Thank you for that. Do you specifically look at the phenomena of creaming, of organisations that go for relatively easy placements with high profit margins on them relative to more complex placements? Is that something that you look at?
Certainly, that is part of the redesign of the employment services system away from what was, I suppose, the incentive arrangements, payment arrangements that are in place for Job Active and its predecessors. So in Workforce Australia, for instance, we've now gone with an approach where the people that are more likely to attach to the labour market quickly, at least risk of long-term unemployment, are now serviced digitally and online by the department. And those people that have more barriers are now serviced by providers. And the incentive structures have been built around investment in assisting those participants to overcome some of their barriers, to ensure that they're not just placed into a job to receive an outcome, but there's an investment made by the provider to ensure that those people overcome their barriers, be they vocational or non-vocational barriers, to ensure that when they do get a job, hopefully it is a more sustainable, longer-term job and they don't cycle back through the system. And the way the incentives have been structured is to avoid that concept of creaming.
Mm-hmm. There's been some media discussion about companies or organisations in this line of business referring people to their own training programs. Yes. And the highly profitable relationship that self-referral can be. What steps are you taking to guard or to analyse or prevent that kind of profiteering?
I think Ms Crane went to that as well. So we have an employment fund. So each participant that comes into Workforce Australia in the provider servicing has a $1,600 payment that is made into a notional fund that can be drawn on by providers to assist those participants to upskill, reskill, to get work licences, driver's licences, to see psychologists and the like, and also to undertake some, I suppose, other training, in-house courses, etc. We monitor that expenditure and we look at what the market rate for those services actually is and determine whether or not the value for money principle is being applied by the provider, and we have a strong assurance. It's a randomised but rolling assurance process around all the expenditure through the employment fund. And in some programs, we limit the amount of own party referral that providers are actually able to make as well. And in some areas, a provider might be the only RTO in the region. Mm-hmm. So it makes sense for them to be able to utilise that. Or they might have the only psychologist available in the region as well. Mm-hmm. But we want to make sure that the rate being charged by the provider for that service is value for money and is commensurate with market rates and is not excessive.
Thanks, Mr Smyth and Ms Crane. Can I go on to the question of analysis of change in our labour market? We may be about to embark on a significant change in industrial relations law. Historically, Australia has on occasion done major significant surveys 5 years apart, for example. I'm thinking of the Australian Workplace Industrial Relations Surveys, 1990, 1995. They told us a lot about what was happening, who was left behind, what workplaces fostered, what happened to productivity. Are there any plans within the department to beef up, alongside, of course, what the ABS does, which is very specific and limited in terms of what it tells us about specific workplaces and the experience of working people and their employers?
Senator, I also recall the AWERS acronym, and I think many do grieve the loss of the data and information that came from it. I'm not sure if there are plans around reinvigorating that, and when Mr Hare is here and his crew from 445, we could potentially go into that. It may be that Jobs and Skills Australia, the new institution recently passed, created through the passage of legislation through the Parliament, might provide you some of what you're looking for. And so I think that when the skills people are providing evidence around the ambit of Jobs and Skills Australia and its focus, you might want to put some of those questions to them. But I don't think it's going to be quite like AWERS, but it's certainly something that we're happy to talk with you more about with those Deputy Secretaries.
Terrific. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Can I just take you back to the issue of the employment providers and the amount of money they can pay for various services? In July this year, there was a report in The Guardian of 19 contracted Workforce Australia providers referring business to themselves. And while taking your point, Mr Smyth, that there's some areas where the provider may be the only provider in the region, under this, if they're referring business to themselves, is there a reporting line for that? Like, do you check that referral pathway?
We certainly look at the expenditure through the employment fund and assess whether or not that is appropriate. So we have a rolling assurance process that looks at that arrangement. And then we look at that expenditure and whether or not it's actually leading to outcomes and improvements in the participants' journey towards employment as well. So we look at those kind of an arrangement, those arrangements. We do limit, as I said, some of the arrangements in terms of related party transactions. We've recently written out to all providers to ask them to provide us with details of all of their related party entities as well. So we've got a real full picture around that, particularly around labour hire firms and the like. We don't allow providers to utilise wage subsidies for related party entities.
Okay.
So we limit it there as well. So they're not allowed to, I suppose, garner a wage subsidy to employ somebody in a related entity.
Or related entity.
Exactly.
So if I can just unpack that a little bit further, you say that there's 1,600 that they can draw down on as an employment service provider.
So there's a notional pool. It's actually a notional sum of money. So when and there are some arrangements around that, around the funding that went into people that were already in the system versus those that are new into the system and all of that. But in general, if somebody new comes into the provider system, there's a $1,600 notional credit that is made into what's called the employment fund. That money is not stapled to that individual. It's actually able to be utilised by the provider to achieve the best outcome. So it may well be that some people need a small amount, but others can have a wage subsidy of up to $10,000. So obviously the $1,600 notional amount wouldn't fit with the $10,000 subsidy. So we leave that up to the discretion of the provider because they're closer to what's going on in the labour market, better understand the needs of the individual and the opportunities for that individual to make that decision.
So if they were to refer one of their clients, for want of a better word, into their own training organisation.
Yes.
Do they attract a fee of $950 in the EST arena? Is that correct?
Melissa Ryan, First Assistant Secretary, Workforce Australia for Individuals Division. For EST, there is a limit on the number of referrals an entity can self-refer to themselves, and that's capped at 50%. So
50% of their total case.
Yes,
load.
They don't have, except they don't have a dedicated. It's demand-driven. Employability skills training is a demand-driven program, but we have a cap so that if a provider was delivering Workforce Australia provider services and was also a EST provider, they could refer a participant to their employability skills training contract, but it would be limited at 50%. I can check the
But for
figures.
those 50%, you could attract an additional $950.
Let me just check the
If you
figures.
could just check.
Please.
And then are they then able to claim the progress payments, which I believe is another...
It's $750 every 24 months.
Every 24 months.
That's right.
And you could, what I'm trying to grasp is, could you effectively refer to your own service, gain the $950 fee, then attract the progress payment of $750?
They could, but they have to demonstrate to us that the participant, by undergoing that course and achieving, I suppose, the finalisation of that course, has improved their prospects for entering the labour market and overcoming some of their barriers. So there has to be proof provided to us. It's not just do that course and suddenly you are able to claim the $750. There's a little bit more requirement around that for us to assess whether or not that actually meets what we would determine to be a relevant progress payment.
Because there's a fair number of programs people talk of that are quite generic, whether they actually have an impact and how many times a particular provider can claim a different payment for the same job seeker without an outcome. And again, this kind of taps into what Senator Pocock
was talking about in terms of the evaluation and the whole notion of profiteering.
Yes. Certainly, I certainly understand that, and that's why we monitor this very, very closely in terms of the assurance around expenditure within the employment fund. And there has to be justifications to ensure that we're actually then providing a payment in relation to that. And if we feel that there seems to be something occurring in a particular area, an organisation is running a barista course and everyone on their caseload's going through that barista course, we'll all be in there in a shot and basically demanding that money be reversed out and justification given as to why that provider shouldn't be sanctioned by the department.
And have you sanctioned very many people?
Not at the moment, but certainly within Job Active we did. We recovered a number of payments that were made by providers that didn't meet criteria or they weren't able to provide the evidence around why that payment was actually received through the employment fund. So we monitor it and we recover it where appropriate. And depending on whether or not it was just an administrative error or something like that, we can provide a sanction around that. But I'll get Ms Tran to talk through this as well.
Sure. Quinn Tran, Assistant Secretary of Funds and Payments Branch. In terms of the progress payment, I'd just like to clarify that a participant will have to do more than one intervention and activity to be able to be for the provider to be able to be eligible to claim that progress payment. So in the case of an EST, they would have to do that and something else during that period within that 24-month before the provider would be eligible to claim that progress payment. So in and of itself wouldn't be enough for us to be satisfied that they've demonstrated having done enough to demonstrate that they've fully met that particular progress payment eligibility criteria.
So they could do 2 ESTs?
They've got to do 2 or more activities
but technically they could do 2 ESTs. And could they do 2 courses with a provider, the same provider that they're assigned to, 2 training programs with the same provider?
They could well do.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Senator, just to clarify, with employability skills training, which you were touching on earlier, what we introduced under Workforce Australia is a fee-for-service arrangement. So, and in employability skills training, there's 2 types of training. Training block 1, which is largely focused for those participants in our online caseload, and for providers to refer, and that's basically to help people to become, maybe to assist them with interview techniques, to help them with job search and the like. The expectation is that if a provider that's part of their core service delivery. So what they would do then is if they refer somebody to an employability skills training program from their caseload, they need to pay a $1,250 fund, which is sourced from their employment fund. So yes, it might be going to an EST provider that they may have a contract with, but it has to come from one pool of funding to another. So we don't expect too many providers doing those referrals because they should be providing that service at a matter of course, and that's what we procured them for. For Block 2 training, that's more a training that's focused on meeting the needs of a local industry. So it could have an employer coming and saying, I need to run a course on some sort of pre-employment training and the like. For that one, if a provider identifies that they've got a participant on their caseload that would benefit from that training, then we, the Commonwealth, will fund $950 of that participation, but the provider still has to pay a $300 fee, which is sourced from their employment fund, which is their notional allocation, which they can then choose how to direct that funding depending on the circumstances. But we are closely monitoring this to make sure that there isn't any perverse behaviours and the like, likewise with progress payments as well. We haven't had too many yet because it's very early days in the launch of Workforce Australia, but we are reviewing those to make sure that they're appropriate. There's nothing, untoward happening in that area as well.
But you would be hearing quite a lot of noise out there in the ether about the fact that many people believe there is a range of challenges with the policy settings?
In terms of the policy, well, we are reviewing the policy settings. So if there's an adverse or unintended consequence, Senator, we will absolutely, address that and make adjustments where appropriate.
And in terms of labour hire companies within that, How many have contracts under the Workforce Australia system at this point in time, and to what value?
I'd have to just get Ms Shannon up to the table, but we don't have any. Yeah. No, we don't have labour hire firms as Workforce Australia providers, but Workforce Australia providers have labour hire firms. Have labour hire firms. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
And that's why we've recently written out to all providers. We want to know exactly what labour hire firms they actually have. And what in terms of related entities as well. So it might well be common directors or something, but we want to know all of that.
So you're writing out to ask them now because you don't know?
Well, there's various regimes across different jurisdictions around labour hire, whether you need to have registered labour hire firms and the like or not. So we can actually go into some of those records and determine whether or not they are, but we want to know. We've asked for them to be very upfront with us, to tell us
all of their connections.
All of their connections, exactly.
Okay. Can I just finish? And then, so on that basis, like this is an employment service by all the different names. It's been running for a very, very long time, since the late 90s when we first started.
1998 it was outsourced.
I was working on it then.
I was
been a long path.
I was floating around in the department around that time as well, Senator.
But you're saying it's only at this point that you're actually in a position to sort of look at how many connected services.
We know a lot of that as well. So part of
but evidently
we have,
not all.
but we've now written out. So we want a comprehensive, complete list of all of those we've asked for.
Okay.
Senator, perhaps if I just say, one of the things in my experience in government is that there is a difference between things you might know through your management of a program or come to understand through your management of a program and data that you collect. And so when you're asking us questions like how many out of a total, you're asking for something definitive, and it may be that for many reasons that's not a piece of data collected consistently and universally across a program. Our contract managers and our people in the department have good knowledge of what's going on out in the field, but it may be for whatever reason that it wasn't an essential piece of data that we needed to collect and store in a way that's easily accessible. And I think there has been, and I would say from my time as Fair Work Ombudsman, increasing interest in what labour hire companies do and which other entities they are connected with and how they go about their work. And it's fair to say in government there's probably more work going on to understand when you're working with what you might define as a labour hire company now, but it's not necessarily something that was in issue in previous years.
But you're going about understanding at this point in time where all those pieces are to understand how those policy settings may need
and it
to.
may well be that some of our providers have established labour hire firms subsequent to being awarded a tender as well. So we want to capture all of that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cash.
Sorry, could I just...
Senator, sorry.
I just need to correct the record when I said earlier about the funding source for EST. It's not actually from Employment Fund. So the provider, if they're referring a participant to an employability skills training, they have to fund it from the other sources of their own bottom line, so to speak. So it's not from the national allocation. My apologies, but I just wanted to correct that. So that's why we don't anticipate too many referrals, because they have to fund it themselves.
Not to mention work out how it all works.
Yes, but just to clarify, it's not from the Employment Fund. My apologies.
Thanks, Ms Ryan. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on the questioning about labour hire. So you're asking the question of providers if they, in relation to any connection they've got with labour hire, you're making a distinction between those that might actually utilise the services of a labour hire company from them themselves being a...
That's right. We're just after the related party entities.
Yeah.
Rather than they might use a labour hire firm to place people into a particular position and have no association with that whatsoever.
Well. Yeah.
That's not what we're after.
Okay.
Because we'll pick that up through the placement process where we know where the individual's been placed into particular employment. So we'll pick that up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So on Workforce Australia, can you just give us a top line description of the difference between Workforce Australia and Job Active, please?
Well, I suppose that the policy objectives that have been set are really around ensuring that we provide clearly employers with the right candidates with the right skills, that we support eligible individuals to find secure employment through online and then provider-led services. But the real focus is on providers supporting high-need individuals, reducing that risk, the risk of that individual remaining in long-term unemployment or actually going into long-term unemployment, and really ensuring that the resources are directed towards the most needy individuals. And so what we've done is, through the recommendations of the I Want to Work report, which you're a member of the panel, Senator, we've taken all of that on board and bifurcated the system whereby those people that are more readily attached and shorter term unemployed and have the greatest opportunity to re-engage by their own means are able to self-manage their way back into employment via an online system, and that achieves a lot of efficiencies. It enables us to then have providers focus totally on people that need tailored, bespoke assistance to get them back into the labour market. So that's kind of the key focus. It also doesn't have a work-first approach. So previous government employment services programs have had a work-first philosophy to get people into a job because being in a job creates other opportunities, etc. But what we want to ensure around the new model is that providers spend way more time with participants. We have lower caseload ratios between provider and participant, and that they spend the time and invest the effort to ensure that those people receive tailored, bespoke services that meet their needs, that is supported, it's simple, it's connected, and it's respectful, and that hopefully through that process we start to see a reduction in longer term unemployment or people potentially becoming long-term unemployed.
And the intent, as you've said, is about really helping those job seekers that are further away from the labour market to help them get into work. I remember you pointed out, I was on that panel several years ago that had a look at the employment services system. One of the issues that were highlighted at that stage was the ratio of employment consultants to job seekers. So has there been, through this change, an improvement in the level of servicing that particularly those more vulnerable and job seekers that have got multiple and significant barriers to employment? Is there a high level of servicing that they're now receiving?
So it is early days, I have to admit, but what we've seen is that in Job Active we sometimes had caseload or case manager to participant ratios up to 200 to 1, which clearly doesn't allow time and effort and a bespoke approach to be taken. The numbers that I've kind of got are that we now have a system whereby there's an authentication process through MyGov, so we know what providers and their staff are logging into the system, and then we know what number of, I suppose, people that they have on their caseload actually are. So in March of this year, in Job Active there was around 4,585 logins to MyGov. That is now 8,009 logins. So what we're starting to see is a much higher number of provider staff, which would indicate a much lower ratio in terms of case manager to participant. And I have to say that a lot of the meetings that I've had and the providers that I've visited around the country, they're talking around ratios anywhere from around 60 to 90 to 1. So that ratio has come down substantially, which we hope affords greater time and effort by providers to be spent on individuals.
You mentioned the I Want to Work report, that was from my memory, 2018. Correct. So did that kickstart the consultations with various stakeholders, be they providers, job seeker groups and employers?
Yes, well, as you know, through that process, I think there was 1,400 consultations that were conducted nationally. it was announced on the 20th of March 2019 that we would be moving to the Workforce Australia model, and that bifurcation would occur. And so we then commenced trials in 2 employment regions, the mid-north coast of New South Wales and Adelaide South, to trial the new model and some of the policy settings within it. And we trialled, we evaluated, we analysed and we adjusted. And throughout that entire process, there was ongoing consultation with the sector, with participants, and we had an advisory group that provided input to us in terms of some of those policy settings that were ultimately, though, a decision of government.
And have you got on hand the number of individuals that participated in that trial?
We would be able to get that if we could take it on notice, but there was obviously, we selected 2 regions, one in South Australia that was a more urban kind of setting, and then a mid-north coast of New South Wales, which was more of a regional setting, that were kind of reflective of other labour markets around the country, so that we could actually do a fair comparison in terms of whether or not it was achieving the right outcomes for the policy settings that were in place. But we'll take it on notice as to what the number of people that participated in those trials were. Okay. At the same time, it's fair to say we had a small trial of our online system that was running at about, I think, 8,000 or so participants pre-COVID. When COVID hit, that just went through the roof. I think we're over 5,000% increase almost overnight.
So would it be fair for me to describe the Workforce Australia and how we came to this point of having it as it being developed with extensive consultation, extensive engagement with various stakeholders to design it to a point that would ultimately attempt to meet the needs of the labour market and where job seekers are at?
I would say it was a comprehensive process that was undertaken to design the new system.
Thank you.
There were obviously policy settings that we weren't able to go towards. They were set, and so we had to operate within the policy constructs that we were allowed to.
Now, I want to turn to the select committee that's been established. Minister, this might be more for you, but I'll start with you first, Ms James. Do you know if the Minister's office provided any input into the speech given by the chair of the Committee on Workforce Australia and Employment Services to the National Employment Services Association Forum, NESA Forum?
I don't know that
Sure.
one way or another, Senator.
Okay, Minister, do you know if the Minister was providing assistance to the chair of that committee ahead of their speech?
I don't know that either, Senator.
Okay, you can take that on notice.
Sure.
Thank you. Has there been any communication between the Minister and the chair of the Committee on Workforce Australia Employment Services on the expectations of the inquiry?
I don't know, but it's not uncommon, as I'm sure Senator Cash can tell you, for ministers to have some discussions with committee members about the nature of an inquiry, the sort of issues that it would look at. So if there has been any, that wouldn't be uncommon.
So would it be... just so I understand...
I mean, for instance, there are some committees where... and I can think in my own portfolio where the committee needs to seek my approval effectively on a topic for consideration by the committee. Other times, ministers and their officers and committees have discussions about the types of topics that would be useful to explore. So I don't know in this particular situation, but if it did happen, it wouldn't be unusual.
Are you aware of whether there was any particular direction given in terms of what the desired outcome of the committee's...
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, could you take that on notice, please?
Sure.
Did the department provide any input into the Minister for Employment speech that was made at that same conference?
We did, Senator. We provided a draft speech to the Minister for the Employment Services conference.
Were you able to have a copy of that?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
Take it on notice whether or not we can have a copy, or take it on notice that you'll provide a copy to the committee?
I'll take it on notice to go back and see whether or not we're able to provide you with a copy, but I
You
just
can't
don't
see
have
why
it in
you
front of
wouldn't,
me.
and in the event that you're unable, can you please advise of the reasons that you're unable to provide the draft copy?
Senators, I will say that the speech on delivery was not the same as the speech that was provided to him. The Minister said that at the podium at the time.
Yes, I remember
with
that.
respect to the public servants who had done the work, he also told an anecdote about getting locked out on his balcony with his guitar the night before the conference, which I'm pretty sure Mr Smyth's people
private
did not put. He said it in front of a room full of people. It's okay. And thanked the person who alerted the hotel to the fact that he was out on the balcony. So I think it's fair to say that the delivery differed from the draft provided by the department.
Was it substantially different? Or just a difference in style?
I'd have to go back and check, Senator.
Again, Senator, I mean, from my relatively short experience as a minister, it's so common for changes to be made to drafts of speech that departments provide. It wouldn't be at all unusual.
So would the draft speech have contained lines that threaten employment service providers with cutting their contracts if they raise concerns against his changes?
I don't think that there was anything like that was either in our speech or that was delivered by the Minister.
Well, that's certainly how stakeholders have interpreted the comment. I haven't heard the speech myself, I haven't read the transcript myself, but what I've had relayed to me from stakeholders was that that's how they felt.
That's not what the Minister said, I can assure you. In fact, he made it very clear that existing contracts would be honoured.
And that he wanted to see performance, but he was very clear that, if people weren't performing, then, and I've said this on numerous occasions as well, if providers are not performing, then we will remove their licence and bring somebody off the panel as well, because we owe that to the participants in the program. But there was no implied threat given by the Minister, and in fact, the providers that were there actually were, to me, and I talked to quite a number of them, were quite positive about the speech and feeling that they heard a pretty honest assessment by the Minister of
Did you receive any feedback from providers with regard to the chair of the Workforce Australia Employment Services Select Committee? Any responses, any feedback from providers on his speech?
I think they were two separate events, Senator.
Yeah.
So the first, and they were a week or so apart.
Oh, okay.
I think they were,
or maybe even more. The first speech. The first speech was a forum that we convened of providers, and the second speech was one delivered at a conference of one of the provider organisations.
Yeah, the peak body.
Peak body. Yeah. But I didn't receive any particular feedback from providers following the chair of the committee speech.
Yep. I've got more questions, but change the subject. So
Right, we'll grab some.
Yeah,
Senator Rice.
Thank you. And look, I'm just going to start off with quite a few questions about Workforce Australia. I hope there's not too much overlap between what Senator Pocock and Senator Grogan were asking, but tell me if there is, if it's been covered. I'm happy to move on. I want to start with the procurement process for Workforce Australia. Obviously, it was undertaken by the previous government, but can you step me through the process and what that process was?
I'll get Ms Shannon here to talk you through the process that was undertaken, Senator.
Senator Robin Shannon, pardon me, First Assistant Secretary, Workforce Australia Provider Support Division. Senator, sort of the precursor to the procurements was a consultation process. So we issued a consultation paper on the licensing element of the Workforce Australia model, and then we issued an exposure draft of the request for proposal. We also issued a notice to the market at the beginning of the year on AusTender, indicating that we were planning to undertake 7 concurrent procurements for the different elements of Workforce Australia. So that was the sort of market notification element, and we obviously got feedback through the consultation process as well. We then finalised the request for proposal documentation, or in some cases requests for tender documentation, because we were running at least 4 separate processes at various times at different stages.
Were they for different aspects?
That's right. So the first procurement was actually to a request for tender for the Transition to Work program, which is the Youth Specialist Employment program that forms part of Workforce Australia. The second procurement was for the main service, Workforce Australia Services Now, as it was termed then, the new employment services model. And it also included the request for proposal for employability skills training and career transition assistance. The next part of the procurement, a separate procurement, was for self-employment assistance, so the program that replaced the new employment incentive, new
business with NEIS.
That's right, NEIS program, sorry, I got it wrong, and the Entrepreneurship Facilitators program, and the final procurement related to workforce specialists. So they were 4 separate approaches to market, but some of those approaches to market had more than one service bundled in the procurement. We were very conscious that this, was quite a large procurement and it was occurring concurrently, so we tried to give the market as much notice as possible. We were certainly very mindful that each time we put the tender documents out, that we were trying to achieve more than the minimum required 25 business days under the Commonwealth procurement rules. So in some cases we were able to give respondents 40, close to 45 days, I think 44 days was about the longest we were able to give. So notify the market. Then there was a period where we put the documents out, and obviously the respondents had time to prepare their tender responses. At that time, the department ran a hotline. We did seminars to respond to questions. We're very mindful that as part of the probity requirements for procurements, any clarification that we gave, we had to share with the entire market and not just a single, the provider that asked, or sorry, the respondent that asked. And then we went through a process of lodgement on a system, an IT system that the department had developed that enabled tenderers to reuse information across multiple processes, but also if they were bidding for more than one employment region, they could reuse some of the information so they didn't have to sort of rekey it. So we then, once they'd lodged it, we checked that the bids had conformed, and then we ran assessment centres around the country in a hub and spokes model. So we had large tender assessment centres in Brisbane and Adelaide, but smaller centres in Canberra and a range of other regional locations. And then the process from there is that we had a team of assessors who received training, and then their work was moderated largely by departmental staff from the state network who have quite a bit of experience in employment services and contract management. So assessment, moderation, quality assurance, data analysis to look at things like outlier scores, all of that information and credentials checks, financial viability checks, etc., formed the basis of a report, a business allocation report for each employment region, which was presented to a tender review committee, mostly chaired by myself, but some of the committees chaired by my colleagues. The business allocation reports were presented by our state managers to the committee. The committee thoroughly tested the recommendations in the reports against the value for money criteria, which go to things like the strength of the quality of the claims against the selection criteria, but also looked at things like the diversity of the market, the accessibility of services, the suitability of the provider's Indigenous participation plan, a range of things. It's quite an involved process, I'm sorry, but and then and at all stages we had independent probity advice, and so actually key part of the tender review process was independent probity advice in the room, and then the tender review committee made a report to the delegate. The delegate for all of the procurements was actually Mr. Smythe, and then Mr. Smythe made a decision.
Right. And so then once you've procured their services, then they then on a on a panel? Is it...
It differs a little. So, for example, for transition to work, the successful respondents were, all the respondents were advised at the same time, and the successful respondents were offered a deed. And then there's a period where they consider the deed and the business that they've been offered. They sign it, and the department, on return, executes it. So it's a direct contract, if you like. For Workforce Australia, the way that the Workforce Australia Services was constructed is a panel. So we firstly determined through the tender review process whether the organisation was suitable to be on the panel.
Yep.
And then we undertook a subsequent decision around, for those on the panel, who would be offered a licence and what would be the allocation of business, i.e. a share of the caseload or of people.
So the particular services that they were going to be providing on that panel.
That's right. So it's a two-step process. So they had everybody on the panel got a deed of standing offer, and then a subset of panel members were offered a licence.
And in terms of those licences, when were those particular licences when were those contracts signed?
Yeah, so they were progressively executed as successful respondents returned their offers. So the last day for successful respondents to sign Workforce Australia Services deeds was the 25th of March 2022.
Okay, and so when were they signed between? So that was the last
They would have
one?
been signed between when they were advised, which was the 11th of March, and the 25th of March. So they had 10 business days.
Yeah, 2-week period there.
2 weeks, yes.
Can you provide us with a copy of the contract for one or more of those?
Certainly, I can provide you with the... I can provide you with the deed of standing offer, and I can provide you... I can take out the commercially sensitive information, because all of which is really just the business share allocation. I think that's fine. I'll just do it on notice if that's okay.
Okay, yes. And so how many altogether of those?
So there were 99 organisations that accepted an offer to be on the panel, and there are 43 licensed providers for Workforce Australia.
And were the contracts the same for all of them?
They are. The only variation is the location and the type of licence.
Right. And when that contract's signed, there's an amount listed on AusTender.
Correct.
Yep. That's the base amount, isn't it? So that doesn't include incentive payments?
So my understanding is that the amount that's on AusTender is really the amount in the forward estimates for the program, and that provider's estimated caseload share of it. So it's actually, I would see that as likely to be an upper threshold.
Because I thought AusTender amounts are usually the actual amount of a particular contract. So you're telling me that they're not?
We can't give them. It's a demand-driven program, so we're unable to say exactly what the forward, because they change every 6 months. There are changes made.
Where does that get reported then, as to what is actually paid out to each?
So that would be in our annual report and portfolio budget. It's not per provider reported, it's reported at the program level.
At the program level it's reported.
Okay, but in AusTender, presumably the actual contracts are... is there an actual estimate of what the individual contracts would be?
That is the estimate. It is the estimate, but I guess I'm saying, if the unemployment rate changes, it could be more, and if it goes down, it could be less.
I'm interested to knowing whether there is information that's available of what the amount that's paid out to each of these providers is, or is it just at a high level? And I would like to
We don't
have that
publish
information.
individual provider payments at all.
No.
We do that at the aggregate level of in our portfolio budget statements as to what the Workforce Australia program expenditure actually is, Senator.
There are numbers in this article.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it's not. Sorry.
So would it be possible to provide that?
Can we take that on notice?
If you
for
could take
Senator?
that, the individual amounts that are paid out, both in the estimates for each of the providers and then what is actually paid out to them.
It was published.
Yes, that's right. Providers who won in the Guardian article in July. Providers who won Workforce Australia contracts. There's a list of the providers. So
they would have been the AusTender amounts.
That's exactly what was published on AusTender.
So that's the estimate
over the 3 years of what they would, if they, for their share of the caseload and the estimated outlays for the program. That's the estimate of what that provider.
And then you're saying then you're reporting in aggregate amount, what, after 6 months, 12 months?
So we do that usually. Usually what happens is at budget and then at MyEFO, it gets very complex, but there is the projected unemployment benefit recipients that's derived from ABS statistics.
But what I want to know is what you're reporting. So if it's a 6 month or 12 months, and then what you're taking on notice is whether you can provide me with the actual amounts.
The actual
amounts
that's right,
for each of those contracts.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of incentive payments, where are they? Are they estimated somewhere, and are they reported individually as well?
That's included within that amount, that aggregate amount that would have been on Oz tender as to what the projected amounts would be.
I thought you answered the question before that the amount listed was the base amount.
Can I just ask, when you say incentive payment, what do you mean by an incentive payment?
Assuming outcome payments and the like.
Yes.
So
in terms of how many successful,
so there are different components. Yeah, there are different components of the payments that providers receive, and the figure that's reported in Oz Tender is all of that. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I'll continue on with those incentive payments then. So, and as what those, we've got engagement payments, and so we've got an engagement payment that's what they get for each person that's referred to them. So that's $1,200.
That's correct, Senator.
Yep, and people
for a new person coming into provider services, it's $1,200.
Yep, and for people transferred from Job Active, it's $600.
That's right.
People who transfer between Workforce Australia agencies, it's $600. In relation to that $600 transfer payment, then the agency they transfer to receives that payment?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then moving on, in terms of that, in the deed of standing offer, there's a period of unemployment. If a person does a course or undertakes work for the dole or some other form of mutual obligation, does that end the period of unemployment for the purposes of the Workforce Australia framework?
No. The end of the period of unemployment is effectively when the person is off income support, 100% off income support. And so we have payments that are made to providers at 4, 12 and 26 weeks. There are partial payments and there are full payments. Mm-hmm. Partial payments are when their reliance on income support reduces by 60%, and full is when they are actually not receiving income support payments. So a 26-week outcome would be a payment that's made for somebody that is actually 100% off income support and in employment. So that's when their period of unemployment for us would potentially end.
Okay, but so if they're on a partial, so they don't get that full payment then if they're only partially employed?
No, there's a partial payment that is made.
And how much is the partial payment?
It depends on whether or not the participant is either a moderate or high, what we call job seeker classification instrument. So it varies. So it depends on whether or not they've got one of those kind of scores. And it ranges from, so for a moderate, it's $800 for a moderate job seeker who's got a moderate job seeker classification instrument score, or for a high job seeker classification instrument, it would be $1,650.
Okay. And so for people with moderate or high scores, is there a differing amount that the provider would get at the beginning?
No, not for the initial upfront engagement fee. It's set at the same figure, but on the nature of when they're placed into paid work, that outcome payments are varied based on their scores.
Okay. And can I clarify? So and all of these payments are indexed?
They will
be once every 6 years. So they will be indexed. They will be indexed.
So the next indexation will be 6.8 and that's to be applied every 3 years starting from the 1st of July 2025. So we made some adjustments to launch Workforce Australia in terms of the payments that were in place under Job Active. We increased a number of the payments, so that sort of reflected that the baseline is now higher than what applied under Job Active, and in 3 years' time we'll index those payments by 6.8%.
Okay, so you've made that decision that
Yep.
that 6.8% indexation is what it's going to be.
Maybe a good time to go over to the coalition. And
Yep.
I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Senator Davey.
I've just got a few questions on some of the programs. In your opening statement, you mentioned that the parts of the PALM scheme have been incorporated into your department now. You said in partnership with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and you've acquired 34 DFAT staff into your department, is that correct?
34 staff transferred over as part of the machinery of government change, that's correct. One of whom is Mr Jason Stott, who has joined us at the table.
Welcome, Mr Scott. Can you just explain what the split is now between DFAT and your department when it comes to delivering on the PALM scheme?
Sure, Senator. I suppose the key thing is that we are responsible for just got it here, the domestic operations of the PALM scheme. So we look at how PALM operates with our providers. We also look at ensuring compliance with workplace laws and the like. We run the contracts with the approved employers, and we also ensure that businesses are meeting the needs, are having their needs met, etc., and some of the domestic policy considerations that apply to the program. DFAT are more responsible for the overarching kind of policy in terms of our international engagement, strategic communications. They run the offshore training elements of the program as well, and they do the key interaction with the host government, or the sending governments as well. So, if I could say, we do PALM operations onshore, the administration onshore, and the administration of the Pacific Labour contract onshore. DFAT do non-operational policy, external strategic communications, Pacific support and engagement. Home Affairs do visas. Fair Work Ombudsman is obviously also around compliance in terms of workplace laws and the like. They get involved in arrival briefings, as do our staff as well. And then we have the taxation office that's involved around taxation elements between the short-term visa holders and the long-term visa holders.
Thanks for that split up, and I will try and focus on what is relevant to you and try not to get involved, go down the rabbit warren that is everywhere else. But I am interested, when it comes to things like the overseas trained workers. So, for example, I know that we now have aged care workers. The PALM scheme's been expanded, and we are training them overseas. Are you responsible, however, for when they land in Australia, getting them placed with aged care providers? My understanding is, I think we've got about 50 at the moment in Australia, and they're mainly in Queensland in regional areas.
Senator Jason Stott, First Assistant Secretary, Pacific Labour Operations. There's a bit more than 50 people in the PALM scheme working in aged care right now. Good. It's around about 380. It's about 1% of the program. The commitment that I think was tacit in your question was the aged care pilot and what's happening to expand the program.
Yep.
That work is led by our colleagues at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Okay.
What I can say about that generally is that there's a pilot running to consider how that program expands, and if you like, it's being conducted to test models. The question that you put was, do those workers then arrive and then do we deploy them? That question goes to the scheme operations more generally, And to quickly answer the Senator's question would go to, generally an approved employer would make inquiries with the host nation through a labour sending unit who would assist that approved employer to locate employees suitable for deployment. They would, if you like, directly employ those workers who would then arrive in Australia with arrangements made with that approved employer. There's a lot of process that ensures the welfare of the workers and the proper deployment and employment contracts to ensure we comply with Australian workplace laws and that we monitor the welfare of those folks. So I'm abbreviating that for you so that so you know when they arrive, they're, if you like, in the care or working for that employer who then looks after those logistic arrangements. When it comes to that specific pilot, there's a little more oversight from our colleagues at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and it's best that perhaps that's explored with those colleagues on Thursday morning who can explain the model in a bit more detail.
Yep, that's great, but that gives me a bit of an understanding and knowing where to go. When I look at the existing PALM scheme, during the election campaign, the government, or the now government, promised that to assist with the PALM scheme, it would meet seasonal workers' international and domestic travel costs up front, with costs to be recovered. Is that your department, or is that?
So those measures that went into budget are led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Senator.
Right.
The department did participate in co-design of some of those measures and participate in stakeholder engagement, but of course not all of them, and they are led by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
So I'm best to ask them whether that commitment is ongoing, or whether, because there have been claims that that election commitment has now been, there's been a backtrack on that commitment.
Yes, Senator, you are best to ask them questions in detail on that matter.
Can I just add one thing, Senator Davey? And obviously, by all means, ask questions at the DFAT estimates, but as I mentioned yesterday, I think it'd be fair to say that there was a mixed reaction to the commitments the government made on this through the budget, and I acknowledge that the NFF has been critical, but the Australian Fresh Produce Alliance, who, as you would be aware, effectively represents some of the larger horticulture producers, have been very supportive of these changes. Ausveg, a group you would know, peak body for vegetable and potato industries, very supportive. So there's been a bit of a mixture of reception. So, but by all means, feel free to ask questions here or at DFAT.
Thank you. But I don't want to waste this committee's time by going down paths that need to go to DFAT. Also, with the PALM scheme, the government has advised that it will be introducing increased workplace compliance activities. That's your department, isn't it?
Yes, Senator, we do assurance and compliance for the scheme.
And you'll be implementing the recommendations of the Migrant Worker Task Force. Can you advise what some of those extra activities, extra compliance activities will be and how they'll be applied to the PALM scheme?
Yeah, Senator, the scheme operates with a deed. So when the department, or the scheme rather, the Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Scheme, assesses an employer and vets employees for participation up front. That assessment includes checks for compliance with, say, the Fair Work Ombudsman, Border Force, our own records and interaction, looks at the long-term details of the employer choosing to participate in the program. We also do checks on things like, in the seasonal program, the quality and suitability of accommodation and other records and checks. We then administer the program in compliance through adherence to the deed, which might include desktop assessments, monitoring visits, actually physically visiting the premises or the host where the work will be undertaken. The additional measures in this budget included support to other agencies, Fair Work Ombudsman, who has a dedicated PALM enforcement and compliance strategy, and similarly to, in the Home Affairs portfolio, the Australian Border Force. So that's an overview and a flavour for you, Senator.
And what sort of consultation was done with industry to develop these extra checks and balances?
So what that represents is a continuation of the work that already occurs. So it's historically how the program's operated. What we've seen since, just to go back a couple of years, say when borders closed, there was around about 8,000 PALM scheme workers in Australia. As at 30 September, we had 29,075. So what we've seen is extraordinary year-on-year growth in the core components of the scheme that have combined to form the PALM scheme. And so what this commitment does is keeps track with that growth in the scheme to ensure that those same integrity and transparency checks are able to be realistically maintained within the program settings.
Senator, perhaps you mentioned the Migrant Worker Task Force
Yes.
recommendations, and Mr Stott hasn't gone to them. The workplace relations outcome will be able to expand on what I'm about to say, but to give you the sum total of my knowledge around that, the Migrant Worker Task Force was a task force established by the previous government, the then Minister Cash, I seem to recall, and I think it reported around 2018 because I was on it as Fair Work Ombudsman, and I think that was the rough timing. I don't believe most of the recommendations were implemented, but this government has agreed to implement the recommendations of the Migrant Worker Task Force. Some of those recommendations are operational, some are legislative. There's at least one contained in the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill before the Parliament now that relates to increasing the threshold for small claims, which at the moment I think sits at $10,000. It's proposed to increase it in the bill to $100,000 to increase wage underpayment recovery options. And the Migrant Worker Task Force also made some recommendations around labour hire regulation, which hadn't been implemented, but this government has adopted that one as well. That is not currently contained in legislation before the Parliament, but is one of the commitments that we anticipate, or the government anticipates, bringing forward in future tranches of workplace relations reform.
And there would be consultation and an exposure draft before that reform would be?
There would be consultation, and Mr Hare will be able to give you more details about this, but I think that the beginnings of the thinking around that are underway, but certainly there's some complexity. You would probably be aware there are some state regulatory regimes around labour hire at the moment, and the department and the government is most concerned to engage around those schemes and with other stakeholders prior to any regulation hitting the decks in Parliament.
Thank you, that's very informative. I've spoken to both employers and employees under the PALM scheme, and predominantly very good feedback that it's certainly filling a gap in the employment market, and most employees that come over are really valued in the communities and very, very hard workers. So I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone, but we do, when there is a fault on behalf of an employer, we read about it very quickly and loud and proud. It has been brought to my attention, however, that occasionally some of the participants in the scheme may disappear from their place of employment, and the employer has gone to significant cost to bring these people over and to create the facilities to employ them, and are left holding the can. What actions are at the disposal of yourselves or the Fair Work Ombudsman, and maybe I'll ask him as well, to help employers recover costs or take actions against and I will say, the absolute minority of cases where this does occur, but it has occurred?
Thanks for passing on the positive feedback, Senator. I get that feedback too. I've spoken to employers and workers and unions and community groups and others, and they share that narrative that the PALM scheme fills a really valuable role, allowing employers to access workers where there are no Australians to fill those jobs from 9 Pacific island countries and Timor-Leste. Those workers make a contribution to the communities that they stay in as well as the employer. So Australian communities benefit, as do those communities overseas. It is really, really positive. We do from time to time hear of workers who've disengaged from the scheme, and we use that language deliberately. There are many drivers for disengagement, and we're still working to make sure we completely understand that. We do believe it's a minority, or know it's a minority of people who disengage. The first thing that employers can do to recoup some costs is the commitment that was just released in budget. So if an employee, a worker, disengages, and through no fault of the employer, that there is a cost for that, for the flight remaining, less the $300 contribution from the employer, then the employer will then be able to recoup some of those costs.
So they can recoup some of the costs?
In the seasonal worker program, under those new arrangements, when that measure commences, and I've just put the commencement date out of my mind. Apologise for that, Senator.
Yeah.
Senator Ross.
If you can just provide that date on notice when it comes to hand, that's fine.
Of course.
Happy with that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Some Workforce Australia stuff. I'd like to now go to the referral cap, which I understand there's been some questions about. Do you have any figures from JobActive or of referrals by providers to their own organisations or related entities or subcontractors?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, because it is still early days in relation to the program. We're still running some assurance work over that, and we'd have to work out exactly what referrals are to programs like career transition assistance, employability skills training and the like, but I'd have to take that on notice.
But they do have to report those referrals to you? I mean,
No, not necessarily, because
you've got the cap now, that, so clearly they've got to keep some metrics over who are they referring.
There's a 50% cap there.
That's
around
right.
EST referrals and the like. When it comes to other services, might be an RTO, could be psychology services, it might be an occupational therapist or something like that. We don't have particular caps, and it would be very hard to give you an exact figure of what own party referrals are on those circumstances.
So what do they have to report to you?
Well, they have to report employment fund expenditure, and then we run a process of a continuous oversight assessment of whether or not that money has been appropriately accounted for and that the referrals to those particular services are relevant to the program and the individual.
So they do have to report all of those referrals
Well,
to you?
we track every dollar of expenditure under the employment fund.
So you should be able to then report on what those referrals are?
Yes, we have broad categories that sit within that, and that's where I suppose I'd have to get my team to look at exactly at the individual organisation, but certainly at the aggregate level we track whether or not there's expenditure in accredited training, not accredited training, licensing, etc. There's a whole raft of categories that are allowed under the employment fund expenditure, and we track all of that, Senator.
Looks like Ms Ryan's got some information that she can share with me.
I was just going to say, Senator, just to add to Mr Smyth's comments, that under the Provider Employment Fund we have specific categories, as Mr Smyth said, so there's 13 categories and we will track them. So, for example, Minister Smyth said accredited training, certified interpreters, there's other things to do with work-related training and licences, professional services and the like. Okay. And we obviously check that, make sure it meets those criteria of value for money and so forth.
Okay, well, if you could take on notice what you could provide me in terms of a breakdown, as I acknowledge, Mr Smyth, it's still early days, but
yes.
In particular timeframes and by provider would be of use to me. I then want to go on to the National Customer Service line and want to touch on complaints about Workforce Australia that have gone to the National Customer Service line. What data do you have since July of the volume of those calls?
I'll just check that, Senator, for you. Apologies, my folder's too big. Yep, no, it's all good. Just in terms of, this is at the highest level, and I know that previously, Senator, you have actually asked us some questions in relation to the granularity regarding complaints and the like. I can answer it at the highest level. So since the 1st of July this year, when the Workforce Australia commenced, to the 30th of September this year, the key reasons for people calling the customer service line or emailing it relate to requests for information about the new service, electing to either transfer or move to another provider. So unpacking that could be that they may have been allocated a provider and they've moved location, or they want to move to another provider, or they may be dissatisfied with the service they're receiving from that provider.
Perhaps to cut short, because I need to leave here in 3 minutes. So, and I might get you to put some things on notice.
Yes,
but I mean, how do you measure then complaints? So pulling out complaints versus, information about the service.
So we track that through our data management system, so we can unpack some of that for you. And there's certain categories that our operators will record on that. Now, I'm not saying it's perfect, but we can unpack that to give you a bit more granularity about how that's done. And then those complaints are fed into the performance management framework that assesses the performance of those providers as well. And we will feed that back to them through formal complaints processes, but also as part of their licence reviews as well.
Okay. And so that goes to my next point, is of measuring outcomes. And so if you've got these complaints, how do you know whether these complaints have been resolved, and what? How do you track what's been done about those complaints?
So I think in a previous question or notice we've provided an answer that if we get a formal complaint where an individual may want to escalate that, and they will want us to reach out to the provider, so the provider will notify them that we've had a complaint from a participant about potentially servicing, and we'll give them 5 business days to respond to that, and we'll follow up to see what remediation has been done to do that. So that's sort of the immediate kind of complaint process.
We take on notice what information you provided about that, and also what the wait times are on the customer service line.
Oh, well, I
How
can
long
tell you
are people waiting to talk to someone?
So for the National Customer Service Line, the average wait time since the beginning of this financial year has been 1 minute and 12 seconds. And for the Digital Services Contact Centre, which supports our online participants, it's 37 seconds. So there's no wait times generally.
And do you measure the time different from that waiting, measure the time between when a complaint is made and when an issue is deemed to have been resolved?
I might have to take that on notice, Senator, to see how we measure that, if I may.
Okay. One last question in my last minute before I've got a dash. And in terms of the claiming of incentive payments by the providers, just to clarify what the significant increase payment is, and what evidence is required for a provider to be able to get that significant increase payment?
We don't have a significant increase payment, Senator. Can you be a little bit more specific? Are you referring...
I think it's an example where they've increased their level of employment, where someone's got...
a progress payment. So there's a $750 progress payment that's available to a provider for a participant every 2 years.
No, I think it's when that. So the example I've got here is, for example, that they are employed a few hours a week on JobSeeker, and then that they get several shifts.
Oh, an outcome payment? There's an outcome payment, and I talked about this before. There's partial outcome payments and full outcome payments. A partial outcome payment is somebody that has reduced their reliance on income support by 60%, and then a full outcome payment is when they're 100% off income support.
So there is an incentive payment if they do increase their rate of employment.
That's right. 100% off income support is a higher rate of payment.
But in terms of what information is needed in order to be able to claim that payment? I mean, does the provider need to have asked the job seeker for pay slips, for example, or anything like that?
Yes, Senator, they can. Sometimes what the provider may do, if they've facilitated the placement of that participant into a role, will record it as a job placement, and our system will then track it for 4 weeks, 12 weeks and 26 weeks. So we've got... And we may sometimes ask for payslip evidence and the like, but...
You may ask for payslip evidence, or do you require payslip evidence?
No, in some cases we do system-derived as well, based on information we get from Services Australia. and then the system will derive that automatically for the provider. Where the provider may have further information that the system might not have caught up yet, they can certainly provide us with the pay slip and documentation and evidence.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
In the interest of time, I'm happy to put my questions on notice.
Good, thank you. It's now 4:17, so we'll break for 15 minutes until 4:32.
That means we're
And we're done with that. Thank you.
We're finished for
Yeah,
the
we're
report?
finished. You have.
Thank you.
You are finished. You are finished. Thank you.
We're done.
I've got a few questions. No doubt.
Just welcome everybody to the table. Mr. Here. Now also, if we can start outcome 3, and if I can go to Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. If I could now turn to the resignation of the President of the Fair Work Commission and just confirm that he will resign his position as at November the 18th. Is that right, Ms James? Thank you, Mr Hare.
Martin Hare, Deputy Secretary, Workplace Relations. That's my understanding, Senator. The President released talked to his staff and then issued a press release yesterday indicating that he intends to retire both as President and as Judge on the 18th.
And as a Judge, that was my next question. So thank you very much. When did the President inform the Minister?
I'm not aware of the date of that.
That's okay. And Minister Watt, could I ask you then, when did the President of the Fair Work Commission inform the Minister or his office, either formally or informally, of his resignation?
I'd have to take that one on notice. But
Okay,
happy to
that's
come
fine.
back to you on that.
That's fine. Has he formally written to the Minister, Senator Watt?
Again, I'll take that one on notice.
Okay. Ms James, has he formally written to the department, or is it just or Mr Hare, by way of a press release?
I became aware through the media yesterday, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. That's okay. Minister, has the Minister, and I do appreciate obviously Minister Burke's office will be listening in, has the Minister had discussions with the President of the Fair Work Commission, either formally or informally, regarding his replacement?
I'm not aware of that. I did notice that at the end of Minister Burke's press release, he stated that an interim President will be appointed shortly, but I'm not aware of any conversations to that effect.
In relation to the appointment of the interim President, has a determination been made as to who that is?
I'm not aware of that having occurred. I'm not sure if anyone in the department knows.
That's a matter for government, Senator.
That is, and Minister Watt, that hasn't yet been decided by the government or by the Minister?
I'm certainly not aware of that having been decided.
Okay,
yep.
Okay, that's fine. In relation to the actual then replacement of the President, it is set out obviously, and I appreciate Minister Watt, you'll already know this, Section 627 of the Fair Work Act sets out the qualifications that are required for someone to be appointed as the President of the Fair Work Commission. It states that before the Governor-General appoints a person as the President or a Vice President, the Minister must be satisfied that the person A is or has been a judge of a court created by the Parliament, as Mr Ross was, or B, noting it is an or, is qualified for appointment because the person has the knowledge of or experience in one or more of the following fields: workplace relations, law, business, industry or commerce. Minister Watt, how does the government intend to fill the position of President of the Fair Work Commission?
Well, I'm not, as the representing minister, I'm not aware of the exact process that Minister Burke intends to take, but I'm very confident that he will comply with those legislative obligations.
Thank you very much, and clearly he has to, obviously, because it is a a recommendation to the Governor-General, who would require that Section 6271 has been complied with. In the event that it is not, the person who is appointed is not a judge of a court or has been a judge of a court created by the Parliament, it is then obviously a person who B is qualified for appointment because the person has knowledge of or experiencing in one or more of the following fields, which, as I said, workplace relations, law, business, industry, or commerce. Can the government guarantee, or can the minister guarantee, that consistent with Mr Albanese's comments on integrity and transparency, a merit-based selection process will be undertaken?
Well, again, I'm not aware of the exact process that Minister Burke intends to undertake. It may be that the department has had some discussions with him about that, but again, all I can say is that I'm confident that the appointee will meet those legislative requirements.
But you can't guarantee that in the event that 6271B is invoked because the person is not or has not been a judge, that a merit-based selection process will not be utilised.
Well, I'd encourage you to not use my answer to suggest that we're not guaranteeing anything. What I'm saying is that I'm not aware of the process that is intended.
Are you able to take that on notice for me?
Happy to do that.
Thank you. And you did say the department may have engaged in conversations with the minister. So, Ms James, have you spoken to the minister about the resignation of the President of the Fair Work Commission, or has anyone in the department spoken to the minister or his office?
The minister did call me yesterday to alert me to the fact that he was going to mention it in the chamber, I think. And obviously this has just happened, and so we're not in a position yet to comment on what might happen next. But
not in a position to comment, but did you have any discussion with the minister or his office, formally or informally, in relation to the appointment of either the interim president or a new president?
I did not have any discussion along those lines.
Okay, thank you. So the discussions were only in relation to being alerted to the announcement?
Yes, I think I was a little surprised because Justice Ross isn't due up for a little while yet, but and I was a little sad to see him go, but also pleased because he probably deserves a rest.
Well, lots
So
of people,
yes,
yes, deserve a rest, and he was very well remunerated for his role compared to others in life. So I would say that he may well deserve a rest, but he was very well remunerated for his role, as will the next. And highly respected by some, absolutely, including yourself, Senator Sheldon. You have admitted that before, absolutely.
Was that including yourself or
exactly
yourself?
The good news is I don't get to answer the questions anymore. That is fantastic news.
Well, I know that you do have an interest in the Fair Work Commission being stacked, so I guess we'll see.
I'm actually not going to get political, seriously.
We'll
than
see.
to ask Ms James, did the Minister or the Minister's office request a brief, or have they requested a brief in relation to the appointment process for the new President or the interim President?
I'm not aware if a formal brief has been requested yet.
Yes, it has been.
Yeah.
It has been, thank you very much. And when did that request happen?
Senator Adrian Breen, Assistant Secretary of the Safety Compensation Institutions Branch, that briefing was requested yesterday.
Thank you very much. I will now move on from those questions. I do have some questions in relation to the industrial relations legislation that will go to the process involved in putting it together, etc. Before I get to that, though, I just do want to ask one question, because I do know that obviously Mr Burke has been on his feet in the Parliament. Ms James, the department was responsible for putting together the legislation, working with the parliamentary drafters.
As I said before,
Yep.
Senator.
I just want to confirm for the
that is
Hansard
correct,
record.
yes.
Yep. Can I just ask, in terms of the legislation itself, Mr Burke, in his second reading speech, had said that the legislation would be amended, and as we've seen to date, he has announced a number of amendments. One of the amendments that he referred to was in relation to the written agreement from employee organisations before an employer requests employees to approve a multi-enterprise agreement. Has the department drafted that amendment?
I might just get Machine to answer that one.
Thank you. Anne Sheehan, First Assistant Secretary, Workplace Relations,
Hello,
Legal
Ms. Sheehan.
Division. Hello. Yes, the department has worked with the Office of Parliamentary Counsel to draft the amendments mentioned in the Minister's second reading speech.
Thank you very much. Can you just tell me then, what is the effect of that amendment?
So the Minister mentioned in his second reading speech, and I think he indicated that he intended for those amendments to be circulated today. I understand that they haven't been as yet, but we'll keep an eye on when that happens today. The effect of that amendment would be in the multi-employer bargaining streams,
Yes.
that before an agreement is put to the vote of employees, the employee organisation that is a bargaining representative would have to agree to the agreement being put to the vote.
So Ms. Sheehan, what happens though if the employers and the employees agree to the agreement? Can that just be put to a vote then?
The employees wouldn't be agreeing to the agreement until the employer made the request to put the agreement to a vote.
So no, what I'm getting at is, if you have the employees are happy with the agreement, the employers are happy with the agreement, can you then put it to the vote, or effectively does the union have what has been termed as the right of veto? It can't yet go to the vote.
So, Senator, we're happy to talk at the high level at this point.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk at a high level as
Yeah,
well.
because-
And we'll obviously explore this in detail on Friday at a different hearing.
Yeah, that's. I was going to refer to that. Also, the amendments haven't actually been tabled yet, so they're really still a matter for government. So we're not in a position to go into much more detail than the minister did. Until they're actually tabled, they are the subject of government.
So just to confirm, though, the minister in his second reading speech did actually state that the government would be amending the legislation so that effectively, even though there was an agreement between the employers and the employees, you would still need to get the agreement of the union before you could put it to a vote. That was what he'd said effectively in his second reading speech.
So, look, it's probably worthwhile just going a little bit sequentially there. So there's no formal acknowledgement of whether the employees agree until they vote.
Yep.
So the way
No,
you
I
actually
understand what you're
phrased
saying.
it
The
doesn't
technical,
actually work.
correct. Yes.
So the employees can't agree until there's a vote. The process, as described by the minister, is the proposal can't be put to the employees to agree or not until the employee organisation has agreed.
And if the employer organisation doesn't agree, what then happens?
So I think that's where the detail of the bill will be.
Understood. We might come back to it then, depending on when the amendments are tabled, because obviously there are things happening in the House as we speak. Can I just turn to then the budget and wages, etc., and some of the assumptions that are made in the budget papers. The government's budget papers, in terms of budget paper number 1 at page 6, confirm that wage increases are not expected to rise above inflation until 2023-2024, when wages are expected to grow by 3.75% against inflation of 3.5%, so an expected 2.5% increase. At the same time, unemployment is expected to increase to 4.5%, up from 3.5% now. And I do have copies of that if people would like it, but I'm sure you have it, you're able to access it. Ms James, does the Department of Employment accept Treasury's figures?
Senator, the department's role is that we provide a set of information to Treasury. They then have the expertise and have traditionally undertaken the role of doing the forecasting.
Yep.
So we certainly have no view other than that's their role, and we believe they do it well.
Yep, no, and I understand that. Thank you very much. And you've now answered the next question, Mr Hare. Thank you very, very much. Can I ask then, in terms of any information that the department may have provided to Treasury, were the government's proposed industrial relations changes taken into account when these figures were modelled by Treasury?
Our information is that we provide is historical in nature. So on that basis, I would say that it didn't include any view from us in terms of modelling, but you'd need to put that question to Treasury as to whether they do that.
Understood, and it has been put in a separate hearing. Minister, are you aware if the government's proposed industrial relations changes were taken into account when the Treasury figures were modelled?
There's not really much I can add to what Mr Hare said, but I did hear him say that traditionally that sort of modelling would be historical in nature.
No, and I understand that, and so it is a separate question in terms of the government has said numerous times, both in the lead up to this legislation and since the legislation was released, that the Industrial Relations Bill is all about getting wages moving. There are figures in the budget, and we'll go through them again shortly. So my question is, given that that is the purpose of the legislation, what modelling was done in relation to the legislation to understand the impact on wages? Can we go through the modelling that was undertaken?
Well, again, if you're asking questions about the modelling that was undertaken for the preparation of the budget, that's probably...
No, for this legislation.
Yeah, so the other thing I guess I would say is that, certainly in my experience, Treasury modelling can only occur on the basis of the laws as they currently stand, the facts as they currently stand. This bill has not yet been passed, so I'm not sure that Treasury would have been in a position to undertake modelling that was based on laws that are yet to be debated or passed.
Well, okay,
I'll get people to check this, but that would be my assumption.
Because how then is the government able to state so ferociously that this bill is all about getting wages moving if, as you say, no modelling has been undertaken?
Well, because, and again, the department might be able to elaborate on this, because there is an enormous body of international evidence that demonstrates that making the types of changes that this bill intends to make to bargaining, to job security, to a range of other things, is a key lever to getting wages moving again. And if you'd like any of that evidence, I'm sure there's people from the department who can talk you through it.
So, Ms James, was any modelling undertaken in relation to the impact of this legislation on wages?
Senator, in terms of the ability to model down to particular figures for in terms of wage growth, the information and the resources, the information and the data points really aren't there. in terms of looking forward. What we can do is have a look, and did do, is we had a look at international research, and we also had a look at what were the factors that were significant and where did we see higher wage growth occurring. So in looking at the what was likely to drive both wage growth and productivity, it's important that the language that's normally been used is sustainable wage growth, so it does absolutely rely on productivity growth. And the evidence both internationally and to a slightly more reduced extent in Australia, but certainly in terms of wages, we can see it, is that enterprise bargaining actually does improve productivity outcomes across the board, but it also provides significantly higher wages. So looking at the state of play, if you like, what we saw was a very significant decline in the number of active bargains, a significant decline in the number of in the percentage of employees that were on an agreement, whether it be an active agreement or a current agreement or a non-current agreement, and a significant increase in people on the minimum legal wage, so the award rates. So over time we'd seen that, I think, and I'll ask either Mr Manning or Ms Wettinger to clarify this, I think it had moved from in the order of being about 15% reliance up to about 23%.
The issue comes down to, was any modelling undertaken by the department in relation to the impact on wages, and what is the projected percentage increase in wages based on the IR bill being agreed to as amended?
So,
the answer would appear to be none by the department.
So, Senator, as I said, there's not sufficient data and correlation and causal information for us to be able to undertake that modelling.
So then how does the Prime Minister and Minister Burke in particular, how do they go around so ferociously stating that the whole point of their IR bill is to increase wages when you have the forecasts that are in the budget, but more so, you have employers across Australia standing up and saying that is not what this bill will do. This bill will only increase strike action and result in job losses.
Can I jump in first here, Senator Cash? I mean, I have now said, Mr Hare has now said, that there is an enormous body of international evidence that demonstrates that putting in place laws like we are seeking to put in place and that we hope you support, that fix the problems with the bargaining system, that improve job security, leads to both higher wages and higher productivity. So that's a win-win for employers and workers. So from everything I've heard so far, it doesn't sound like modelling has been undertaken, and Mr Hare has explained why it's difficult to do that modelling, because of course it assumes, to be able to model that properly, every enterprise bargaining agreement that would be struck under these new laws would be different. But the evidence is clear that if we actually want to get wages moving again, and if we want to lift productivity, we need laws like those that we're trying to pass.
If you want to do a follow-up question, and I've just got a couple of questions.
Can you please provide to us which particular countries you're referring to when you say that there's international evidence?
Sure.
And particularly in relation to, I guess, is it an actual apples versus apples comparison? Because the evidence that we've heard so far through the committee is, they point to, for example, Denmark. Well, Denmark don't have awards, they don't have a national employment standards, and that's continually put up as the gold standard in terms of enterprise bargaining, but it's not an actual apple versus apples comparison.
I'm happy to
so
provide.
If I could get the list of
I'm happy to provide some of that information
on
notice, and I'm sure the officials will be happy to take you through some of it if you'd like to hear any of it now.
Yeah. So look, and I might pass to Ms Wettinger in a second, but we do use OEC data and research extensively, which of course does do comparisons across a range of countries, OECD countries, of course. It also does analysis of particular countries as well, but from my recollection, we relied on the broad OECD data analysis of different types of wage setting systems. You are correct, Australia's wage setting system is unique. We're probably not the only country that has a unique system. How countries determine their wages is of course up to them. But what we do know is that flexibility and the focus on and the primacy of single enterprise bargaining, I think nearly all of the literature describes as the best outcome, but there's also quite a bit of literature that describes that multi-employer bargaining can also increase productivity, but is also particularly useful for some groups that would traditionally regard as disadvantaged or low wage. So the combination here of primacy of the single enterprise, but also trying to encourage multi-employer, particularly for groups that find it difficult to access that, such as small business, is a key part of trying to get people off the award and onto higher rates of pay. We're very clear that the enterprise agreement process delivers higher wages than the award wage system.
So can we get that evidence?
You need to add?
Nothing further to add, thanks.
These reports and evidence that you're referring to, can we get that provided, and preferably not by estimates, quan date, but because we're going to be probably facing this legislation going into the Senate before that date.
We can provide you with the links. Yeah. They're quite big reports, so they're probably not, you don't want to have them printed, but we can provide you with the links.
Thanks.
Mr Hare, based on what you've said then, what percentage increase in wages can employees expect on the passing of this legislation?
So, Senator, that will be down to the individual business and the process of negotiation. That's a key factor.
And that would be the issue, because businesses have said it will result in more strikes and job losses. That is what the businesses are actually saying. Across the board.
Some business groups that you have chosen to listen to have said that, but I don't think it's fair to say that businesses across the board have said that.
I personally think it is fair to say that there is no business group out there that is saying that this will result in an increase in wages. But what is worse is the government has no modelling. You can't say what the projected increase in wages actually is based on this bill going through.
Well, what I can say without a shadow of a doubt is that if we don't change this country's IR laws, we will continue to see the 10 years of stagnation of wages that we saw under your government. I would hope that having gone into opposition, you might reflect on that 10 years and might think that continuing to do the same things will have the same outcome. So the new government wants to see wages get moving. That clearly is going to require a change to the laws, and we hope that you come around and support those laws.
Well, Minister Watt, with all due respect, unemployment reached a 48-year low under our government, and we had to battle as well COVID-19.
And remember, we were always told that if we got unemployment low, wages would go up?
Yep.
Remember, we were always told unemployment went down, wages would go up. It didn't happen. It needed more than that. It needed changes to the laws, and that's what we're doing.
Senator Watt, Minister Watt, sorry, my apologies. I'll finally get it right at some stage during this hearing, so we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm just mindful that the Shadow Treasurer, I'm not usually the person who would quote the Shadow Treasurer, but also as a font of knowledge, but the Shadow Treasurer has, at least partially, made clear that this legislation will push up wages. Also, he made the additional observation, this is a bad place to go. What's your response to that sort of observation?
Well, I suppose it says to me that the opposition hasn't learned anything. I mean, we remember that the former finance minister, one of the most senior people in the former government, Matthias Cormann, said that keeping wages low was a deliberate design feature of the former government's economic policy. And if the shadow treasurer is now making comments like that, that says to me that they haven't learned anything. They want to lock in low wages, they want to lock in low productivity, which doesn't help business and it doesn't help workers.
And I'm more than happy that we accept that as a political comment and nothing more. The issue I have is you
I would
keep...
say learned comment.
Learned comment. George Brandis is not here. You keep saying wages will go up, but there is absolutely no evidence to back it up, other than businesses saying...
Well, other than the international evidence that we've referred to.
This has the ability to actually strike action across the economy. You now have the National Farmers Federation coming out and saying it could impact the ability to get food to the supermarkets. You have the unions coming out and openly admitting that they want to increase strike action across the board. That does not increase productivity. If you're not increasing productivity, how do you increase wages without sustainability?
Senator Cash, I know that you seem to want to not only lock in low wages, but lock in conflict in the industrial relations system. What we want to do is actually generate a system that produces more agreements. And you keep trying to run this scare campaign about strikes. I presume you are aware that the bill actually puts forward additional safeguards before industrial action can be taken. The requirement for parties to attend the Fair Work Commission for conciliation before
and Senator Watt, you and I both know what conciliation is. You can actually pick up the phone, conciliate and move on 5 minutes later.
As a former industrial relations lawyer, I've been through conciliation many times and I've actually found it, as a former industrial relations lawyer, I found conciliation to be a very helpful way to resolve disputes without the need for protection action by workers or employers. The safeguards also require 120 hours notice for industrial action in the single interest and supported bargaining streams, and they require that a protected action ballot in voting in multi-enterprise agreements takes place on an employer-by-employer basis. So I know that you want to go out there and scare everyone that we're heading for this, strikes everywhere, conflict everywhere, because that's the kind of IR system that you had in place. What we are actually doing is putting in additional safeguards before industrial action can be taken to promote a system based on agreements which generates higher wages and higher productivity. And it's a shame that you're not supportive of that kind of a system.
Your budget doesn't even demonstrate that.
The budget was prepared on the laws as they currently stand. You don't do a budget based on laws that are yet to be passed.
Could I ask, Minister, how many meetings did Minister Burke attend with the unions and business representatives about the legislation before it was tabled in the House of Representatives?
I do have some information on this. I may not have the precise information that you've sought, but what I do know is that there's been consultation on the specific reforms being proposed since August, with over 50 meetings and hundreds of hours of conversations with business groups, unions, academic and civil society. I heard Minister Burke on the radio this morning saying that he spent a considerable part of last week in direct negotiations with a range of employer groups, in particular.
I said before the legislation, not after, before the legislation, before it was tabled in the House.
Yep. So I'd have to come back to you with those specific details, but there can be no doubt there has been extensive consultation on this bill before and after it was tabled by both the Minister, his office and the Department.
Yep, I'm actually interested in before.
Sure.
If that's
so
all right.
I'll come back.
And could I get you to break it down, or could I get the Minister's office to break it down in terms of how many meetings did Minister Burke attend with union representatives, which unions and which representatives, how many with business representatives, which businesses and which representatives, and as part of the department's consultation process, Ms. James, how many meetings prior to the legislation being tabled did the department have with union representatives?
Senator, the department had many discussions with many parties prior to
I asked about
legislation being
union
tabled.
representatives. I'll get to other shortly, but this is specifically in relation to union representatives.
Senator Jodie Anderson, First Assistant Secretary, Safety and Industry Policy Division. In terms of the consultations that occurred before the bill was introduced, there was approximately just over 50 in total. And I will have to do the exact figure, but I know about 20% of those were with union affiliates. ACTU.
Thank you. Could I get you perhaps to provide on notice a list of who attended those meetings? You said there was around 50 in total. Could I get the time and date of each of those meetings? And in the department's consultation process with employers as well, how many meetings did you hold? When were the meetings? Who attended? Can I also ask, excluding the COIL meeting, which I assume you held as a former minister, I understand that meeting would have been part of the process. How many meetings did you jointly hold with union and employer representatives?
I might take it on notice, but we did have an NWRCC meeting.
Put aside the NWRCC.
Be aware of.
So any statutory meeting like the COILs or put that aside. How many meetings did you jointly hold with union and employer representatives? If if you had none, just say none. If there was one.
So I don't, aside from COIL, I don't think we had a joint meeting.
No, there was no joint meetings. Okay, thank you very much. When did you hold your first meeting with union representatives?
I might just, so I think we've agreed we'll take that full list on notice.
Oh, no,
Senator.
yeah, and I agree, but I'm just now asking, do you have in front of you when you had your first meeting with union representatives?
Senator, look, I think we'd have to take the exact date on notice, but I do recall, as the Minister advised at the Job Summit, that I think he asked his department to start consultations straight away after the Job Summit, and certainly my recollection was we started the following week.
Just remind me when the Job Summit was again. It's gone now.
The 1st and 2nd of September, and the outcomes of the Job Summit actually committed our department to commencing detailed consultation with business and unions on these matters, the outcomes next week.
And hence my question, when was the first meeting with union representatives?
So we will take the exact date on notice, but it was the next week, as it was with a number of business peaks.
And that would be my next question. When was the first meeting with employer representatives? And in relation to both of those answers, who attended those meetings? In terms of the employer groups themselves that were consulted, which employer groups were consulted?
So, Senator, there's quite an extensive list. I think we did agree to take that on notice, so if we can get back to you so we can give you the full list. Not only were there a number of employer groups, there are a number of employers.
Okay. Can I just ask, did you consult the Minerals Council?
Sorry, I missed that, Senator.
The Minerals Council?
Yes, we did consult with the Minerals Council.
Okay, and could I get the date on which that consultation occurred?
Again, I'll need to...
Yep. The Australian Bankers Association, were they consulted?
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not sure. I didn't attend all the consultations myself, so I'll need to just check.
Okay. The Retailers Association?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Is that because you just don't recall?
It is because I don't recall, because I didn't attend all the...
Who attended the consultations from the department?
Senator, there was a mix, as you can appreciate. We have been consulting over a couple of months now. So depending on, there was areas of subject matter that some organisations had a stronger interest than others, for example. So, for example, we had some consultations where the sole interest was sort of bargaining. So we would have the team there that were responsible for policy and legal in relation to bargaining. So it would have been different for each consultation process.
Ms James, do you know the answer to any of these questions in terms of who was consulted?
I don't know the specifics, and that's why we've agreed to take them on notice. As I said, there have been a large number of consultations,
These are
both before and after the introduction of the bill. And
probably.
So sometimes
I'm asking before.
Yep.
Before the introduction
Yes,
of the bill.
I appreciate that, but sometimes one's mind struggles to distinguish, because for us it's been one very long period of consulting.
The Master Builders Association, do you recall consulting with them?
Yes, Senator, I do.
You do, okay. Could I get the date or dates on which you consulted with the Master Builders Association? The Australian Resources and Energy Employers Association?
I'd need to take that on notice.
You could take that on notice,
Yeah.
thank you. The Restaurant and Caterers Association?
Again, I'll need to take that on notice.
The National Farmers Federation?
I'll take that on notice as well,
Thank
Senator.
you. The Australian Constructors Association?
Again, I'll take that on notice. I know I have consulted with them. I need to check.
That's fine, you take on that. Any state-based chambers of commerce?
Senator, we would normally consult through ACCI, and then ACCI would normally consult with the state.
And again, in relation to all, I'll ask you what the specific dates of the consultation were, and who from those associations attended the consultation. In terms of the departmental consultation process, so again we're talking prior to the legislation being tabled, did the department seek submissions from all of these groups, written submissions?
Yes, Senator, we did.
You did. And
Not from all these groups, but from a number of groups.
so what determined whether or not you sought a written submission from a particular group?
Look, I'll need to take that on notice. We went out quite broadly from memory, but I'll need to check.
Okay. Would you be able to provide a list of those who provided a submission and a list of those you asked to provide a submission?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. Could you also take, or you might be able to answer it here, apart from the ACTU, which individual unions did you consult with?
I personally didn't, but so I'll need to take that on notice. I'm not
And
sure.
again, times and dates. Did the department seek the views of any other parties, for example, community groups, think tanks, economists?
Yes, we certainly went out broader than just employers and employees. There were a number of groups interested in, I'll take that on notice, but we went to both academics and groups with a particular interested in gender and pay equity.
Senator Cash, I've just been given some information that might help a little bit here. And I've got some examples of groups that have been consulted by the department. I'm sure the department will let me know if any of these are wrong. And I preface it by saying this is not an exclusive list. These are examples.
And the information will be forthcoming.
Yeah, and we'll provide you with the full list.
Yes.
But the department has led consultations with the ACTU and a number of other unions. I don't have the precise details of which ones.
We'll get that on notice.
Yep, key business peak groups, Business Council of Australia, ACCI, AI Group and COSBOA on multiple occasions. Many business groups representing single interests such as Clubs Australia, the Master Builders Association, National Farmers Federation, Australian Resources and Energy Employer Association, Australasian Convenience and Petroleum Marketers Association, Manufacturing and Installation Association, consultation, individual employers such as Qantas, DP World, Team Global Express, the National Women's Alliances, comprising groups such as Harmony Alliance, representing migrant and refugee women, the National Rural Women's Coalition, Women with Disabilities Australia, a number of academics with a focus on workplace practices and law, and other employers such as Woolworths. So it's a pretty comprehensive list, and as I say, there's probably many more than just those ones that I've got examples of.
And you'll provide that to me on notice, which is what you've said you'll...
Yes, Senator, we will provide that on notice. Look, the other thing that's probably just worth noting is whenever somebody asked to meet with them, we met with them. We didn't refuse a meeting. We were very happy to engage with anybody who wanted to talk to us.
Senator, I might add, I have been involved in a number of consultation processes on a number of pieces of legislation, including the work choices legislation and the Fair Work legislation. I would describe this as an engagement process that was adopted with an appreciation of the urgency of the government's desire to get wages moving and to implement its election commitments. I would describe it as agile and perhaps unusually so, and often at a conceptual level. So in other words, not putting a pre-drafted bill with pre-drafted proposals in front of people, but seeking their views conceptually based on the framing of the job summit and the election commitments.
So just in terms of that, during the consultation process itself, how many employer representatives suggested to the government that you should make multi-employer bargaining compulsory?
Senator, it's not our practice to disclose the...
No, it's fine. I can read the newspapers. I can read the newspapers.
What I would also note is that there's nothing in the bill that makes multi-employer bargaining compulsory. It's
well, it does if you're an employer and you don't want to be part of a multi-employer bargaining process.
Senator, the existing process within the low-paid system remains.
Well, that is the low-paid system.
In relation to low-paid bargaining.
Renamed?
Renamed to supported bargaining.
And the right to industrial action?
But the process for being joined to that is the same as is currently within the Act.
Apart from the definitional differences and the common interest test, which we will explore on Friday?
Yes, there's no doubt that there were definite definitional changes. That provision hadn't been used effectively at all, and one of the clear tasks arising from the summit was that we were to look at whether there are any unnecessary restrictions on bargaining. The other, in relation to the previous multi-employer bargaining stream.
Yep.
No, the multi-employer
bargaining stream.
Now renamed the cooperative bargaining stream. There's no capacity to be pulled in. That's a completely voluntary stream as it has been.
I think most employers are more worried about what the changes are to the single interest stream.
In relation to the changes to the single interest stream, the substantive change there is the introduction of a majority support determination. That's a completely democratic process where 50% plus one of the employees of an organisation must indicate that they want to be joined in that. That's a concept that's well established. It sits within the single enterprise stream, has done so for a long time, and certainly it's not something that makes it compulsory. What it means is that employees have a say in the form of bargaining that they want through the same processes that they have in relation to single enterprise bargaining.
So, Mr Hare, based on those comments, why are employer groups across Australia opposed to this legislation?
I might just add to Mr Hare's answer there too, in terms of while there might be an MSD by employees where the employer may not consent to entering the single interest stream, that isn't an automatic entry point into the stream. So the Fair Work Commission still needs to apply a test in terms of those, that scope of employees. So they will still need to meet the common interest tests that you mentioned, Senator, as well as a public interest test, as well as considering the views of all of the parties that are involved. So there's all of those things together need to be considered, as well as that MSD process before entering into that stream.
Look, can I just ask about the COIL process? When was the COIL process held?
Just, Senator Cash, just not to break your train of questions,
but
get someone else.
Yep.
If you're
I'm
right.
happy to go. We'll move to the COIL process then. That was my beginning of my next section, so happy to.
Senator Waters.
Wow, thank you. What great service. Thanks, everybody. Hi again. I flagged earlier in the day that I had some questions about Working Women's Centre funding and also family and domestic violence leave funding. So hopefully I'm now at the right place.
You are,
Right
Senator.
folk.
We just need to change the bench.
Amazing. Great. Thanks very much. I'll start off with Working Women's Centres. Obviously very pleased to see the $32 million in the budget as recommended by the Jenkins report in Rec 49. I'm interested whether the government's received any proposals from organisations to set up Working Women's Centres across the country, particularly obviously in locations where they don't already exist.
Senator Alexandra Matthews, First Assistant Secretary, Employee Entitlement Safeguards and Policy Division. We did have a range of early discussions with a number of different stakeholders, but our formal consultation process in terms of the implementation of that measure hasn't commenced as yet. We do intend to consult very broadly with obviously the women's sector, but also other community services groups, employee groups and states and territories.
Okay, just some follow-up questions on that. Who were the early discussions held with, please?
I might need to take that on notice, Senator. Certainly the existing Working Women's Centres and the ACTU. And then also with other Commonwealth Government agencies. With other Commonwealth Government agencies.
Okay, great. And that was the totality, was it?
I'll take on notice, Senator, in case there were others.
Thank you.
There are a number.
And that formal consultation period, can you just tell me the timeframes for when that will commence, how long it will run for, and then what happens after that?
We're expecting that will commence imminently in the coming weeks. How long it will run for will depend on the number of different proposals that we receive and how long it might take to develop ideally a consensus, but otherwise an agreed model.
Okay, so is that essentially a bidding process, or what's the shape of that consultation?
So we've designed a number of pages of questions that we want to ask different stakeholders. We'll develop a number of different models if there's more than one, and then seek government's consideration in terms of the preferred model. Obviously, we'll also need to talk to states and territories, state and territory ministers as well in terms of the implementation of that measure.
Okay. Are you working to a date when you expect that you'll have a model selected?
We don't have a specific date, Senator, other than as soon as possible.
All right. Do you have a ballpark sense of roughly how long that might be?
I'm hesitant to provide one only because it will depend on the extent of the consultations, but we certainly are seized of the priority of that.
Yes, okay, thanks. Can you confirm that the existing Working Women's Centres in Queensland, Northern Territory and South Australia will be recognised and funded as the Working Women's Centres in their jurisdictions?
So, Senator, those existing centres have they're already receiving Commonwealth funding, and that's secured until 31st of December 2024, so a further 2 years. Questions in terms of how the funding that's been recently announced in the budget will be distributed still need to be sorted through with all stakeholders.
I see.
But they have confirmed funding for 2 years.
And is that is that 24 million? What's the quantum of the existing confirmed funding?
So they're currently receiving approximately $350,000 each, per centre, and that's pursuant to different grants. The funding that was announced in the recent budget was for 32 million over the forward estimates.
Yes, okay, so you're saying there's two blocks. The one that they've already received is 250 each? Is that each
350,000.
Sorry, 350 each year or over the 2 years? Each year, okay, great. And then the 32 million, you're saying they're not guaranteed that funding, but they can essentially bid in along with others in that consultation
Senator,
process.
it's probably just worthwhile clarifying. So we're not able to preempt the decision of government. So we haven't put a proposal to government and government hasn't made a decision. So that whole process needs to be followed.
I understand that, thank you. I'm just trying to understand what Ms Matthews advised me earlier. So am I correct in summarising that there's no guarantee for those existing working women's centres post 31 December 2024, but they may well put their hand up for part of the 32 million through whatever process you determine? Is that right?
It's correct that no decision has been made. So biological extension, no, they wouldn't be guaranteed, but we haven't put it, as Mr Hare said, we haven't put a model to government as yet.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask you about the process that will be used to determine how funding is allocated, and you've told me a little bit about the consultation process. Can you tell me more about any factors that might influence who will get the dough?
I might ask Ms Yanchenko to provide some further information. Thank you. Dinitsa Yanchenko, Assistant Secretary, Workplace Compliance and Enforcement Policy Branch. So as Ms Matthews indicated, we're undertaking a consultation process starting in the next couple of weeks. I think it's fair to say that there are a range of different ways that funding can be distributed for a program that operates across government, across the whole of Australia. And one of the key questions that we have for the consultation process is to work through some of those questions. Obviously, a jurisdiction the size and geographically dispersed like the ACT needs a totally different sort of funding to somewhere like Western Australia. Those are the sorts of questions that we'll be looking to put to stakeholders and inform ourselves through the consultation process so that we can then put forward some recommendations for government.
Okay, so again, what factors will be relevant to determining how funding is allocated?
I think we're interested in the stakeholder feedback, Senator, as to what factors we should be alive to. So we're certainly open to any and all recommendations there.
Okay. And will the existing working women's centres in Queensland, Northern Territory and SA be included in a consultation process about how the new working women's centres will be established?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, so we're still just working on an exact date, but we're hoping to meet with the centres again as early as next week to kick off the consultation process.
Okay. Can you confirm that the 32 million new funding will only go to organisations that can provide community-based, gender-specialised service delivery to vulnerable women affected by sexual harassment and other intersecting forms of discrimination?
Certainly, Senator, it's the intention of government to faithfully implement the recommendation as put forward in Ms Jenkins' report, or Commissioner Jenkins' report, I should say, with all that entails, and looking to work through that with stakeholders in consultation.
Okay, thank you. Can I move now to family and domestic violence leave? There's 1.2 million allocated to the department for small business assistance. How will that be spent? Thanks for your help.
Thanks, Senator. Tara Williams, Acting Assistant Secretary, Safety Net Policy Branch. So the 1.2 million allocated to the department will be spent to support peak bodies develop tailored workplace relations guidance and support, as well as funding for the independent, now statutory review of the provisions.
Okay, thank you. How much for the review and how much for the support?
I think at this stage, Senator, we are looking at that, but I think typically in my experiences, reviews cost about $500,000.
Okay, great. And which of the peak, have you identified the peak bodies that will be the folk to do the tailored support?
So what we're actually doing, similar to my colleagues, is just undertaking, and we've already started a process of consultation with employers, unions, domestic violence organisations to really understand where the gaps are in services and support and ensure that those pathways are there. So we're really trying to make sure we spend that money where it's needed and in targeted ways that will help small business and their employees. So I guess what I'm saying...
Thank you, but who are you envisaging will be the people to deliver that?
We'll actually approach the market on the basis of those consultations, which will inform our approach to market to ensure that we're delivering the small business support that is needed.
Okay, thank you. Have you yet developed the parameters that might guide your selection, say, trauma-informed expertise, or do you have a sense of what features will be needed to be demonstrated by the peak body in order to be the person chosen to do the training?
I think what we're really looking at is making sure that that training, number one, and advice is through a trusted support network. So that was the feedback from small business in a tailored way that can assist them. So some of the things I think that have been mentioned when we've talked previously are things like helping them design workplace policies around those things. So where the HR departments, they don't have access to big HR departments. But I think from the department's perspective, what we're really trying to do is make sure that the support available to small business and their employees connects across government. So we're also working closely with the Department of Social Services and the Fair Work Ombudsman in those consultations to kind of bring government together and make sure that all those services connect up and the pathways are there.
Thank you. And I've certainly taken this up with DSS, so I'll ask them about funding for frontline services. I know that's not your responsibility. The 12-month review, which is meant to be a review of the operation of the leave provisions and the impacts on victim survivors and also on small business, who will conduct that review?
So that will be a matter for government to decide at the time of the review. My previous experience in reviews, there can be a range of ways that that's undertaken. It can be through an independent reviewer, or the department can lead the review. It could be an expert panel. It will really be a matter for government to determine those parameters at the time of the review, which will be from 1 February 2024, as soon as practicable from there.
Yep. And will there be any extra funding allocated, or will you think roughly the 500 or however much it costs come out of the 1.2? Sorry, that was
again. I think obviously it depends on the form and shape of the review as to how much it ultimately costs.
But will the cost be met from the 1.2 million allocation?
Yes, that is the intention.
And lastly, what data collection will be undertaken to inform the review?
So certainly, Senator, we've already started speaking, I think, to the Institute of Health and Family Studies and also the Workplace Equality Agency, just to make sure that we are on the front foot in terms of collection of data and how they might record that. Obviously, the provisions don't start for larger businesses until 1 February and then August for small business. And so I think there's the department's acutely aware that there's an opportunity now to kind of get ahead of the data and make sure that we are best able to collect appropriate data from those organisations. So that's something we're already thinking about.
All right, thank you. We'll ask you a bit more closer to February then. And I think that's it from me. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair. I am done.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before I go to the COIL process, Mr Hare, can you just confirm, in terms of the changes to the single interest stream, so not the other two streams, the single interest stream, isn't it the case under the majority support determination, a business can be compelled to bargain, and the key here is with other employers, if a majority of their employees vote for it?
So that's the usual process with a majority support determination. As it sits within the single enterprise scheme, here for the single interest stream, that in and of itself isn't sufficient. So they can be brought into a question of whether they should join the authorisation, but the Fair Work Commission still actually has to apply a series of tests.
The common interest.
Common interest,
yep.
Public
Understood.
interest.
No, I understand all of that, but the answer effectively is, putting aside that, if the employees vote for it, even if the employer doesn't want it, the employer can be forced to bargain with other employers that it does not want to.
There are other limitations. So
No, I understand all of that, but if you tick all of those other limitations, as you call them, or should I say then, are you prepared to guarantee that no employer in Australia, in particular someone who has a smaller business, will be actually compelled into bargaining against their will?
So the existing IR workplace relations
under the
framework,
new, what is being proposed by the government?
So the existing framework already includes the concept of
Employers and employees agreeing to bargain in a single interest stream, yes.
So I'll just qualify that statement a little bit, Senator. So the Fair Work Act currently provides for majority support determinations which then require the employer to bargain, even where the employer doesn't want to. So the concept of an employer being compelled to bargain.
Against how many employers?
As I said, the Fair Work Act requires that in the single enterprise.
Correct.
Stream. Probably worth noting that in our estimation, there's approximately 100 majority support determinations within a year. So out of the entire bargaining system, it's a very small proportion. But it is a new concept that an employer who doesn't have an existing bargain can now, or subject to the passage of legislation, that their employees can express their wishes to bargain and bargain with other employers.
Thank you. We got there. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there. Could I now turn to the COIL process, though? As I stated, when was the COIL process held? On what date?
Senator, it was held on the 20th of October.
The 20th of October. How long are the groups who attended COIL given to look at the legislation?
I think I would just have to
2 days, 3 days, a few hours. They were presented with it on attendance.
It's on the same day.
So on the same day, so the 20th of October, okay.
Yeah.
Which, as they were walking in that morning by email, how were they presented with the legislation?
Participants are provided with a hard copy of the legislation.
Right. Before the COIL meeting? After the COIL meeting had started?
When they arrived.
When they arrived. So at the COIL meeting...
So at the COIL meeting...
The participants received a copy. Was that 251 pages plus a 260-odd page explanatory memorandum? Were they given both documents or just one?
They're given a copy of the draft bill.
Okay.
Senator, I should note that's usual practice with...
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just asking. Thank you very much. How long were the groups given to digest the legislation at COIL?
I have to take it on notice, Senator.
Well, how long did the COIL meeting go for? From 1 till 4, from 1 till 6, from 10 to 11? You're telling me on probably one of the most significant pieces of legislation this Parliament's ever seen, you do not know how long the COIL process went for?
We were just double checking. It was from 10 till 4 p.m.
10 till 4 p.m, okay. 10 till 4 p.m. How many participants attended?
Senator, so again, in line with normal practices, we have the members of NWRCC attend. So we have the ACTU. They will also invite a number of their affiliates. So I'd have to take on notice exactly a number of affiliates that attended. Again, I'll have to probably take on notice in terms of how many each of the organisations, brought how many representatives. So we also had ACCI attend, AI Group, BCA, AREA, NFF, MBA, HIA, and also COSBOA was invited.
Was invited but not necessarily attended. So you'll get back to me as to who attended.
No, my understanding is that Cosmo did
They did attend.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the legislation itself, so attendees first saw the legislation and were presented with it, a copy of it in hard copy, when they arrived at the COIL meeting.
Correct.
Right. Are you aware if any group, employer or employee organisation saw the proposed legislation, whether in the form provided at the COIL or in another form prior to the COIL?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware of it. Minister, are you aware of whether or not any group saw the legislation prior to the COIL meeting?
No, I'm not aware of it.
No. Could you take that on notice? Thank you very much. Ms James, are you aware if any group saw the proposed legislation before the COIL?
No, Senator.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware.
Okay. How many days was it between the final consultation that the department held and the COIL process on the 20th of October? So when was the last consultation that you held? And seeing as it was so extensive and it's so fresh in people's minds...
We might have to take that on notice, and we were...
Well, a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days?
Senator, I think we were
Ms James, you were so excited by this process, I actually thought you probably had it burned in your mind when the last consultation was.
Well, actually, I think, Senator, I said that because we're still consulting, it's kind of all blurred in my mind. But they've been very good.
It's even worse if you're still consulting, because seriously, the legislation's being tabled.
Senator, I've got the answer here now. It's the 17th of October, and that was COSBOA.
The 17th of October, and then the COIL was held on the 20th of October. In terms of the COIL, can I just confirm participants were asked to sign a deed of confidentiality?
Yes, that's the standard practice.
Yep, I'm just asking. Did the deed stop participants from being able to talk to colleagues about the provisions of the bill? In other words, to seek feedback on the provisions of the bill?
Senator, in terms of how the COIL operates, is that usually there's a period of time where participants read the bill.
So that was within the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m?
I think it ended about, there's a period of time of reading. I think that was about till, we did provide
so can we go through that?
time.
There was a period of time for reading. So, COIL commenced at 10 a.m. When did the period of time for reading the 251 pages commence?
It would have been probably about 10:15. Like
around
it's a very short,
past 10. Okay.
Yeah, the way that it works, it's a very short opening from me, who chaired the meeting.
So they had 15 minutes to get over the 251 pages?
No, sorry. There's a short introduction
when
we,
at 10:15.
and then participants have quite a number of hours to read. And then we reconvene.
When we say quite a number of hours, it is 251 pages to be fair.
Put some time figures to that period now, if you wish. So they had from 10:15 to 1 p.m.
To 1 p.m.
formally, but then they were given to 1:45 where we provided
an extra 45 minutes. This is
provided
great.
lunch, but they were all basically, in terms of the employer associations, they were contained in one meeting room. The union and union affiliates were in a separate meeting room, and they had time to confer with each other during that process.
But not outside of the COIL
That's
process
consistent
is my
with COIL
Yep.
forever and a day, I believe. That they,
No, I'm not
count.
saying it's not. It is a significant piece of legislation. Did the deed stop participants from consulting with members and getting their feedback before the bill was introduced?
I might just take that on notice, Senator.
My question being, how were, I don't care whether you're an employer organisation or an employee organisation, how were you meant to get feedback from your members prior to the introduction of a 251-page bill if you were unable to because you were bound by a deed of confidentiality?
So, Senator, I will take that on notice. My recollection is that we use the same form for the deed of confidentiality, but I'll check that to make sure. I'm just conscious that this issue arose a couple of times during the consultation. I was very clear that they were confidential processes, and we asked, in the consultation, we asked people not to discuss more broadly. That the issue raised of could they talk to colleagues, etc., or some members came back, and at that point we said, of course, during the consultation, we're comfortable with you engaging with your membership and all key stakeholders to engage in this consultation properly. The formality of the COIL process is, however, different, but I will check, but my understanding is we use the same model and process that has been in place over a number of, quite a number of years now. I think the Secretary probably used it himself in previous models.
That would mean the same process was used as when you were the Minister, Senator?
I recall during the Fair Work consultations, I'm pretty sure we took people's phones away from them.
And I'm pretty sure that this Prime Minister said he was elected on a basis of transparency and integrity. If we could continue with the COIL process, were amendments proposed at COIL to the legislation that they read between 10:15, 1 p.m/1:45?
So I might, if I can just add to the previous answer in terms of consultation. So there was, obviously we've heard that there were consultations leading up to COIL, but continuing consultations after COIL as well on the policy parameters of the legislation.
And I understand all of that. What I'm asking is, at the COIL process, were amendments put forward to the legislation?
So the purpose of the COIL process is not to for participants to open up the policy rationale behind the legislation. It's to.
Well, I didn't ask that question. I asked the question at the COIL process, regardless of whether or not it was the role of the participants, were amendments proposed at COIL?
There were technical suggestions on drafting raised.
So only technical suggestions?
Yes, and that's the purpose of the COIL meeting. It's not for participants to, say that, give their views on a particular policy rationale behind the legislation. It's they know by that point this is the policy rationale behind the bill. This is how we've drafted it. How do you see that technical drafting working?
So in terms of the technical drafting, did the department or the minister take on board any of the suggestions?
Where there were suggestions made for any amendments, we consult with the minister's office on that.
Okay, so that didn't answer my question, and with all due respect, did the department and or the minister take on board the suggestions as proposed at COIL?
I think the minister's flagged that he is introducing a number of government amendments, and I think it would be premature of me to advise what they are before he's circulated.
So the legislation that was introduced to the House was the same as was put forward at COIL?
No, we were continuing to draft after the COIL meeting.
Is it possible to get tabled a copy of the legislation that was put forward to the participants at the COIL process and a copy of the legislation as it was introduced and tabled into the House of Representatives, please?
Senator, I'm sure we can provide you with a copy of the bill as it was tabled.
Clearly I could Google that myself right now.
Yeah, well, sorry, that you'd asked for it, so I was offering to provide
I want to see it by way of comparison, though. Unless I have the comparison, it doesn't assist me.
I'll take that on notice. It still goes. The question I want to clarify is: does it go to government decision-making processes? And I need to sort that out before I provide it.
During the consultations that were held, the extensive consultations, that were held in relation to the proposed bill that is now in the Parliament. During the consultations, did the department put firm legislative proposals to the participants?
Senator, we've outlined that it's not our practice to talk about the consultation process, but
I'm merely asking, did you put firm legislative proposals to the participants?
As the Secretary has outlined, we went from the Jobs Summit, where we were specifically tasked with looking at unnecessary limitations on bargaining, and the form of consultation responded to that tasking. So, no, it was conceptual. It was
no, that's what I needed to know.
Yep.
Thank you. No, very simple. Thank you very much, Mr. Hare. Just in terms of the consultation, did you say that you had consulted with AREA?
No, I said I took that on notice.
I think I said
I think you said, yeah, that was, sorry, that was Minister. Could I just confirm what consultation was undertaken with AREA, the extent of the consultation and when this consultation occurred?
So, Senator, I think the Minister said that he would, that was the list he had, but he could be corrected by the department. I've taken that on notice. I will take the...
No, I'm asking for that exact detail in relation to that specific organisation to be taken on notice.
Yep.
Can I ask who during the consultation process and at COIL supported multi-enterprise bargaining in the form that was put forward in the legislation?
Senator, there were, as I said, it's not our practice to disclose the consultations. I'd also say there were a wide range of views.
Yes, they're being played out in the newspapers at the moment, and potentially on the floor of the House and the Senate. Was there widespread support across all groups, as the Minister has suggested?
There's certainly, in terms of the engagement around the breadth of multi-employer, there was certainly a range of views that were supportive of a broad range of the multi-employer, not all of it.
Chair, I'm just going through to see, I do know the time and I do want to move on to another topic. We do have a hearing on Friday in relation to this particular bill. Can you undertake to have a look at the questions that we've placed on notice, because the answers to them will greatly assist the questioning on Friday, given that we have a hearing on Friday, a hearing on Monday, a hearing on Tuesday, and then we have to report. And it will be very difficult to write a report absent the information that we've asked and have placed on notice. Secretary, do you believe that will be possible to answer those questions?
Senator, you've put a large number of things on notice. We will do our best.
In other words, it may not be possible. Okay, if it's not going to be possible, are you able to let the coalition senators know?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. When will you be able to let us know? I mean, I know today's Tuesday.
Senator, we'll need to review the large number of questions that you've given us on notice. Some of them might be a little repetitive, some of them are more straightforward. We'll need to review them. We'll come back to the committee secretariat as soon as we are able.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, and I do look forward to as much of the information as possible. Just otherwise, it's very difficult to write a report when you don't have the information.
Senator Cash, before you go to the next line of questions, we've got a couple of questions.
Yep.
Senator Payton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to change the topic slightly, but keep it at the, on topic at the same time. It's about the gender pay gap. Could the department please outline what the current gender pay gap looks like and what does it mean in dollar terms for women?
We've seen that we're just once again changing the bench.
No, we can definitely wait. Thank you.
Senator Jennifer Wenninger, Assistant Secretary of the Economics and International Labour Branch. I can tell you, just a minute while I find my notes, the current gender pay gap is 14.1%. And what that means in dollar terms is, if my memory serves me correct, it's around $263 per week. $263.90. Thank you, Mr. Manning. $263.90 per week.
And I guess moving on from that, how do wages in feminised sectors such as childcare and aged care compare to historically male-dominated sectors such as construction and mining?
Yes, just one moment, Senator. So I can confirm that currently the average hourly ordinary time earnings of wages in the childcare sector are $28.80, and sorry, that's by occupation, I should say, just for clarity. Comparison to male-dominated sectors such as construction, we have the average ordinary time earnings for construction, distribution and production managers at $75.40 an hour.
It's a massive gap. How have wages in the aged care industry fared over the past 10 years? And what impact has the new government support for pay rise for aged care workers had?
So, Senator, just in terms of the first part of your question, over the last 10 years, we know that the average ordinary time earnings of the aged care, childcare workers is gone from $20.10 to the figure that I quoted previously, which was $28.80.
And so the second part of the question?
The second part of the question in terms of the government's, I might need to...
Aged care. Greg Manning, First Assistant Secretary of Employment Conditions Division. On Friday, the Fair Work Commission handed down an interim decision in a work valuation case in the aged care industry, which indicated that they would be awarding a 15% increase for direct care workers. The government did put in a submission in that case that was supportive of a wage increase for workers in the aged care sector and acknowledged the government's role in funding an increase. So it is an interim decision, so the Commission will have a couple of, I think it's 2 further stages where they'll take further submissions in relation to the final figure, but also whether or not it should also be extended to all aged care workers or just those direct care workers. It is worth noting in relation to aged care and feminised industries that one of the parts in the bill that's been discussed today or a number of the parts actually are relevant to this issue. For example, the government is looking to amend the objects of the Act to install gender equality as one of the objects of the Act, is also looking to amend the equal remuneration provisions and work valuation provisions to make it more likely that there'll be successful equal remuneration cases, for example, just to overcome some jurisdictional issues that have arisen in how the Commission has interpreted it and making it clear that work valuation doesn't require a male comparator, but you do need to look at traditional undervaluation. The third aspect in the bill, which was supported with measures in the budget, is establishing 2 expert panels in the Fair Work Commission, one on pay equity generally, and one on the care and community sector, appointing commissioners. The intention is to appoint commissioners with expertise, so knowledge and experience in those sectors, and also to establish a research unit. I think from memory it was 10 staff, so that the Commission can have the benefit of expertise in these areas. And in its interim decision handed down on Friday, the Commission did point to those traditional societal values that have led to undervaluation of feminised work, but also some of the institutional and institutional factors and interpretations that have led to that undervaluation. And some of those systemic changes I've outlined in the Act, I think, will start to lead to a more systemic change in that appreciation, and to build on the Commission's interim decision.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. And I guess in terms of analysing the trends in enterprise bargaining recently, can you help the committee? It might be to our benefit if we could go through what the trends have recently shown, and perhaps what the trend's been like for the last 10 years.
Certainly, the wage increase in enterprise agreements has been more than the wage increase generally over the last 10 years, and I'm obliged to refer back to the earlier conversation about international evidence, but there's certainly evidence in Australia that staff, employees who have the benefit of enterprise agreements get larger pay increases. It's fair to say that's not in every industry. So again, in more feminised industries, the increases haven't been as large. Ms. Weddinger might have some of those details. The final thing I'll say, though, before handing over, is that there has been quite a big decline in enterprise bargaining. So if you look at, for example, accommodation and food services, which is a quite feminised industry, since I think it's 2016 to 2022, is like a 75% decrease in the number of current agreements. Staff covered by, for example, education and training, over a 50% decrease in the number of staff covered as well. Quite a feminised industry, also with high levels of bargaining traditionally, but as I said earlier, not the same high salaries as in some of the more male-dominated sectors like mining and construction, which also have high levels of enterprise bargaining. But I'll see if Ms. Wedinger's got any other data that might help with that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manning. So in terms of overall numbers, what I can confirm is that the number of current and not expired agreements has fallen by 56.1% since the peak of bargaining. So that's from a number of 25,152 agreements as at the 31st of December 2010 to 11,053 at 30th of June 2022. Employee coverage has fallen by 33% over this period, from 2.6 million employees to 1.74 million employees. And what we do know is that only 14.7% of employees are covered by an enterprise bargaining agreement that's currently in date. So there's just some overall figures to support that answer.
Yeah, so am I correct to say that the trend is inconsistent across various industries, as you've mentioned?
That's correct.
And what relationship do you consider that our current bargaining system has to our persistently low wages growth and persistently high gender pay gap?
I suppose, as we said earlier, given that the history over the last 10 years shows that the average annualised wage increase from bargain is higher than wage increases generally, that a decrease in bargaining is worrying in terms of what it means for wages overall. And as we also said, given those increases in some of the more highly feminised industries are still not leading to hourly rates of pay that are anything like some of those increases in the more male-dominated industries, it means that whilst the position may be better for women than if they weren't bargaining, it's not as good as it is for men in those areas where there's a lot of more bargaining.
No, I appreciate that. Minister, can you please tell me what you think about our current bargaining system? What are your thoughts?
I think it's completely broken, Senator Payman, and that's why we see such a small proportion of employees on enterprise bargaining agreements. It's why we see wages having barely grown for 10 years. It's why we see low productivity for employers. It's not working for anyone. And that's, as you know, why we're keen to change the laws so that we can get wages moving again, we can have higher productivity for businesses, close the gender pay gap, promote job security, all those things that Australians voted for in May.
Thank you.
Senator, can I, to correct the record, I apologise, I gave you the incorrect figures for the the aged care workforce, which is what you'd asked me, and I gave you figures for childcare.
Yeah.
So if I may just correct the record on that one, and I do apologise again. So in terms of the pay of aged care workers over the last 10 years, that's gone from $23.60 an hour to $33.70 an hour. And that's quite, just to add to the story, it's just quite a difference from the average sort of ordinary time earnings. So roughly about 25% less than the average earnings. So apologies for giving the incorrect figure initially.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. I'll now change topics. I still have a number of questions in relation to just the process around the COIL meeting and the bill. Just in terms of just one final question. In terms, you said that the COIL meeting was held on the 20th of October. That is correct?
That's correct.
Correct. When was the introduction of the bill?
On the 27th of October.
The 27th, a week later. And when was the commencement of the Senate inquiry?
That I would have to double check.
But there was only a week between the COIL process and the introduction of the bill, and the bill being made public, so people could then, outside of the deed of confidentiality, actually start providing feedback, whether you're an employer organisation or an employee organisation, and the commencement of the Senate inquiry. So the 20th was COIL, the 27th was the introduction of the bill into the House. And it was made public at that time.
Upon introduction.
Yep. Okay. Could I just turn to some matters in relation to the ABCC. The first question or series of questions that I have is in relation to the amendments that were made to the building code that were made by the Minister. Ms James, when was the department first advised that the Minister would be making those changes to the building code?
No, so I'd need to check the timing in relation to the building code. Given the abolition of the ABCC was an election commitment.
I know all of that. I'm not disputing that it was an election commitment.
So,
I'm specifically asking about when was the department made aware of the amendments to the building code by the Minister?
So, Senator, the point I'm making is that it was an iterative process from early, so I'll need to check the exact date. So we did commence discussions early with the Minister in relation to the broad abolition. When we looked at how that would be done, I'd need to check the exact date, unless my officers have a...
No, but I might just add, Senator, though, certainly the intention of repealing the code obviously was initially announced through the election process. But I think the minister's also made it clear that he also, I think, had a meeting with the his state and territory counterparts, for example, on the 5th of July, where he mentioned to that group that he was also looking to amend the code. So that gives you a bit of a framework in terms of when he...
No, and I thank you. I do actually have an extract from the Hansard from the 28th of July, where Minister Watt was kind enough to provide to me an answer in relation to consultation on the abolition of the ABCC and who had been consulted with. The 17th of June, a meeting was held with the CFMEU Construction Division. On the 21st of June with the AWU National Executive. On the 29th of June with the ACTU. And then I think the meeting are you referring to is the 5th of July, a meeting of Commonwealth, State and Territory Ministers with responsibility for workplace relations was held. Sorry, you're referring to the 19th of July, a meeting of the National Workplace Relations Consultative Council was held, and at that meeting the Minister informed stakeholders the building code will be amended to ensure that workers in the building and construction are subject to the same rules as those in other industries. Is that what you were referring to?
I think...
There was, Senator, so there was the Commonwealth, State and Territory Workplace Relations Ministers meeting on the 5th of July, and then, yes, so there was a Workplace Relations Consultative Council on the 19th of July.
When was the ABCC advised that the building code itself would be amended?
So again, that was very public information. It was an election commitment. It was clear that the government intended to repeal and or amend
I know all of
the
that.
building code.
I'm happy to move on from that. When was the ABCC formally advised that the building code was being amended?
Senator, I think I'd have to take that on notice in terms of when they were
Would it
advised.
surprise you to know that they weren't informed by the Minister that the building code was being amended, and they heard it as it was being announced on the Insiders program?
On what basis do you make that claim, Senator Cash?
That is the evidence given by the head of the ABCC, Stephen McBurney, and we've actually discussed that in question time.
In Senate question time?
Yes.
I've said that in Senate question time?
No, I put that to you in Senate question time, I understand.
And did I give you that information?
No, that information is from a transcript from Stephen McBurney that he heard about it on the Insiders program. They hadn't been formally advised.
Right.
And I'm happy to go through that with Mr McBurney sitting next to you later on this evening.
I'm looking forward to that session.
And so my question was the department aware of the evidence of Mr McBurney that the ABCC were not formally advised and that they heard about it on the Insiders program?
No, I wasn't aware that Mr McBurney had given that as evidence in any...
Not evidence, in a radio.
I didn't hear the interview from Mr McBurney, so yes, what I would note is that...
well, did the department advise Mr McBurney?
I recall that interview, but I think we might have to go back to the transcript of that radio interview, but I think the question related to the announcement.
Correct, yes, the announcement.
So I think the question to Mr McBurney at the time was in fact around...
the announcement that the building code...
Was he aware of the minister making that announcement?
And he said, so did the department know that the ABCC weren't aware?
Of the announcement? I suppose announcements are often a decision for government or the minister, so it probably wouldn't be unusual for, for
the department didn't know
that announcement.
I will need to take on notice whether the department had advised Mr McBurney of that the minister was going to announce something, but certainly Mr McBurney has been aware that the department has been working on the abolition of both the code and the legislation for the ABCC. He's been aware of that from the election of the government, that we were working on that.
Yeah,
are you able to take on notice, Minister?
Well,
when
it was a pretty clear election commitment. I can't.
I'm talking about the announcement itself. It's difficult to wake up and find that
Well,
a minister is making
no.
an announcement in relation to what you do,
I would
and you have
accept
not
that.
been told about that.
I would accept that if it hadn't been a matter of public record for years that it was our policy to abolish the ABCC because it had turned into a witch hunt against unions that did nothing about wages, nothing about productivity,
honestly,
nothing about anything
Minister
else.
Watt, I'm trying my hardest to get through without being political today.
Well, my point
But
is...
I'm glad that you have decided that...
My point is, it can hardly have been a surprise to Mr McBurney or anyone else at the ABCC that the government announced it was abolishing it because that was our policy.
Do you think in the interests of integrity and transparency, it may have been nice for the Minister to give the head of the ABCC a heads up that the announcement was being made on the Insiders program?
It was a clear policy of the government and had been a policy.
But do you think it would have
for
been
opposition.
nice that the heads up was given in relation to what they were doing to the building code?
I think the ABCC was probably given a heads up for at least 3 years that it was our intention to abolish them. So it can't have come as any surprise.
Can I ask, just in terms of the abolition, because we now do have the bill in the Parliament, what consultation has the department had with the Fair Work Ombudsman in relation to the abolition of the ABCC?
There's been a weekly meeting. I'll need to check the commencement.
Did you say a weekly meeting?
Yes.
A weekly meeting, yep.
Senator, where both the ABCC, the FWO, the Fair Work Ombudsman, and the department have been having, particularly in terms of facilitating the necessary changes and supporting both organisations and ensuring that the communications between the parties has been effective, particularly about what are the requirements, what are the steps that are going to be necessary, what's the process around staffing. So that's been undertaken on a weekly basis for a number of months.
Since early August, I think.
Yeah.
Can you get the exact date as to when the first meeting occurred and then the dates in relation to when the ongoing meetings have occurred for me? Just in terms of the clarity regarding the future of current litigation matters, have any staff been transferred from the ABCC to the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Senator, I'd recommend that be put to the Fair Work Ombudsman or the ABCC.
That's fine. Yep. Can I ask then, though, in relation to the clarity regarding the future of current litigation matters, will these matters be continued with by the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Senator, the legislation provides for any ongoing... The legislation provides for any litigation on foot to transfer to the Fair Work Ombudsman.
So the intention is for all of the legislation to go over to...
The litigation.
The litigation to go over to the Fair Work Ombudsman. In terms of staffing then for the Fair Work Ombudsman, given that these are additional matters, what additional staff have been provided to the Fair Work Ombudsman to undertake this litigation?
Senator, in terms of the actual breakdown, I'd have to take that on notice, and it may well be a matter for the Ombudsman themselves to answer, but they, through the budget process, they have received 80 ASL per year.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Sorry.
It was 80. So I think the figure was 80?
80.
ASL?
Additional ASL.
That's correct.
Additional
But
ASL.
I don't have the breakdown of
I
where
might
those
get you.
staff
Can you
come
provide on notice the breakdown of that ASL for me?
It's probably best if that comes from the Fair Work
Oh, the Fair Work
Ombudsman.
Ombudsman, that's fine. We'll ask them that as well then. Just in terms of the ABCC being abolished, the Fair Work Ombudsman then taking on, within reason we'll call it, some of what the ABCC does, is it the case that the Fair Work Ombudsman has all the powers of the ABCC to properly enforce compliance on building sites?
So the Fair Work Ombudsman and the ABCC currently under the Fair Work Act have what I would call, I guess, concurrent jurisdiction.
Concurrent jurisdiction.
They both have jurisdiction over offences, over provisions in the Fair Work Act. So what will occur is once the ABCC is abolished, the Fair Work Ombudsman will then I guess, take up that role and become the regulator in that space using their existing
powers.
Enforcement
Right. Does
powers.
the Fair Work Ombudsman have the power to commence enforcement actions on behalf of employers?
Senator, when you say on behalf of employers, the Fair Work Ombudsman initiates action in its own name.
Yes.
So when you say on behalf of employers...
So will the Fair Work Ombudsman be able to investigate an allegation of the union coercing contractors to only engage with subcontractors who have union-approved collective agreements in place?
If that is a breach of the Fair Work Act, the answer is yes.
And if it's not, but it was a breach of, say, the building code?
Well, the answer is no, because the building code...
No. That's okay.
So if
the building
it's a
code
matter
is
that-
not... is
Correct. That's my point. So
I think
none of what the building was in the building code transfers over to the Fair Work Ombudsman.
So the building code would be repealed by the
Correct.
legislation, and
Yes.
the provisions in the BKIP Act, the Building Construction Improvement and Productivity Act, those there are some particular provisions in that Act which will be repealed, and the Fair Work Ombudsman would have jurisdiction over the current provisions that are in the Fair Work Act for regulation
Could you
of the
put
building
together
industry.
for me what are the differences between the powers that the ABCC currently has, then it's abolished, and then the powers that the Fair Work Ombudsman has,
Yeah, we can do
and
that.
then literally whether or not there is any differences?
Yeah, we can. Is table form okay to come that in?
Whatever's
Yeah,
easiest
we'll
for you.
take that on notice.
It's just in terms of how many ASL did the ABCC have?
Senator, data that we've received from the ABCC themselves as at June 22 was that the agency had 156 staff.
156 staff. What actually happens to them?
So, Senator,
Seeing as we believe in secure work, what actually does happen to the 156 staff?
look, happy to. What I might suggest is that might be a question better put to
The ABCC.
ABCC.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So they had 156 ASL. And sorry, how many did you say, how many additional had the FWO been given in assuming all of these powers?
So the Fair Work Ombudsman was given an additional 80 ASL for the resumption of its role in the Fair Work Act
So
in relation to building
156
construction.
currently down to 80.
Yes, Senator.
Minister, why is there such a gap between the 156 and the 80, given the powers transfer over?
If I may.
Yeah, I don't know the circumstances, so it's probably better to hear from Mr Hare.
So there were a number of staff that were responsible for the building code.
For the building code?
Yeah, so that will be a reasonable proportion, but again, I'd suggest that you talk to
The ABCC.
the ABCC about what proportion that was.
Yep.
There were corporate staff, there were some data analysts, there was a range of functions that already existed within the Fair Work Ombudsman, So there wasn't necessarily a need to transfer those. The estimation, and again, I'd suggest you confirm this with Mr McBurney, but my recollection is that the figure of 80 reflects Mr McBurney's advice to us of how many staff were responsible for Fair Work Act matters. In fact, I think it was slightly under that. I think it was 77 or so.
Senator, Mr Hare is right that it is appropriate you put some of these detailed questions to Mr McBurney. I'd just like to place on the record that in these conversations that have occurred between the department, the ABCC and the Fair Work Ombudsman, the question of what happens with the staff has been front and centre, that Mr McBurney has gone out of his way to ensure that where appropriate, staff have been transferred to other departments. He highlighted particular examples of staff on parental leave and graduates, and the process between the agencies of taking the transfer of function and which staff may go over. You should talk to them about it. Obviously, there may have also been some attrition from the ABCC over this period of time, but there have been best endeavours on the part of these organisations to the most senior of levels to ensure that the staff are treated well and respectfully, and I had a conversation with the CPSU about the fact that they may well have members there and to assure them that this would be the case.
Just in terms of one of the issues that's been raised with me is what happens with the security of payments investigations under the ABCC. Can you take me through what happens with them?
So the security of payments aspect of the ABCC will be the actual working group will be terminated as part
It'll be terminated
as part of the legislation. As you'd be aware, Senator, the security of payments legislation is state and territory legislation. Certainly that remains their responsibility to look at. In terms of in relation to any Australian government projects, then it'd be the relevant department that would need to be engaged with.
So when you say the relevant department will need to be engaged with?
So the department that's funding the project?
So, Senator, I could probably just elaborate on that. So, obviously, if there is under the code or under all procurement guidelines in the Commonwealth, there's a requirement on agencies who are undertaking that procurement on behalf of the Commonwealth to ensure that those that are undertaking that work make sure that they don't breach relevant laws, etc. So, agencies obviously have that ongoing obligations with or without the code to ensure that whoever they're contracting with are law-abiding, I suppose, contractors.
So can you just take me through then, just so I understand, how are subcontractors then actually to be protected on the head contracts? Because that's something I'm now getting asked time and time again.
So that continues to be the responsibilities of state and territory jurisdictions. I don't know all the frameworks there, but they have relevant frameworks in place within their own jurisdictions to deal with security of payment breaches and the like.
Okay. Can I just add one thing here, Senator Cash? Just in case there's any doubt, our government absolutely is concerned to make sure that security of payments is insured. I've had personal experience dealing with subbies who've been ripped off through the lack of security of payments rules and laws, and we are giving consideration how to best protect those sorts of payments now.
So in other words, this is the issue, is there will be a gap with the abolition of the ABCC.
Well, I'm not probably qualified to tell you what the direct effect of this change is and whether there's a gap, but what I know is that the government is working on what the best solution to put forward here is, and part of that is about determining which is the correct department to have overall responsibility for that.
Is this absent the Australian Building and Construction Commission and what it would normally have done?
It's probably best at this point if I hand over to,
that's okay.
to people who know more about it.
Could you just elaborate now on what the Minister has said? So, unfortunately, what it sounds like to me is there is now a problem that's been created by the abolition of the ABCC, and in particular in relation to the security of payments. You recognise that because has the department been tasked to look at the solution that Minister Watt referred to?
So I might just clarify a few things. So remembering that the actual process was a working group that provided advice to government. So I might pass to Ms Anderson in a minute to give more detail around that, but it was a working group, and it was generally provided advice as opposed to that. So I'm not sure that a gap is the right way of expressing it. The laws that enforce security payments are state and territory laws, and there's no gap there. In terms of the government taking it seriously, yes, I've been asked to work with other agencies to try and identify the best process going forward. There's a number of possible areas. This could be a broad procurement issue. It could be a construction procurement issue. It could belong, I think the actual, and you might remember, Senator, I actually think the work was undertaken within Department of Industry in terms of the national model. So we're just working through what's the best way for the Commonwealth to engage with states and territories, and how do we get advice in to support that engagement?
I think I might be right in saying as well, Senator Cash, that the new National Construction Industry Forum will also be looking at this issue. So what I'm hearing from Mr Hare is that there's no gap in the sense of the security of payment, because that's still insured through state and territory legislation. It's more a matter of what is the mechanism for the federal government to engage with states and territories about those issues.
And in terms of when that solution might be forthcoming, what's the time frame around that?
I'm not sure, but Mr Hare might.
Yeah, I might ask Mr.
It's been given to me as a matter of some urgency, Senator, but
when we say a matter of urgency, what is defined as a matter of urgency?
I've been told to try and find or prepare advice for government as quickly as possible, but I don't have a particular time frame.
Just in terms of the ABCC Security of Payment program, what did it actually do?
Is this, that might be again something better to put to the ABCC, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the context of, that's I understand that. Just in terms of the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission, did the government ask the department for advice about the potential impact on the Australian economy of abolishing the ABCC?
This was an election commitment that the department provided advice on the implementation of.
Okay, and I understand it was an election commitment. I'm not disputing that at all.
I don't want to break your train of thought. We'll come back to it. Senator Pocock has a few questions, but
not a problem at all. That's fine. Absolutely.
Yep.
Thanks for your time. It's getting on. I'm just keen to learn a little bit about the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill 2022. When did the department start work on that bill?
So, Senator, the department was tasked following the Job Summit. It was one of the outcomes of the Job Summit that we begin consultation on that, and we commenced the following week.
So there was no work. There was no drafting done before the Job Summit?
So that depends on which elements, Senator. Sorry, there were a number of elements that were election commitments. So there were aspects of the bill that we previously started, but in terms of the bargaining, no, I don't think we started prior to that. We started tasked with the consultation process. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Again, I'll clarify. So bargaining, yes, but as part of the election commitments and public statements, we'd already started work on zombie agreements, the termination of, and then the unilateral application for a termination of agreements as well.
Okay.
So
there was no drafting for multi-enterprise bargaining prior to 1st of September?
not to my recollection, Senator.
Okay, great. So how long in total did you have to prepare the omnibus bill?
I mean, I would say there are a number of provisions in the bill that implement election commitments. So the department is aware of those, obviously, during the caretaker period, and starting to think at that point in time, what would we do to prepare for incoming government of either side. So things like the abolition of the ABCC, for example, that we've just been talking about, that was a clear election commitment. So we would not start drafting anything immediately, but starting to, I guess, think during caretaker period, and then obviously start to talk to the government about when they want to implement certain reforms upon the commencement of a new government. So for quite a few matters of the bill that were election commitments, we would have started conversations with the government early on.
As soon as you could, yeah. Okay.
And then there were other reforms that then came out of the Jobs Summit in September.
Okay. And which parts of the bill weren't election commitments?
So some of the detail in the bill in terms of mechanisms to implement government commitments were there. So I think the multi-employer bargaining is a mechanism. There was a broad commitment to increase productivity and get wages moving.
And I think there were commitments around fixing the bargaining system in general. My recollection is that we did make an election commitment around pay secrecy clauses,
yes,
which has obviously now been picked up in the bill. Some of the issues around gender pay equity were election commitments that are being addressed through the bill. There's probably other examples as well.
Yeah, and forgive us, there's some overlap between some of the Jobs Summit outcomes and the election commitments as well.
Sure.
So, for example, one of the Jobs Summit outcomes was to remove unnecessary complexity for workers and employers, including making the Better Off Overall test simple, flexible and fair. So that was also sort of an election commitment, but the detail of that very much evolved after the Jobs Summit and in the context of the agile consultation process we've been describing this afternoon.
Okay. So I might just, if that's all right, Senator. So there was a clear election commitment to increase productivity and improve sustainable wage growth, but the mechanisms for doing that was then identified, at least in part, at the Jobs Summit. There were other elements, particularly in relation to gender equality, which were also seen to increase wages. That were election commitments, so that there were elements that we were working on relatively early, and then there are elements which, in terms of how the mechanics for delivering the election commitment, were identified at the Jobs Summit.
Okay. And in terms of the single interest scheme, when you were drafting and consulting, were any concerns raised with stakeholders that you consulted with?
So it's not our practice to give the detail of the consultation themselves. We're clear with all the stakeholders that they're in confidence. I think it's clear to say, and there's public commentary around it now, that people are interested in how it works and keen to understand how it works, and there are some people who are expressing concern about it.
Okay. How long was that consultation period?
Senator, we have taken that on notice. So I think the broad period is we commenced the week following the Job Summit. So I think the Job Summit was Thursday, Friday. We commenced the following week in terms of consultations. We were still consulting 3 days before COIL, which was on the 20th. So we're still consulting on the 17th of October. So from very early September through to mid October. And we did, I think the evidence we provided before is We did 54 consultations for that.
And in your experience, is that sort of the usual amount of time that you would get to draft something as big as multi-enterprise bargaining?
Every piece of legislation is
always rushed.
different. No, every piece of legislation is different. So it's not. I don't think it's possible to give a usual time frame of which legislation's prepared in.
Okay. Did the department ever express concerns about the deadline and being able to make it to the minister?
We always provide advice to ministers on achievability, and I don't go into advice that I provide to the minister, but we always provide
So that's
advice.
confidential?
I need to take it on notice, Senator.
Okay.
Senator, it's I've been involved in several big drafting exercises, work choices, fair work as a chief counsel. They're always complex. We always wish we had more time. Drafters are incredibly smart perfectionists, as they should be. The laws of our nation are very important. We need them to work. And in my experience, ministers are always receptive to advice about weighing up complexity, how much you're trying to do, and timeframes. And almost universally, ministers have taken that advice. And this minister absolutely listens to our advice about what is achievable within timeframes.
Okay. So from that, I'm hearing almost every time you're saying to the minister that it's unlikely we can do this in time.
Senator, I would not put it in those terms. I would say
sorry,
almost every time. When I was sitting in the Chief
saying.
Council chair, I'd be saying, wouldn't it be great if we had more time? And
So, Senator, it might help. What I can say is there's quite clearly a number of different tranches here in terms of this piece of legislation, and there's other legislation which are election commitments which will follow. So part of that is about trying to make sure we're not trying to do everything at once.
I guess the reason for my questioning is that you are an amazing department with so many smart people, but clearly there's a whole bunch of drafting errors that are being corrected in amendments. And so I'm just sort of trying to find out, to me that says that you guys have been so under the pump that you haven't necessarily had the time to do the checks that you'd usually like to do.
Senator, look, I'll let the Chief Counsel go into the nature of amendments. I'm not sure if they've been tabled, they've been circulated yet. Obviously, some have been discussed. I don't think we would characterise them all as errors, and I would also say every piece of workplace relations legislation that I've ever been involved in, there's always a process of amendments, and particularly when we continue to listen to feedback and take that on board. And so in the scheme of things, perhaps as Chief Counsel could elaborate, perhaps there are some errors in there, but I think very many of them are about responding to feedback and acknowledging the need to balance different points of view in getting the best outcome we can in terms of policy.
I mean, please, I'm not having a crack at the...
I very much appreciate that.
I mean, that's how I would. Obviously, the minister has indicated that he will be circulating some government amendments, which I understand has not occurred as yet. So I can't talk in detail about what they are. But I would. And the minister indicated himself in the second reading speech that he was continuing to consult, and indicated 6 in particular government amendments that he was looking at bringing forward. So I wouldn't characterise those things as drafting errors. I would characterise them as being informed by further consultation.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you.
I think it's also, and I've only been involved in 2 significant drafting exercises in relation to workplace relations legislation. We've certainly observed it in the past, but it remains a contentious area of public policy, and the engagement within the Parliament is a very normal process, and also with other stakeholders.
Thank you. I take that. That really isn't my concern. My concern here is the pressure being put on the department to deliver something that is potentially not on a reasonable time frame. But thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you. Now it's 6:45, so we'll now go on a break. And I just want to say to, we can ask for outcome 3 to come back. We expect that to be about 50 minutes to an hour, and we're wishing Comcare back to after that, and the ABCC.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And we'll see you all again at 7:46. There you go. Good, thanks. Good, thanks everybody. We'll now recommence. Sorry. Is the Minister not here yet? No, I'm jumping the gun.
You can.
Can? Yeah, I'm cool. Let's go ahead. I'm happy to go ahead. So then, if we can recommence. No. He's a bit far off. I'll just give him a couple of minutes. They're all looking worried. Twenty seconds to go. 20 seconds to go. Right, well, we're going right to the second, so we'll recommence. And I'll ask Senator Cash.
Yeah, and if I could just return to the issue of the economic impact of abolishing the ABCC, and the question that I had asked prior to the adjournment was, had the government asked the department for advice about the potential impact on the Australian economy of abolishing the ABCC? And my understanding was the answer to that question was no. Thank you. Did the department itself ever provide any formal or informal advice to the government about the economic impact of abolishing the ABCC?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Not to your knowledge, okay. Is the department aware of the report by Ernst & Young from April 2022, which shows that the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission could see a decline in economic activity in the Australian economy of $47.5 billion by 2030?
Yes, I'm aware of that report, Senator.
And which, just can you clarify?
It's the Ernst & Young report.
And who was that commissioned by?
It was commissioned by, and I knew you'd get political in relation to this. It was
I'm
Master
asking
Builders
who it was commissioned by.
Association in relation to the Ernst & Young report
The
that has
Master
been
Builders
of
Association.
April of this year, on the economic modelling in terms of the impact of the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Ms James, have you managed to read that report?
I haven't personally read that report.
Oh, but someone in the department would have read the report? Yep. Was any of this information ever provided by the department to the government about the impact of the legislation?
Did we summarise the report? Not to my knowledge, but we are aware the Minister was aware of the report.
Sorry, I can't. It's
Sorry,
very bad.
did we summarise the report? No, but we're aware that the Minister was aware of the report.
Oh, so the Minister was aware of the report. Minister, could I just confirm with you that that is the case? The Minister is aware of the report?
I would have to check that with him and take it on
No,
notice.
that's fine. I'm happy for you to do that. Yep.
So can I just I'm aware the Minister's office was aware of the report. I'll not just clarify.
And I'll get... That's fine. Thank you very much. Has the government asked the department to commission external or internal modelling about the potential impact of abolishing the Australian Building and Construction Commission?
No, Senator.
The answer was no. I'm so sorry.
No, Senator.
Thank you. I do
Sorry.
apologise. I don't know if your voice is too soft or that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
One thing I do know, Senator Cash, is that the Productivity Commission data shows that labour productivity in the construction sector has declined every year while the ABCC was the regulator pre-pandemic. So if we're thinking about economic modelling and the impact on the economy, 2017-18, after the ABCC was introduced, labour productivity fell 2.4%, fell another 2.6% the following financial year, fell another 2.6% in 2019-20. So I think there's some evidence to say that it hasn't quite been the economic driver that the former government claimed that it would be.
Has the department done any modelling of its own which assesses the cost to the Australian economy of abolishing the ABCC?
Senator, I don't believe there's the capacity to do that modelling in a comprehensive fashion. The number of assumptions that you would need to make, I think, is too high. In fact, I think that's one of the issues that other parties have identified with the Ernst & Young report, is that it relies on a number of assumptions, a very high number, a high number of assumptions to actually reach the conclusion that it reaches. So that sort of modelling, I think, is very difficult to do without quite a number of assumptions within it. I would note that report was also done before the final model was produced, and it's unclear whether it actually was aware of the role that the Fair Work Ombudsman would be playing. So in my view, it isn't feasible to provide accurate modelling without a high number of assumptions here.
The answer is no.
Yep.
Thank you. Could I, and I know in the interest of time, I will put a lot of questions on notice. Could I just go to what was referred to as the union demerger legislation? This was the Fair Work Registered Organisations Amendment Withdrawal from Amalgamations Bill 2020, which obviously passed the Parliament with the support back then of the then Labor opposition. Minister, what is the government's position in relation to this legislation?
Well, if you're asking, are you asking our position in terms of whether we are going to keep it, or we're going to repeal it, or we're going to amend it? I'm certainly not aware of any plans to do that. Okay. And, you know, I think I'd probably be aware if there were, but the department may have some more information about that.
That's fine. And I just recall at the time, Tony Burke, who was in opposition, said the bill made a common sense change to allow withdrawal from amalgamations. It's a democratic process involving a ballot of the members. Ms James, are you aware of any changes in the government's stance in relation to this legislation?
So, Senator, that's an aspect that we haven't provided a significant amount of advice on yet.
So have you been asked to provide advice to the Minister in relation to this legislation and potential changes to it?
We've certainly provided initial advice to the Minister on that piece of legislation. I'd need to check and see whether it recommended changes or not.
When was that advice requested?
I'll need to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Has the department ever prepared talking points for the Minister which state, I'm also committed to repealing changes made in 2020 to the Registered Organisations Act that allow registered organisations to withdraw from amalgamations more than 5 years following an amalgamation? This will restore and clarify the long-standing requirement that an application from a part of a registered organisation to hold a ballot of members about withdrawing from the organisation must be made within 5 years of the amalgamation.
Senator, I'll need to take that on notice. I don't recall seeing any talking points to that effect, but I'll need to check that.
That's okay. What I'll do is I'll actually table them so we can go through them together.
So what are you saying these documents are, Senator Cash?
They were provided to me in response to a question on notice.
And you're saying they are talking
My
points for the
understanding
Minister,
was
or...?
email attachment, final talking point sent to Minister's office from the department, AWU National Executive Meeting talking points. I will, to be fair, provide a copy, so you have a copy to look at. I do have copies here. So Tuesday the 21st of June, my understanding is, hi Jodie, the Minister is giving a short presentation at 4 p.m. today to the AWU National Executive Meeting, and I'm wondering if you could send up some talking points addressing the following issues. Dot points are fine. Current status of the workplace relations reforms, legislative timetable, priorities process, latest information that we can disclose on the Employment Summit, including how it fits into the above timetable, ABCC, funding, current status, code, plan to amend, cases, transition issues, BCIP Act, plan to repeal, dealt with in the above item, plan for the ROC, including an answer to why it can't be defunded immediately. The Minister might also be asked about energy policies and gas. Are you able to liaise with the relevant department to provide some points on this? Please give me a call if you have any queries. Thanks very much. Name obviously deleted. Then there's an email attachment, final talking points sent to Minister's office from the department, AWU National Executive Meeting talking points. It goes through the current status of WR reforms, legislative timetable, priorities, process. It then goes through the Jobs Summit. It then goes through the Registered Organisations Commission, and it states at the bottom of the page 3, if points on withdrawal from amalgamations are required, and it says the following, and I'll read it again, I am also committed to repealing changes made in 2020 to the Registered Organisations Act that allow registered organisations to withdraw from amalgamations more than 5 years following an amalgamation. This will restore and clarify the long-standing requirement that an application from a part of a registered organisation to hold a ballot of members about withdrawing from the organisation must be made within 5 years of the amalgamation. Can I ask who prepared those talking points? Bearing in mind they were for the AWU National Executive Meeting.
Senator, they would have been prepared by the relevant policy and legal teams.
Okay. When were you advised by the Minister or his office that the Albanese government was committed to repealing changes made in 2020 to the Registered Organisations Act that allow registered organisations to withdraw from amalgamations more than 5 years following an amalgamation?
Senator, as I said, I'll have to take that on notice. It's, as I said, I'm aware we've provided a brief on this. I need to check the content of that brief and also the timing of that brief.
Minister, you've said that you're not aware of any potential changes by the government. What is the government's position then in relation to the Registered Organisations Act?
Well, again,
and this particular section of it?
Again, I'm not aware of any proposed changes to that legislation.
Were you aware of the Minister's comments to the AWU National Executive Meeting?
No, because I wasn't in the room, but I would note that unlike the former government, our government is happy to have ministers attend union meetings, business group meetings, a whole range of meetings.
I have no issues with the meetings that the Minister's attending. I'm asking you, is it the government's position, given the talking points prepared for the Minister clearly state I am also committed to repealing changes made in 2020 to the Registered Organisations Act that allow registered organisations to withdraw from amalgamations more than 5 years following amalgamations. Is that the Minister's stance?
I would have to check that with the Minister. But as you would obviously be familiar, having been a former Minister, Senator Cash, that draft talking points don't necessarily find their way into remarks that ministers say.
No, but I also know that talking points aren't provided at a whim by departments to ministers in relation to potential changes to legislation, unless they've been asked for by a particular minister.
With the greatest of respect to public servants, who I do respect greatly, public servants who draft talking points don't necessarily have access to the latest thinking of ministers. So I would want to check the background to these talking points having been prepared before I could even give you an answer about whether they represent the minister's position or not.
Can you also state then, and I know that the Minister's Office will be listening in, what is the government's position in relation to the two paragraphs? I'm also committed to repealing changes made in 2020 to the Registered Organisations Act that allow registered organisations to withdraw from amalgamations more than 5 years following an amalgamation. This will restore and clarify the long-standing requirement that an application from a part of a registered organisation to hold a ballot of members about withdrawing from the organisation must be made within 5 years of the amalgamation. From the Minister's perspective, what instructions were given to the department in relation to these talking points and by whom in terms of the preparation? At the AWU National Executive meeting, was this canvassed in any way whatsoever? Has the Minister made a commitment to any union, including the AWU, that the government will proceed with these changes? Ms James, has the department received instructions from the government to commence any form of drafting in relation to changes to the Registered Organisations Act in this regard?
I'm not sure of the answer to that, Senator.
When you say you're not sure, would someone here be sure? You are the Secretary.
Senator, I believe I've taken the substance of that one on notice. It's possible in terms of the brief that was provided that it had decisions attached to it. As I've said, I need to review that brief.
Thank you very much. I look forward to receiving that then on notice. Can I also now, and I am going to, Chair, try and proceed as quickly as possible. Could I now turn to what was known as the Rosato decision?
Same job, same pay decision? Or the decision regarding the same job, same pay issue?
The Rosato decision in relation to what was at the time referred to as fixing the double-dipping loophole in relation to the work pack
that
and
might be your
Rosato
but it was
case.
It was the case about labour hire casual coal miners being paid worse and with worse conditions than permanents. That's
No,
how
it was
I
actually
remember
a case in relation to whether or not employers should actually have to pay entitlements twice if they've already been discharged to the casual employee.
That might be your interpretation, but having spent probably a lot more time with rank and file coal miners than you have, Senator Cash, I would put it a different way. It was about coal miners being engaged as labour hire casuals year after year after year when they were actually permanent workers, but we obviously have a different interpretation.
Well, do you recall the decision of the High Court?
I do.
And what did the High Court say on the 4th of August 2021?
Well, I would have to go and get the decision to be able to tell you.
Well, my understanding is the High Court agreed with the decision and the legislation that the coalition government at the time put forward.
Yep.
But I digress because, Minister, on the 4th of August 2021, the now Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations did commit an Albanese government if elected, basically to overturning the government's scheme. Is this still the position of the Albanese government?
It's certainly the position of the Albanese government that people who effectively do the same job should be paid no less than their colleagues. And it is our intention to legislate to fix what is a grossly unfair flaw in the current employment law of Australia.
Despite the fact that the High Court of Australia agreed with the position that the Coalition took in the legislation.
No, the High Court of Australia ruled, gave a ruling as to the current legal position of those employees. Labor went to the election with a commitment to change that because we did not believe it was fair.
And that's what I just want to confirm. The commitment has not changed.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I needed to confirm.
We believe that.
Thank you very much.
We believe that people should not be engaged as casual employees, whether it be as miners or anything else, year after year doing the same roster and be paid less than permanent workers who they work alongside.
And one might also say that small businesses shouldn't have to assume an up to $39 billion liability.
Well, you know that that's a false figure.
And actually double dip in terms of getting paid casual loadings and
know,
permanent
Senator Cash,
entitlements.
I know you used to put that figure around, but you know that even the High Court ruling does not have that implication, and it relates, and the issue that Labor's commitment is about is in relation to long-term casuals who work the same roster week after week, month after month, year after year. I'm not sure about you, Senator Cash, but I've been to coal mines in Queensland and have met with coal miners who have been engaged as casuals for 7, 8 and 9 years, working exactly the same roster, week after week, month after month, year after year, don't get sick leave, even when they're paid a casual loading, their take-home pay is less than the permanent workers they work alongside. And I'd be very happy to go and take you out to meet some of those miners so that you can understand the situation they're in.
All I needed was to confirm the government's position.
Well,
and
it's
I
a
do
shame that you never went and
appreciate
met with those miners
that
before you
have
took the legislative
confirmed
position that you
government's
did.
Position. I'll wrap up here, Chair, just with some questions that I just will place on notice here tonight, and then we'll submit a whole lot of more questions on notice. And it's just in relation to the current rate of casual employees in Australia, the current rate of independent contractors, the current rate of labour hire workers.
Sorry, Senator, were you asking?
I'll put that on notice for you.
Okay,
That's
thanks.
fine.
Yep.
I'm happy to move on given the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just want to understand a little bit about the National Construction Industry Forum. Any wait for someone to come or? Mr. Hare? No, I'll wait. Okay.
No, she hasn't.
Thank you, Ms Anderson. Welcome back. In September, Minister Burke stated the government would establish a National Construction Industry Forum. Can you please tell me, were you aware that the Minister was going to make this announcement prior to being made earlier in September?
So, Senator, my understanding is the announcement was part of the outcomes of the Job Summit, and I think Senator Pocock had...
Senator David Pocock.
Sorry?
Senator David Pocock has two.
Yes, oh, sorry. Sorry. Senator David Pocock had, I suppose, sort of put it on the table at the Job Summit.
Okay. So how did you find out about, or how did the department find out about the forum? Was it through when Senator Pocock raised it, or was it raised with you earlier?
Had the government previously raised this with you, or was this raised by Senator Pocock and then adopted by the government?
The concept of not necessarily in that exact form, but something for a construction industry engagement had been raised with us, yes.
Okay, had you or anyone else in the department received a formal briefing from the Minister or his office?
I'll need to take that on notice in terms of whether it was a formal briefing. As I said, it was certainly raised with us as a broad concept, not in its final form or as it was announced by or suggested by Senator David Pocock, but the concept that perhaps if I explain it this way, the concept of tripartism had been raised on a number of occasions by the Minister, and we talked about that in a range of factors, including a commitment to ongoing tripartism in the building and construction area. So that broad concept in terms of having parties around a table talking about it, yes, that had been raised. I'm not sure it was raised formally apart from being a very strong theme within the election material. So we're in discussions about how that might look rather than necessarily a formal sort of briefing back.
Okay, so since it was announced, what consultation the Minister has had with the department since that announcement was made?
So some of those go to government decision making, Senator, so I'll need to take that on notice because there's aspects which go to government decision making.
Okay. Have you or anyone else in the department been briefed by the Minister or his office as to what the forum might actually entail?
So again, that goes to the formal government decision making. I'll just need to go back and check what can be shared publicly and what can't be.
Okay. Well, are you able to tell me what the forum might entail then? It's been announced. So what?
Yeah.
Senator, we're not in a position to preempt.
So
just to confirm this, the government has announced a new forum. It would appear that Senator Pocock raised it and the government has taken this on board. There has been an announcement, given that we have the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission imminent, but the department has no further information in relation to the announcement at this point in time.
So, Senator, this is subject. This is one of the things that the Minister has raised and discussed, and it's part of, and my recollection is it's been raised and discussed in terms of amendments, so those amendments haven't yet been tabled, so I'm restricted in what I can say.
So this is part of the deal with Pocock, is what you're saying?
No.
You're having a go at
No, Senator Pocock. Is it part of the deal with Senator Pocock in terms of the abolition of the ABCC?
Having a go at Senator Pocock.
Absolutely not. I'm asking that this is something that
Senator, not that I'm aware
Senator
of.
Pocock has put forward. Sorry, Senator Pocock, you must, every time, so I do apologise. It's not Senator Barbara Pocock. In terms of the government has adopted the idea that has come from Senator Pocock and it is now being fleshed out.
So as I said, there was a broad discussion around tripartism, particularly the need for ongoing tripartism, improved tripartism in the building and construction sector. Senator David Pocock put it on the table at the summit. There are a number of other people who spoke to to support that. So I'm reluctant to say that anything raised at that meeting was then at the sort of cost. It was a broad public discussion with a range of stakeholders, and lots of people had ideas or suggestions.
So any of the discussions that you've had regarding the forum with the Minister, who else has been involved in those discussions? Is it just departmental officials and Minister's staff, Minister and Minister's staff, or are there other people involved?
So this goes to, Senator, there are things that I can't disclose here, so they go to government decision making. So I need to go back and look at the material and see what I can share, but it does go to government decision making.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of the composition of the forum? Like who would be on it?
Senator, the amendments haven't been tabled yet. I'm not able to go into more detail.
So the bill makes it difficult for unions that have got repeated recidivist behaviour in regard to breaking the law in terms of them being able to engage in multi-employer bargaining. Will those organisations also be able to participate in the forum in this regard?
Senator, I'm not, as I said before, the amendments haven't been tabled. I'm not able to go into detail
So
about
you
them.
can't tell me if the CFMMEU
I'm not, Senator, I'm not able to disclose any aspect beyond what the Minister's
Minister, can
disclosed.
you guarantee that the CFMMEU will not have a seat at the table in relation to the National Construction Industry Forum, given in this bill that abolishes the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the government has also acknowledged that they are recidivist offenders and will be banned from multi-employer bargaining for 18 months?
I'll try and get some information for you
Minister,
about
do
that.
you think, based on your knowledge of the CFMMEU and the findings against them, that they should be given a seat at the table of the National Construction Industry Forum?
It's not really, I'm here representing the Minister, and it's the Minister's role, Minister Burke, and I'll do my best to get an answer for you on that as quickly as I
You're a
can.
senior minister in Cabinet. You sit around the Cabinet table. Do you believe it is appropriate for anybody from the CFMMEU to actually have a seat at this table?
I'm not going to... I'm very happy to speak about my opinion about matters in my portfolio. I respect...
You are representing...
Yeah, and I respect my ministerial colleagues, and I would like to confer with the Minister before I
So what you're
tell
saying
him.
then, at this point in time is...
I think the Minister was still giving his answer.
Yeah, I think it's only right to check with the Minister, who is actually responsible for these issues, to understand what his position is.
So what you were saying is
maybe
John Setka at this point in time could be a part of
Well,
this new body?
that's your hyperbole, but...
No, I'm asking.
we've-
Given
No,
that you haven't ruled anyone out,
No.
could you
What-
confirm that John Setka could be part of this new body?
I've told you that I'm going to check with the Minister about what his plans are, because I'm here representing him.
You are here
I'm not-
representing
I'm
him, and I
not-
know
if
he's
I
on
was-
Can I just stop for a minute? The Minister is trying to answer the question. It would be wonderful. There's been very few interjections, and I've got to say I've been tempted numerous times to interject, and I've held my own. I would ask everyone
Leadership
to
is
do the
very
same.
becoming of you.
I would ask everyone else to do the same thing.
I just
It's been very balanced.
I'm always balanced. Just more balanced sometimes than others.
Could I just ask one more question and then we will wrap up? Just in relation to cost orders, Ms James, are you aware if the Minister or his office has given any direction to the Australian Building and Construction Commission not to pursue a cost order that has been made in its favour?
I'm not aware of any such direction, Minister.
Okay. Is anyone else in the department aware of any such direction? Minister, are you aware of any such direction from the Minister to the Australian Building and Construction Commission?
No, I'm not, and I remember you asked similar questions.
Yeah,
in
and to the Attorney General, and
estimates.
that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking it.
No, I'm not aware.
Yep, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Pocock has some questions.
Nothing very significant, but I wanted to ask you about the National Employment Standards. I've just been reflecting on them. And I think there are two provisions at present in the current law that are not enforceable. The right to request flexibility and the right to request an extension of unpaid parental leave. Is that correct?
Might just, while the bench is changing, when you say unenforceable...
no right of appeal or civil remedy.
So you're talking about, but both of those entitlements involve decisions that the right to
The
seek
employer
a
can
certain
reasonably
decision, the
refuse.
employer then makes a decision, and so you're talking about the ability to seek an enforceable or binding type review.
If you are refused by your employer, then you have and the grounds are clearly set out, as I recollect, in the
I
Act.
think that's correct, but I would defer to the colleagues in the
So
detail.
in relation to the flexibility provision in section 65, there's a dispute resolution in relation to the process, but the bill in Parliament at the moment proposes to introduce the ability to also have dispute resolution in relation to the outcome.
The outcome of both kinds of requests?
Process and substance of the request.
Both for...
That was for section...
Oh, for flexibility. Yeah, sorry. No, just for flexibility. No. The government has, in the Job Summit, committed to look at the unpaid parental leave right further, and has indicated that's something to be doing in 2023.
Okay, and I would just wonder, does the department have any kind of record keeping or any analysis of how many, whether it's a very frequently made request for an extension to unpaid parental leave, how broadly it's used, whether there's any information about refusal rates or any kind of research findings at all?
I'd have to take that on notice, and Mr. Sutton, no, we'll take that on notice. And
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. That's the end of outcome 3. Thank you very much. And now we can call Comcare. Yeah. Thanks, we'll just have a short suspension. Thank you. Good, thanks. So now welcome representatives from the Australian Building and Construction Commission. Mr. McBurney, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, if I could, Chair. Just a short opening statement, which I can also table. I expect this will be the final appearance for the Stephen McBurney, Commissioner, Australian Building and Construction Commission. I expect this will be the final appearance for the ABCC before this committee for both myself and my leadership team. I want to take this final opportunity to thank all members of the committee for their interest in the important work undertaken by the ABCC. The past 5 months have been a very difficult time for our staff. Despite being ongoing Commonwealth public servants, they have faced significant uncertainty as to their continuing employment in the APS. I am acutely aware of the personal toll on them. My staff have demonstrated the resilience and professionalism that I have come to expect from them. I acknowledge and express my appreciation to the heads of other Commonwealth agencies who have reached out to me during this time to consider and identify suitable staff for transfer to their agencies. 5 APS agencies presented to the ABCC staff on current and future vacancies and accepted the CVs of staff interested in applying or transferring to new roles. My thanks go to those agencies, in particular the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity, the Australian Skills Quality Authority, the Commonwealth Ombudsman and the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. I acknowledge the Fair Work Ombudsman, who will ultimately take on board 16 of our staff as part of the transfer of function to the Fair Work Ombudsman. This includes our graduate cohort who otherwise had no entitlement to the redundancy provisions available to ongoing ABCC staff. I also acknowledge the engagement and understanding of our current Secretary, Nat James, and her staff from the Department for Employment and Workplace Relations. They have assisted us in placing some of our most vulnerable staff. The department has ensured that staff on paid parental leave had a clear pathway to ongoing employment by way of transfer to ongoing positions within the department. All of these engagements have to date facilitated the retention of highly skilled ABCC staff within the APS and ensured their wealth of knowledge and expertise is not lost to the APS. I don't have anything further for my opening statement, Chair, but I can address the committee in due course on the current state of the ABCC's operations and the important transfer of function to the Fair Work Ombudsman that will be fully implemented on and from Thursday, 10 November.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for that opening statement, and in particular acknowledging the toll that this has taken on so many of your staff, and I do hope that they've had every opportunity to seek whatever counselling, etc. They may be able to. Once we've got your statement, and I'm sure that it is being brought to us, thank you, we will have further questions in relation to the statement. This is your last estimates. There is quite a bit to get through tonight, so we'll take it topic by topic. Could I start, though, with the results of costs orders in relation to cases that the ABCC has been a part of. In the first instance, can I ask you to confirm how many cases have had cost orders made or cost orders agreed since the ABCC was re-established in December 2016?
Since that date, we'll need to take it on notice. We've provided a recent answer, written answer to the department, which I understand.
I do. Was that question number 567? I believe I asked some questions in relation to cost orders. In terms of that, it stated, as at the 1st of June 2022, the Employment and Workplace Relations portfolio had 34 cases in which a cost order or the ability to pursue costs were to be finalised. And you then, I understand, you set out what those cases were. You were then kind enough to set out the outcome of each cost order below. Can I just confirm that in relation to the cost orders, and these ones are at costs that have been made in favour of the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the Australian Building and Construction Commission is pursuing all costs.
I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Matt Kelleher to answer your question, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Senator, Matt Kelleher, Deputy Commissioner of the ABCC. If I can perhaps just go back, I think, to the first part of your question. The legal costs that have been paid to the ABCC since its re-establishment on the 2nd of December 2016, I have, as at the 31st of October this year, 13 cases totalling $1.276 million. That's That's $1,276,543.
And so that is cost orders in which the ABCC has been successful and recovered back 1.2 million odd dollars.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, are there any outstanding cost orders?
Senator, there are. I'd note that they were responded to in our Quan. A small number of those relate to matters in the wages and entitlement space.
Yes.
That we, I don't expect will be in a position to recover because of reasons including that the particular respondent didn't comply with the compliance notice to repay an employee, for example. Aside from that, there aren't any that are otherwise cost orders that we wouldn't pursue, save for one cost order that has recently been the subject of a resolution in the Lend-Lease matter.
So I've just got to understand this slightly better. So you have outstanding cost orders.
That's right, yes.
The normal course of event is that you would pursue, subject to, you've said there are some in the wages and entitlements that you wouldn't. You would, well, most people would pursue a cost order.
Correct.
You're owed the costs, you'll take the costs. And you've been successful in pursuing the 13 cases to the value of approximately 1.276 million. And thank you so much. I do have the question on notice in front of me. Sorry, what did you say in relation to the last case?
I said there was a cost order that was made in the agency's favour that a direction not to pursue has been given.
Okay, so I want to work through that. In terms of, so you have got a cost order made in the agency's favour. What case was that in, please?
The cost order was made on the 31st of March 2022 in the case colloquially known as the Lend-Lease case, Lend-Lease v ABCC.
Okay, when you say cost order was made, what was the order that was made?
The order that was made, it was in Federal Court proceeding VID 56 of 2020 by Justice Snowden on the 31st of March 2022. The court ordered there by consent that the intervener, which was the CFMMEU...
Because they weren't a party to the proceedings, is my understanding. They intervened into the proceedings.
That's correct.
That is correct.
The order was simply that the intervener pay the following costs on a party-party basis as agreed or assessed. A, 50% of the respondent's costs in respect of the issue concerning the proper construction of section 13.2J of the Building Code from 12 February 2020 onwards, and subparagraph B, 100% of the respondent's costs in respect of the constitutional law issues from 12 February 2020 onwards.
Deputy Commissioner, what would be the cost value that you would seek to pursue, approximately?
Well, Senator, I can say that the total external costs on that matter were $509,442 plus disbursements. $509,442 was the total costs expended plus disbursements.
So you are entitled, pursuant to the costs order, to recover that in the normal course of events, just like in the 13 cases where you've recovered the monies?
It's subject, obviously, to the terms of the order that was made on the 31st of March 2022, and party costs wouldn't enable a party to recover 100% of those, of course.
So I don't understand them.
Sorry, party costs, which...
No, meaning why aren't you pursuing it? There's $500,000 of taxpayers' money that has been awarded to you. Why are you not pursuing it?
I understand, Senator. The reason is this particular matter is classified as a significant matter under the Legal Services directions, and that means that it is not able to be settled without the agreement of the Attorney-General. That was the...
Right, I do recall. I signed off on significant matters myself. So one would assume the Attorney-General wants to recover taxpayers' money. Senator Watt, would that be correct? The Attorney-General wants to recover taxpayers' monies that have been awarded legitimately by a court pursuant to the normal practice?
Well, I'm just trying to get my head around the finalisation of this matter, and my recollection is that it was settled, and I didn't catch all of the evidence from the Deputy Commissioner, but I'm not sure that there actually was a costs order issued, or have I misheard?
Sorry, I think you misheard. Did you not just read out the costs order?
I did.
Because I
Could
guess,
you table
I guess
the
I'm
costs
wondering,
order for us,
I guess
please?
I'm wondering why there's a costs order in a matter that's settled.
Well, perhaps, Deputy Commissioner,
just-
you could take us through this, please.
What I might just ask the Deputy Commissioner to do is step you through the fact that there was an appeal that this was the subject of. The costs order was made at the initial hearing before Justice Snowden. The CFMMEU filed an appeal. I'll just have Mr Kelleher take you through that and explain what the process was for us to seek
the normal course of events, the recovery of
Yeah.
costs.
Yes.
Well, no, but hang on. So what Mr McBurney has just said is that it's this, and let's remember this is the case about the ABCC suing or prosecuting, whatever this is the correct word, Lend-Lease over workers displaying a flag. The ABCC won that case at first instance. The union appealed that case, and the matter was then settled. So it would be ordinary practice in litigation of that kind for the parties to agree as part of a settlement of an appeal that whatever orders had been issued by the lower court would not be pursued. So far what I'm hearing is that that's what occurred, but I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong.
Mr Kelleher can take you through the
Thank you very
sequence of
much,
events.
Commissioner. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. I was just about to get to the timeline. It helps, I think, to step back to the start. On the 6th of April 2022, the CFMMEU filed an appeal challenging Justice Snowden's findings that were made in the ABCC's favour regarding the construction of Section 13.2J of the Code and its constitutional validity, and made a cost order that I have recited on the 31st of March 2022. That matter was then listed for hearing before a full court of the Federal Court on the 18th to the 19th of August 2022. As a result of amendments to the Building Code which took effect on the 26th of July this year, Section 13.2J of the Code became no longer operative. Accordingly, the August hearing dates were vacated by consent between the parties whilst the parties sought to determine the terms of settlement. As I alluded to, pursuant to the Commonwealth's Legal Services directions, certain litigation that's identified as significant under the directions is not to be settled without the agreement of the Attorney-General, and this matter was identified as significant because the CFMMEU raised an argument regarding the constitutional validity of the particular provision of the Building Code, which meant that the matter could raise a significant precedent for the Commonwealth or other Commonwealth agencies, either on a point of law or because of its potential significance for the Commonwealth or other Commonwealth agencies under Section 3.1D of the Legal Services directions. On the 5th of August 2022, a revised significant issue settlement request was to the Office of Legal Services Coordination was sent, which is a part of the Attorney-General's Department.
So you send that?
That was provided to the OLSC, yes.
Yep.
The request there sought the resolution of the costs, the subject of the 31 March order, by having the CFMMEU pay costs of up to $150,000. On the 9th of September this year, the agency was advised by OLSC that the Attorney-General had considered the request and considered the ABCC's request and would approve the ABCC settling the appeal that I mentioned on the following terms, that 1, the appeal proceedings be discontinued, 2, there be no order as to costs in the appeal proceedings, and 3, the ABCC, underline, does not, end underline, enforce the Federal Court cost order dated 31 March 2022.
So the Attorney-General of Australia gave you a direction that you were not to enforce a costs order that had been made in the favour of the ABCC in litigation that was found in your favour to the tune of $509,442.
I don't think that's a correct way to characterise it, Senator Cash.
Well, we are now clearly running a protection racket for the Attorney-General, I'm
No.
assuming. The Attorney-General refused to sign off on the ABCC pursuing costs from the CFMMEU.
Here's what happened. Let's
Mr.
remember.
Kelleher has just told me what's happened.
This case concerned the ABCC's attempts to use the building code that was enacted by you or your government to ban workers from displaying Eureka flags on work sites. The infamous case where Lendlease was prosecuted.
Sorry.
Well, there was.
That's not true.
Okay, well,
No, Mr. McBurney, I will
feel
give
free to
you-
rephrase it.
No, I'll give Mr. McBurney the opportunity. Are you reading out the Minister's talking points?
No.
Has the Minister's office
This
just provided you with
was
this?
litigation.
Has the Minister's
This was
office just provided you, Minister
This was
Watt,
litigation.
with
Excuse me.
this?
Can we just stop for a moment? The question's been asked. Minister Watt is responding to it. If there's a follow-up question, obviously you're more than welcome to go ahead, Senator.
Well, you've had a fair go, Senator Cash. I'd like to put.
And I was just asking, has the Minister's office provided you with this?
Let's not start again. Minister Watt's going to answer the question, and then there'll be a follow-up question, I'm sure.
So this case related to the building code that was enacted by you and your government, and it involved a case involving a prosecution, litigation, whatever is the correct word, relating to workers displaying Eureka flags on work sites. It's well understood that our government thought that was a gross misuse of taxpayers' money to undertake that litigation in the first place. When the change of government occurred, the case was on appeal by the union to the full court of the federal court. At first instance, a single judge of the federal court had ruled in favour of the ABCC and ordered the union to pay us a percentage of the ABCC's legal costs before that judge. We were elected. We, as an interim measure on the way to abolishing the ABCC, Minister Burke stripped the ABCC of a number of powers by repealing large parts of the building code, including the provision the ABCC used to try and ban the Eureka flag or to undertake this litigation. The rollback of the code rendered the appeal to the full court of the federal court moot, and under the Legal Services Direction 2017, Commonwealth agencies such as the ABCC are required not to waste taxpayer money or resources on unnecessary litigation. So the building code was being rolled back. It was under the building code that this litigation was undertaken. The case was moot. Our view was that it was a gross waste of taxpayers' money for this litigation to occur in the first place, let alone to be strung out in appeals. A settlement was arranged, and as I said earlier, it is entirely ordinary when an appeal is settled that costs ordered at first instance are not enforced as part of a global settlement, and that's what's happened here.
And could I ask you, in relation to the talking points you were referring to, who provided you with that? The Attorney-General's office or Minister Burke's office?
Everything I have said to you today...
No, I'm asking in relation to what you just read out, Minister Watt.
Everything I've said today, including information that I've provided tonight, is informed by advice I've been given by the Minister's office because I'm here representing the Minister. There's no conspiracy here that I'm here as the Minister representing the Minister for IR, conveying information from the Minister and the Minister's office. Again, I've seen you do that on multiple occasions at Estimates, Senator Cash, and that's what I'm doing here. No conspiracy.
Can I confirm?
Sorry.
Sorry, just confirming.
Senator Cash is
the Attorney-General refused to sign off on the ABCC pursuing costs from the CFMMEU, effectively saving this union $509,000.
That's your characterisation of that. That is not right. There was a settlement.
Mr. McBurney, given you have now heard, and I know you've heard this on many an explanation or many a time, the Albanese government's interpretation of the Lend-Lease case. Can you please advise what actually occurred in that case and in relation to the law as it stood?
Yes, Senator. This is just a point of clarification on what this litigation was about. Section 13(2)J of the Building Code regulates the application of building association flags, logos and indicia to employer property. On 29 November 2019, an ABCC inspector issued a compliance notice pursuant to Section 99 of our Act, the Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Act, to Lendlease building contractors. We did not prosecute Lendlease building contractors. We cannot prosecute any company under the building code.
I don't understand then. Why are you accused of prosecuting Lendlease?
I think that's the colloquial term that's been used, but it's a misunderstanding of how this matter got to court. We did not bring this matter to court.
Sorry, you didn't bring the matter.
We were the
now I'm getting
respondent.
even more confused because Senator, what you just said, they prosecuted Lendlease. So if you didn't bring it to court,
are you proud of the fact
how did it occur?
Are you proud of the fact that your government,
Minister
through the
Watt, if I was
ABCC,
sitting in your position and had just knocked
God knows
back
how many
the
hundreds of thousands of
taxpayer
dollars
not being able to recoup
taking action
over
over
$500,000 because of a protection racket with the CFMMEU, you would be ripping strips off me. This is an absolute disgrace. The Attorney General of Australia, who on one hand is bringing in a National Corruption Commission, is actually himself saying to the ABCC, do not go after a cost order made in their favour in relation to behaviour of the CFMMEU.
This is about flags on a worksite, and your government thought it was okay for God knows how much taxpayers' money to be spent in litigation over flags being put on a worksite. That's how much your government had lost touch with reality.
And as the Commissioner was stating, that is not the correct interpretation of the case.
It was a compliance notice about flags.
I will now allow you the opportunity to correct the record in relation to the case itself. I do apologise. You were saying the case was not brought by the ABCC.
If I could just place on the record the correct context in which the case was brought. I said a compliance notice was issued. Lendlease exercised their legal right to challenge that compliance notice and made application to the Federal Court under Section 100 of our Act seeking a review of the compliance notice. We were the respondent to that review, that application. The CFMMEU sought to intervene in that proceeding. I opposed that intervention, and the court permitted the intervention, and that's one reason why I sought the Commonwealth's legal costs to be reimbursed in respect of that.
Take a step back there. So the court, you applied to intervene, did you say? No, sorry, the CFMEU applied to intervene and you opposed the intervention.
I opposed the intervention. The case was originally between Lendlease as the applicant, myself as the respondent.
You were the respondent to the case?
Respondent to the case, or my inspector was the respondent to the case.
Right.
Because he'd issued the compliance notice. And the CFMMEU sought to intervene to run a constitutional argument, which is their right. They ran that argument and they failed in that argument. We won the primary case against Lendlease, and we won the constitutional argument against the CFMMEU, and we sought a costs order against the CFMMEU, and Justice Naden made the costs order, and the costs order was made in favour of the Commonwealth. I should point out there were two respondents in this matter. It was the individual inspector who'd issued the compliance notice and myself as ABC Commissioner. We were the respondents to the hearing at first instance, and we did not bring the appeal. We were the respondents to the appeal. Now, Mr Kelleher has given evidence to the committee about the disposition of this matter ultimately on appeal. I just want to make clear that the position I put was that there was no utility in this appeal proceeding. That was agreed by all parties, and that the appropriate disposition of the appeal was that it be dismissed with no order as to costs in the appeal.
In the appeal?
On the question of costs made at first instance, there were significant costs incurred by the Commonwealth. There'd been an order for costs, and the submission put to the Attorney-General was that there ought to be a reimbursement of those costs in the amount of $150,000. We provided the legal advice of senior counsel, setting out his advice on the matter, but ultimately it is for the Attorney-General to sign off on settlements. So I am bound by his decision on the settlement. Mr. Kelleher has explained to you what that decision and what that direction was, and we acted in accordance with that direction, and we settled the matter with no order as to costs on the appeal and an undertaking that we not pursue costs that were made by Justice Naden in favour of myself and the inspector, that is the ABCC.
So effectively...
Senator Cash, just be mindful. I'm going to rotate in a few minutes, so if you want to continue
finish up on this.
Yep.
So effectively, the taxpayer is now $509,000 worse off.
Because of some flags on
and the
website.
CFMMEU is effectively $509,000 better off because you were unable to pursue the costs as a result of a direction from the Attorney-General of Australia.
No one's better off here. Everyone is a loser because of the ridiculous building code that prohibited people putting flags on work
Minister
sites.
Watt,
No one
this is a very, very serious matter.
I know.
The Attorney-General of Australia has given a direction to the Australian Building and Construction Commission not to follow up a costs order made in its
What's a serious matter is that hundreds
Senator
of
Cash,
thousands of dollars have been spent over flags on a work site.
Senator Watt was completing his answer. I'm very happy for you. Got a couple more minutes before we rotate. Senator Watt. Minister Watt.
I was just trying to say, Chair, thank you, that what is a serious matter is that because of the former government's ideological obsessions over flags being displayed on work sites, taxpayers have funded hundreds of thousands of dollars of litigation. That is a disgrace, and that sort of nonsense is not going to go on.
Commissioner McBurney or Deputy Commissioner Kelleher, in relation to the allegation that it is a trivial matter, flags on work sites, can you explain why flags are not allowed on work sites and what the implication of a flag being flown is?
To be fair to the officials, I think you're asking them to justify your government's policy.
No, I'm not. I'm asking them for the explanation as to the law.
The building code was enacted by your government, so you are responsible for the decision to outlaw
I am
flags
asking
on
Mr
work
McBurney
sites.
in the context of the
Mr. McBurney
case.
and his team
Minister Watt, you are running a protection racket now,
no.
not just for the CFMEU, but clearly the Attorney-General of Australia.
No. Mr. McBurney and his team do their job, which is to enforce laws that your government passed. You and your former government are entirely responsible for the law that tried to prohibit flags on work sites. And if you think that's justifiable, you should defend that. You shouldn't put it on public servants to defend your government's laws. They enforce the laws.
I'm asking the Commissioner to explain the legal basis for the case.
Well, the legal
and
basis
he is able
for the case
to do
was
that.
you enacted
Minister Watt,
this
you
law.
are running a protection racket for the Attorney-General
No, I'm
and the
not.
CFMMEU
You're trying to get public
to the tune
servants
of
to justify your laws.
$500,000.
Earlier
That
on-
is an
no.
absolute disgrace. There was
Earlier
a
on-
costs order that was made in favour of the ABCC, and the Attorney-General of Australia has directed them
the
not
litigation
to
was settled.
pursue it.
The litigation was settled.
You can spin it any way you like, Minister Watt.
Can I just
It doesn't actually cut it, that there is $509,000
Well, as the Chair, can we just,
of taxpayers'
having a point of
money.
order on ourselves or the hearing or whatever we want to call it. It's now time to rotate and give an opportunity. Obviously, if people want to follow the same line of questions, they are more than welcome to. It's up to their prerogative. I want to go to another serious matter that the ABCC has been involved in. As we've heard evidence about flags on building sites and substantial amounts of money that has been spent. And I note that some people have said that's how egregious that is, but I want to go to another matter which I suspect is seen by some as being as egregious as well. and that's Teagate. In 2018, the Federal Court blasted the ABCC for taking federal court action against the two CFMEU officials for the egregious crime of, I quote, having a cup of tea. Justice North said that the ABCC needed to be, I quote, publicly exposed for wasting taxpayer money on bringing that action. Justice North went on to describe the ABCC as, and I quote, morally inappropriate for bringing, and I quote again, minuscule, insignificant affair to trial. Can you remind me how much the ABC spent prosecuting two CFMEU officials for having a cup of tea?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Pardon?
I'll take that on notice, please.
I mean, you've got the figures on flags, you haven't got the figures on cups of tea?
Chair,
Senator,
this matter arose prior to my commencement as Commissioner, and this matter arose prior to Mr Kelleher's commencement as Deputy Commissioner. No one...
Mr McBurney, you're not seriously saying to this Senate inquiry that because it was prior to your being here and Mr Kelleher that there is not the capacity to turn around and answer that question? Is there somebody in the room that can answer that question?
We can answer questions. We've come prepared to answer questions about current
Only on the
matters.
period that you're here. You've been,
No. We will answer the question on notice, Senator. We'll provide that. I'm just providing context for this. We answered questions, or questions were answered about this case back at the time by the former Commissioner and by the predecessor to Deputy Commissioner Kelleher. It's only fair that he be permitted to see the answers given by his predecessor to be able to provide you with an accurate answer to the question you're asking.
I think it's also worth noting, Senator, that this is one of the oldest cases in my file here. The full court decision was from early 2019. The last financial year, the agency succeeded in 100% of its litigation. This is not a reflection of the agency's litigation success rate.
This is one you don't know about.
Which, without being boastful, I think for any regulator or common litigant is remarkable in the litigious environment in which this regulator operates.
Good, thank you. So, when it comes to cups of tea and suing union officials, that's one that you can't remember?
Senator, like I said, the case was...
No, I'm just asking. That's not one you can remember the facts on at this point.
Well, Senator, it was a case from a very long time ago. If you have the case in front of you...
2019 is 3 years ago?
Well, considering the number of cases that have been filed since then, it's a very long time ago. And as the Commissioner indicated, it predated both his and my time.
And the history, and the question comes to the history of how the ABCC has been operating in this space. And it quite clearly goes, that's one of the, and the culture that exists within the ABCC.
Entirely right.
And the question goes to certainly your most senior managers in the ABCC, I would have thought would have had a clear view about what went wrong with that case. And it appears that you don't. But certainly Justice North has a very clear view. Morally inappropriate, publicly exposed for wasting taxpayers' money, minuscule and significant affair, and it was over a cup of tea. It sounds like Teagate to me.
Senator, I'm happy to provide you, answer any questions you have about that case on notice. The case has been published. The decision is there for all to read. What we do is two things. We act as a model litigant, and secondly, we put cases before the court we think have reasonable prospects. And Mr Kelleher alluded to our record. If I'd been successful in 8 out of 88 cases, I'd clearly have a case to answer. We've been successful in 80 out of 88. The CFMEU has been unsuccessful in 80 out of 88 cases between ourselves and the agency. I'd prefer to be on our side of the scorecard.
I understand that there's a very combative approach that the agency has taken. I understand how politicised it is. I understand that you don't look at what goes wrong in the agency. You don't look at culture issues within the agency. That's why you can't give me answers on this Teagate. I'll now go to Senator Fatima.
Thank you. Mr. McBurney, do you remember the toilet case?
I don't know of any case called the toilet case, Senator.
Okay, well, so while the CFMEU was out supporting victims of wage theft and sham contracting arrangements, the job that you were supposed to do clearly, can you remind us how much money the ABCC spent on an internal and external fees prosecuting the CFMEU over a dispute over about a woman's toilet?
I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Kelleher to address you.
Senator, can you be more specific, please, in relation to the case?
Well, presumably there's only one case that involved
a woman's
legal action over a woman's toilet.
I might be able to assist Mr. Kelleher. I know you don't look at cases where there's cultural problems. This is one of those ones with cultural problems. You're not seriously saying to this Senate estimates meeting you do not know what the matter that the Senator is referring to,
Senator,
or you're just playing games?
No, I'm not playing games.
Well, you seem to be to me.
Are you referring to the case that is colloquially known as the Bay Street case?
It was in 2021.
Do you have a case citation?
I do not have the case citation.
Well, have there been many cases involving women's toilet blocks on a work site?
I'm aware of one, but in order to give informed evidence, I'd like to know what the particular case is.
I wonder if it was something to do with the piece of paper that you took from your folder and handed to Mr. McBurney.
No, it's not anything to do with that, Senator.
Case. My understanding is the case was a stop work where there were females on a construction site who were needing to use the male bathroom, and a handful of workers decided to stop work on the basis that there was no female toilet. Does that help you out there?
On the basis of that, I'll assume that it's the case that I mentioned, the Bay Street case, which I note in recent public commentary and discourse has been quite regrettable to the effect that the agency took on a case about female workers, and this is the premise of the question that's been put to me.
Mr. Kelleher, if it helps, if it gives you any assistance, you have, after these amount of minutes, worked out the one toilet case that involved female workers that you know has been a matter of controversy for a very long time, and it sounds like you've hit the nail on the head finally after all this time.
Thank you, Senator. As I was saying, the public commentary around this has been incredibly inaccurate and misleading. The case was not brought in respect of the inability of workers on site to have a female toilet. The case, in fact, went to the High Court of Australia on a special leave application. If you look at the transcript of the High Court special leave hearing, you will not find one reference to a female toilet in that argument. The case concerned a particular interpretation of a provision within the Fair Work Act and a stoppage on a site that CFMEU officials organised despite the fact that the head contractor had agreed to organise separate amenities for the female worker. And additionally, prior to that head contractor agreeing to organise those separate amenities, arrangements had been made in consultation with WorkSafe and the female worker that would allow her to use the existing amenities. The ABCC stands by its record very strongly of protecting female workers on construction sites, as indicated by very recent cases that have been filed against the CFMEU and its officials for conduct, quite egregious conduct that's been alleged against those female workers. So the suggestion that a case was taken in respect of an inadequate supply or otherwise of female toilets could not be more inaccurate.
Well, surely if there's female workers there and there's no female toilet, which I think you have acknowledged yourself, then surely that is an issue.
Senator, as I said, the CFMEU officials in that case organised the stoppage despite the fact that the head contractor had agreed to organise separate amenities.
But had not. Anyway, moving on, that's obviously a point we are going to disagree on. There was not a female toilet there, regardless of what had been put in place in terms of arrangements.
and a series of workers stood up for their colleague. Can you tell me how much that actually cost? What did the ABCC spend on that case?
Senator, I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify because my notes, and obviously I wasn't able to cite the case, so I would like a point of clarity about whether this is right. Spent $432,496 on fees. Is that correct? To pursue this case of a toilet?
Senator, as I said, I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Right.
Well, Senator Grogan, I can probably help you out. I'm aware.
That would be great. Thank you, Minister.
I'm aware of a news report in the Sydney Morning Herald from August 2021, so just over 12 months ago, which actually says that then Attorney General Senator Cash disclosed that the ABCC had spent $432,000 on external legal fees over this matter. So I'm not sure if that helps Mr. Kelleher.
We will get the final cost figure for you on notice.
Cool, thank you. And I suppose you're not aware of there was a final decision in the High Court? Final outcome there?
Pardon?
The final outcome of that case in the High Court? Is that
It was a special leave application.
Special leave application.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
And the outcome?
The special leave was not allowed. It was refused.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have to say I'm finding this a little difficult, that some of the standout cases, I'm pretty certain that your average weeks don't end up with these kind of cases, yet your understanding or knowledge of them is very limited.
Senator,
we can answer any questions you like on the Bay Street case. Mr. Kelleher is just taking you through the facts of it. But if you want clarity of any of our cases, successful or unsuccessful, we can provide it to you, particularly for the cases that have occurred on our watch.
Senator, since the agency was re-established, 89 cases have been filed. There have been 106 successful outcomes for the agency in that time.
Sorry, could you speak up a little bit? Sorry.
I said there have been a large number of cases that have been filed since the agency was re-established. 89. There have been 106 successful outcomes. Last financial year, 21 out of 21 cases were successful for the agency. In decided cases, 26 in a row have succeeded against the CFMMEU. This is a very isolated number of cases that have been put to me here. I can go through the stats if you wish. There are 1,688 contraventions that have been found against the CFMMEU since the 2nd of December.
You're welcome to put those on notice. I don't think that was the question being asked, and was asked about specific cases that you seem to have a sort of inability to answer some of the details of those cases.
I consider that I answered them.
Mr. Kelleher has answered everything other than the final legal cost figure, and we'll provide that to you on notice.
Okay. And I'm just trying to, and because I don't know, like, this is very genuine, I've seen various things. Did you lose that case in the federal court? Because you said it was thrown out, the one that is or isn't about a toilet.
In fact, Senator, the agency succeeded at the trial before Justice Bromberg. It was overturned on appeal.
Overturned? Okay, so, all right, so in the beginning, you won the cause, and then there was an appeal, and then you lost that case. Is that correct?
Justice Bromberg found in our favour on the facts and
the law as it stood at the time.
And the law as it stood at the time, and the full court overturned that decision on legal grounds.
So it's a little misleading for you to say that you won that case without then providing that point of clarification.
I said that
it was under appeal that you did not.
Senator, I said that it was my recollection, and if I didn't, I stand corrected. I said that we succeeded before Justice Bromberg at trial, and it was overturned by the full court.
And Mr. Kelleher said that the High Court dismissed the application for special leave.
It's taken us a long time to get to this, hasn't it? It seems quite remarkable to me, but thank you, Senator. I'll leave that there.
Thank you. I've got a call.
Oh,
Sit in the
yeah,
middle,
back to-
we'll just
yeah.
ask, and
Yep.
then I'll jump in
Thank you.
afterwards.
Look, thank you for outlining the 106 successful outcomes. Some of the questions I'm going to ask you about relate to South Australia, and Senator Grogan might even be able to help with some of the detail in these. In South Australia, and the dates that I'm talking about are much more current dates than going back quite a few years. So I'm hoping you can provide the detail. So in August, the CFMEU received a penalty of $428,250 for breaches of workplace laws at the Adelaide Airport. Can you tell us a little bit about what that related to? Because I understand it was about site rules and safety directions.
I'll ask Mr Kelleher to answer that. Thank you, Senator.
Yes. Adelaide Airport was the case that you referred to, wasn't it, Senator?
That's right. It was
Here we go. I've got it here. Sorry, Senator, I have it here.
I've got a few here, so I can pick.
No, I do have it here, yes. The decision there was handed down by the Federal Court on the 13th of August 2021, penalising the CFMMEU and its officials and its 6 officials $428,250 for making misrepresentations about the requirement to show entry permits, refusing to follow directions and acting in an improper manner during the $165 million redevelopment of Terminal 1 at Adelaide Airport. In that case, the court found that while on site, 2 officials, Desmond Savage and Mr Teranui Albert, repeatedly abused a construction employee, with one or both saying, quote, "F you, I'm not dealing with you. You're an effing waste of space. He's a piece of SHIT. You're a effing idiot."
I probably
and
heard
it goes on.
December 21, ABCC penalised the CFMEU for the Adelaide construction project at Marion City Council. There's also another one, ABC proceedings related to Yatala prison redevelopment. If you can tell me what the outcome of that particular one was, or both of those.
Yes, Senator. I'll just pull that up. Yatala prison. I'll just pull that up, Senator.
Just to save time, because there's a few here, there's also the Norwood Mixed Development Project, an incident in December 2021, where in March 2022 the ABC determined action that there was an alleged contravention of several sections of the Fair Work Act. Can you tell us a little bit about that? I understand that might actually be a case that's still underway.
Senator, my apologies. The Yatala matter that you referred to is actually an ongoing matter.
Thank you.
It's not a finalised matter, so they are allegations. What's alleged there is that CFMEU officials in the Yatala matter abused site staff and ignored health and safety directions whilst exercising rights of entry at the Yatala Labour Prison. The ABCC alleges that on the 30th of August 2021, Ms Russell, Alexandria Russell, Mr Raymond, Wyatt Raymond and Mr Travis Brooke conducted a site walk when Ms Russell and Mr Raymond became abusive towards the Health, Safety and Environment Manager, saying words to the effect of, and if you wish me to go through them, I can. It then went on to say, without using expletives, to allege that Mr Raymond said the representative's name, "You're effing useless at your job. I can't believe you call yourself a professional. You should be ashamed." Ms Russell allegedly said, "Completely effing useless. You're going to kill someone." Ms Russell then said, "Seriously, aren't you ashamed? It's amazing how useless you are." Mr Raymond allegedly said, "How can you get up every morning and do a shit job, job, and say, aren't you ashamed?" The following day, it's alleged that Mr Raymond and Mr Brook disrupted a concrete pour by raising a safety concern, which the site engineer rectified immediately. Mr Brook then allegedly proceeded to stand close to the site engineer, raising his arms and stating aggressively, I hope to God that something goes drastically wrong and gets people seriously hurt. I really do. Then we can take the contractor to the cleaners in court and you might learn your lesson. In relation to the Norwood case that you referred to, Senator, that is a case again that's on...
I can help, Mr Kelleher. The December 2021 decision you asked about is known as the Morphettville Park Sports Club matter. It was a right of entry, non-compliance with right of entry laws brought against the CFMMEU and its former official Michael Jackson. I won't go into the language used on that matter, but it was improper, behaving in an improper manner, which is breach of the Fair Work Act. The court found the CFMMEU and Mr Jackson liable. Mr Jackson was fined $2,500, the union $27,500, total penalties in that matter of $30,000. And the court just noted that neither Mr Jackson nor the union have made any expression of contrition or regret, and the CFMMEU has not provided any evidence of action taken by it with a view to ensuring that there will not be a repetition of conduct of this kind again.
So in some of those examples, there was obviously a court-imposed penalty. Have all of those penalties been collected?
The ones we've just referred to, those penalties have been paid in full. And I should say that to date, all penalties imposed by the court, as opposed to costs orders, all penalties imposed by the courts against the CFMMEU matters brought by my agency have been paid in full, other than those that are subject to appeal.
So what's the sorry, can I just ask, what happens to those ones that are pending? What have you been advised? What do we know about what happens to those ones that are pending?
I retain responsibility for the cases currently, and there are 38 cases currently before the court involving that my agency is responsible for, and I'm responsible for. Bill's been introduced to the federal parliament, and if that bill is passed into law, it makes provision for the cases to be transferred to the Fair Work Ombudsman on the date of royal assent, and Ms Parker will then have responsibility for those cases and step into my shoes. And it's important to note that the legislation does preserve those cases and ensure that those cases can be carried forward.
Can I just ask, just in terms of, you've now mentioned the transfer over of the function or role or powers, depending on how you want to refer to it, of the ABCC to the Fair Work Ombudsman. Is there a difference in the powers that you currently exercise and what the Fair Work Ombudsman will be able to exercise on the final abolition of the ABCC?
Yes, there is, Senator. My powers are derived from the Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Act.
Yes.
And I have responsibility to investigate and prosecute matters under both that Act and the Fair Work Act. The Fair Work Ombudsman has powers under the Fair Work Act.
Yes.
And Mr Kelleher will just take you through the critical differences between the powers she currently has for Fair Work Act contraventions. Senator, I've got to be careful because we have not analysed the bill, so we haven't been through that. So we can only address you on the difference between my powers to investigate Fair Work Act matters now and the powers she has to investigate Fair Work Act matters and what the difference is.
Thank you.
Senator, there are, without being exhaustive, some key differences. Firstly, the examination powers. The Fair Work Ombudsman's examination powers under the Fair Work Act are limited to investigations involving only a set number of a set number of conduct matters, underpayments, unreasonable deductions of amounts to employees, unfair dismissal, bullying or sexual harassment, unlawful discrimination, contraventions of the national employment standards, coercions of an employee by an employer. That's not, as I said, exhaustive, but relevantly, the Fair Work Ombudsman cannot conduct examinations relating to a number of matters that the ABCC would typically investigate, such as right of entry matters, unlawful industrial action, adverse action where that conduct falls within particular items of Section 340 of the Fair Work Act, or coercion of a building industry participant by another building industry participant. And examinations have been particularly important to the ABCC's work. 43 examinations have been conducted in 14 matters for which proceedings were commenced. Moving on from examination powers, another key difference is, of course, the maximum penalties under the BCIIP Act.
Could you just take us through them?
And the Fair Work Act. The available maximums that may be imposed on body corporates and individuals for contraventions of civil penalty provisions in the Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Act are significantly higher than the penalties for contraventions of relevant provisions in the Fair Work Act. So by way of comparison, the maximum penalties under the Fair Work Act are $66,600 for bodies corporate and $13,320 for individuals per contravention. The maximum penalties under the BCIIP Act, on the other hand, are $222,000 for bodies corporate and $44,400 for individuals per contravention. And I mean, that is, if I say, an important difference. The High Court in Pattinson recently observed that the CFMMEU's ongoing defiance indicates that it regards the penalties imposed as an acceptable cost of doing business, and a recent Federal Circuit and Family Court judge said that when imposing a Fair Work Act maximum penalty in that case on the CFMMEU, that he said this penalty will still be insufficient to deter the CFMMEU, who will, I remarked during the hearing, regard such a sum as, quote, chump change.
Could I just ask on that, Minister, given the comments of the High Court in relation to the imposition of penalties on the CFMMEU and the fact that they say they do see them as doing business, and based on the evidence of the Deputy Commissioner, the $220,000 fine versus the $66,600 fine, does the government intend to increase the maximum fines under the Fair Work Act?
I've actually just sought advice on whether the penalties or powers of the Fair Work Commission are being amended in any way by the bill. So once I get that information, I'll let you know.
Yep. Okay, thank you very much.
I think, can I just say that obviously the policy rationale for this is that the government's view is that it is important that there be an independent umpire in relation to workplace conduct, and that is what the Fair Work Ombudsman is, and that the same rule should apply to all workers in all industries. And equally, we need enforcement bodies that take proportionate action against unions and employers. And I note that as we currently stand for the ABCC's 39 cases, 36 of them, I'm told, involve matters against 56 trade union representatives. There's 25 employees in another matter, and there's only 3 employees before the courts, 3 employers before the courts in relation to matters brought by the ABCC. So I think those figures tell the story as to, and I'm not having a go at the individuals at the table, they're doing their job, which is to enforce a law that your government passed, but I think those figures show where the effort has been going in, and it's very one-sided.
So, Commissioner, can you just remind me what the success rate of the ABCC was in terms of the litigation?
I'm happy.
I just want to ask because I missed it before.
I'm very happy for that answer to be given, and I think we've already been told it's a very high success rate.
No, and that's why I just want it confirmed.
Yeah, I suspect if matters have been brought against employers who'd breached the law. They might have been pretty high success rates as well, but that, of course, was never the point of the ABCC. It was only ever about going after unions and workers.
That is a political comment and nothing
Well,
more,
the
in
facts tell the
particular
story,
given
don't
the
they?
comments of the High Court in Patterson.
The figures tell
And
the
if I
story.
recall that earlier on today, when we had the Secretary here, you were prepared to, take on a suggestion by Senator Pocock that you would have a construction industry forum. Why would you have a construction industry forum to advise the government in relation to the construction industry if you didn't, as Senator Pocock believes, there should be some form of specific watchdog?
Well, there's a range of forums that this government undertakes concerning workplace relations, some of which existed under your government and we've retained, some of which are being created new. But I think there's a far cry between a consultative forum which tries to bring employers, unions and governments together and an enforcement body that was clearly directed to only go after unions by the government of the day.
Can I just confirm, were you ever directed by the government of the day to go after unions, Commissioner?
No, Senator.
Right.
It was just a coincidence that 90% of the
But you were
against
directed by the
unions,
Attorney
just a
General of
coincidence.
Australia not to pursue a costs order in relation
That's
to
not
the
true. That's not
CFMMEU.
That's
Is
not
that
true.
correct? He refused to sign off when you actually...
Could I just provide one point of clarification, because I accept what the Minister has put, save for one detail, and that is that the proportion of cases we've taken against unions is commensurate with the proportion of cases we've taken against employers when you take the CFMMEU out of the equation.
Thank you.
So we've taken a
Right.
handful of cases
Yes.
against employers.
Yes.
A handful of cases, less than 5 against the AWU,
Right.
the CEPU,
Yes.
and the AMWU,
Right.
who by and large abide by the laws that we regulate. There is only one building industry
Yes.
participant that is overrepresented in our statistics. So I keep hearing this charge that we're anti-union. I just rely on what the federal court judges have said. It's one union. They don't want to comply with the law. They've made a business model of breaking the law. They don't respect the law. And the law we're enforcing is primarily, in 75% of cases, the Fair Work Act. The Fair Work Act that applies to all Australians. It's not our act. It is the Fair Work Act that the Fair Work Ombudsman will be charged with reporting. And if I could just add one further critical difference to Mr Kelleher's answer about the difference between the powers I have and the powers Ms Parker will
Yes.
have. One of the critical differences is the building code will be repealed by the bill. And once
Correct.
the building code's gone, there's no mandatory reporting of unlawful industrial action. There's no mandatory reporting of breaches of the code. There's no ability to recover payments under the security of payments laws. I just don't want Ms Parker to be lumbered with false expectations that she will be able to mirror the job we do, because she does not have that power.
She actually can't.
She does not
So
have
in
that critical
relation to
tool.
security of payments, and I was directed to ask the questions in relation to security of payments here. What is then the fundamental difference in relation to the security of payments issue?
So the security of payments is set up under my Act by creating the Security of Payments Working Group. And I just want to acknowledge the outstanding work of the Security of Payments Working Group, which brings together all sides of industry, including the MBA, adjudicators today, the ACTU, the Subcontractors Alliance, HIA, NECA, and they've been able to advise us how best to discharge our responsibility to assist subcontractors to recover disputed or delayed payments.
So that's what it's all about, assisting subcontractors to recover disputed payments.
Yes.
So money that's owed to a subcontractor by a head contractor.
Yes.
That is the role of the Security of Payments Working Group.
That's been the primary role of my agency, advised by the Security of Payments Working Group. They provide us with advice on how best to discharge our role, and we've discharged that role for the last 2.5 years and done it very successfully.
And when you say you've done it very successfully, on what do you base that?
So the primary measure we do is recoveries, and The amount
recoveries of outstanding amounts?
The recoveries from the moment it's reported to us as being disputed or delayed, so it
Yes.
hasn't been paid.
Yes.
By the time we intervene and it's ultimately paid, it's $13,548,154 since we've assumed that function. And that's the figure just on the recovery, so an unpaid amount which is paid once we intervene. I'll ask Ms Drennan to just give me the figure on what the total value of reports to the agency is for security of payments.
Can I also ask, just in terms of getting this information, when we discussed this previously with the department, the evidence was to effect that security of payment sits at the state's level,
Yes.
basically. And I put it to them so there would be a gap, which seemed to be disputed. In terms of the $13 million that you have recovered on behalf of subcontractors who are owed the money, and that is a good thing, well done, you should be out there recovering this money if they're owed it. How does the Fair Work Ombudsman go about discharging this function and recovering the monies?
So there is, as I understand it, no proposal for the Fair Work Ombudsman to do anything in the security of payment space. It is to be left to state regulators.
Okay, so in terms of this $13 million, it would not be able to be recovered?
It can't be recovered if you don't have the code sitting behind it. Why do head contractors and subcontractors pay the subcontractors? Because they don't want an exclusion sanction.
Because that
They
is the
don't wanna
ultimate
be-
penalty.
It is.
And if I recall, I may have signed some myself when I was
Yes.
the relevant, you are right, and you exclude someone from being able to undertake the work. So all of that's gone. This does not incentivise the payment by head contractors if it's gone to subcontractors.
No, and there's just one more observation I'll make about it, and why the code was so effective in this space is because subcontractors are reluctant to come forward and report matters to us or the state regulators. They don't want to lose future work. The mechanism under the building code was the head contractors had to report it to us when they were late or it was disputed.
Yes.
And so the subcontractors had that protection and we were able to act for them. Our experience is they're not going to go to the state regulators. We were the ones who had the most impact in this space for them, and that's why the code was so effective in the security of payments space.
Senator, you were going to provide a figure that I think it was the total amount reported.
Yes, Ms Drennan. Thanks. So we assumed this responsibility in the 2019-20 year. In that year, we had reports totaling $214 million. In the 2020-21 year, $249 million. And in the most recent financial year, $409 million. So total reports since 2019 amount to $873 million reported to the agency.
And can you just explain the difference between that and the 13?
So the $873 million is total reports of disputed or delayed payments. Now, Senator, by the time the report comes to us, if it's a delayed payment, it's already been paid. So there's nothing outstanding for us to recover.
So is there a bit of an incentive there because of the process that has been...
Yep. So there's two things we've been able to do. We've been able to recover payments that are properly owing, and that's $13.58 million in late or non-payments for subcontractors. The second is cash flow is critical for subcontractors. So we want them to pay on time. And so requiring the head contractors to report to us when it's delayed, we can take action under the code. Again, the ultimate sanction is the building code sanction, but it forces a better turnaround on payments and better compliance with payments.
But that's gone?
That's gone, yep.
You can no longer, the Minister no longer has the ability to exclude someone.
Senator, the moment the code was amended, we lost the ability, we lost the stick to take against employers to compel them to pay.
Just on that, and I do note that you had provided commentary on, I think it was a radio station. When did you find out that the Minister was announcing, or the Minister's announcement in relation to the code?
When I got a text message to tune into Insiders.
Who told you to tune into Insiders?
A colleague texted me to say the minister's announcing what he's doing about the code on insiders.
Right. How did that make you feel? As the head of an agency, with all due respect?
Look, Senator, it's fair to say we knew the government's commitment
Intention, yes.
to abolish
No, that's
the
fair
agency.
enough.
It would have been preferable to be forewarned so that I could provide support to the 39 staff who
How
found
many?
out that day, 39,
39?
who found out that day that they no longer had a job.
Right, can we just explore that? That's exactly right. So, given the government obviously talks a big game on job security, integrity and transparency, you were not, despite the fact that I agree, their election commitment was to abolish the ABCC, and they've made several remarks about you over many, many years, and some have been made tonight. You were not given the courtesy of knowing that the minister was going to make an announcement in relation to the future of who you say 39 employees on an ABC program.
That's correct, Senator.
When you got the text message, what did you do?
I was at a kids' football match. So
You're at a kids' football match. Was it your kid? Oh, no, I know, I do recall
yes.
your... Yes?
So I was
AFL
at
umpire.
my son's football match. I rang, I think I might have rung Ms Drennan, I can't be sure.
Yes.
But I watched Insiders that night to understand what had happened. We spoke that night. We agreed that we would speak to all the affected staff immediately on the Monday morning, and we did that.
And what was the reaction of the staff on the Monday morning to find out that an announcement had been made in terms of their job security, or should I say lack of job security, by the minister on an ABC weekend program?
Look, I think Ms Drennan's better placed to answer that. They're all her staff. She is the manager of the building code.
Thank you very much, and my apologies to your staff.
Janine Drennan, National Manager, Building Code. So I found out the same way, well, I actually was texted as well to find out that the code had been amended. So I immediately let my directors know, because obviously all their teams would be affected. And then, as Mr McBurney said, I had a meeting with all the staff on the Monday to tell them, obviously, that this will affect the work that they're doing, that it's now time really to encourage them to start looking for alternative work.
In the public service or outside?
Well, it's a matter for them, obviously, where they want to go, but that there wasn't going to be a...
Meaning,
were
they
getting
offered roles
transferred
in the
somewhere else,
public
yeah.
service that they could be absorbed into?
Well, that wasn't what was going to happen.
So when you say that wasn't going to happen, I don't understand what that means.
What I mean is that...
Just before, sorry, Ms Drennan, can you hang on a sec? We're coming very close to the break, but if you may have a follow-up question, I appreciate that. But our break's at 1:45.
I'm happy to continue this after the break.
Yep.
I do feel for 39 staff members who lost their jobs by announcement on an ABC television show.
I was just going to say that, at that time we obviously explained to them that they are public servants, they've got entitlements under the enterprise agreement, they're not gone tomorrow, there's a consideration period, and that we do everything we could to support them. That's really all. Yeah.
That was it? That's all you could do?
Yeah.
Senator Cash, you're not seriously going to try and hold yourself up as someone who has consulted workers in a decent manner, are you?
I'm not even going to justify that with a comment, because you're now in government. This is a government that was elected allegedly on the basis of integrity and transparency, that talks about respect and job security. And the minister did not have the common courtesy. We're not asking for anything else. The common courtesy to notify the head of the Australian Building and Construction Commission that 39 staff were about to lose their job. I would have thought, Minister Watt, it doesn't matter what colour you are, that is inappropriate behaviour.
If we both can stop for a moment. I think Minister Watt is answering the question, and then we will come back. It'll be time to rotate, but we'll come back to the line of questions that you are welcome to ask.
Thank you.
Senator Cash,
after we come back from the break.
We were elected having made a very clear commitment at least 3 years before the election that this agency would be abolished. I recognise that's a difficult thing for the people who work for this agency, but we made a clear commitment and were elected to do so. Please don't try and pretend with your record that you have respect for workers and consult them seriously, because we all know that your record was that your idea of consultation was a police raid on union officers that was leaked to the media.
Let him
That's
go,
your record.
seriously, let him go.
So please,
He needs
give
to
us a
get it
break.
out. I'm actually surprised you held off for so long, I'll be honest
Well,
with
that
you.
is your record.
Well,
I thought
can
this
I-
would
can
start earlier today.
I'd be ashamed of that as well.
You are now in
I'd be
government,
ashamed of that as well.
On that exchange,
courtesy
what I'd suggest...
You didn't show a lot of
you
courtesy
nothing.
On that
to union officials who had a police raid.
Wait a sec, everybody. On that exchange, we'll now go on our break. We'll come back at 10 o'clock, so people have enough time to ask questions. People have an opportunity to do follow-up questions. And thank you, Mr McBurney. You'll be back here at
Thank you, Chair.
at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
If I could just indulge you, when we come back, I cut off Mr Kelleher earlier. He needs to finish his answer if you pity.
I think there was, I think it may have been senators from this
that was
the
my
table.
fault. I do
I think the senators,
apologise.
thank you. And thank you, Senator Cash. I was not
I
going to specifically
apologise.
name you, but I was going to
Thank
just make
you,
the
that
point. It
was-
was from this table.
Thank you.
So we'll be back at 10 o'clock sharp. Good, thanks very much. We're back now to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr McBurney, Mr Kelleher, just to go back for a moment to the case that I colloquially call the toilet case, the one that you colloquially call the Bay Street appeal. I did look up its appropriate reference, and I don't think it would have helped you because it is the CFMMEU versus the ABCC. So I doubt that would have located you in any manner. But the other issue I wanted to go to was what we call the Eureka Flag case, and for your reference, it's the Lend-Lease Building Contractors versus the ABCC. Throughout the original case, can you outline the engagement you had with the government at that time regarding that case? Certainly.
So the government would have been informed of the commencement of the case at the time it was commenced, and they would have been informed of the outcome of the case when the decision was delivered.
It was also a matter that was the subject to my recollection.
I'm sorry, Ms Heller, I'm going to have to ask you to speak up or come closer to the
My
microphone.
apologies. My recollection is it was also, as I've given evidence earlier, a significant matter of, it was the subject of reporting under a significant issue to the OLSC. So the government is informed as OLSC is part of the Attorney General's department.
So the Attorney General would have been informed throughout that process?
I think from the time the intervention occurred, because that's the point at which it was deemed significant.
I'd need to take on notice the exact timing that it became a significant issue. It may have been prior to that when it was initially commenced, and then typically a significant issue will be added to if there's a development in it, such as the intervention. But the precise timing we can take on notice.
And so what engagement did you have, Mr Kelleher?
As I just indicated, it's the subject of reporting by way of a significant issue to the OLSC, which is under my...
But you would have undertaken that engagement?
Yes,
Yeah,
I would have been involved in it, yes.
And Mr McBurney, would you have been engaged in any of those conversations or engagement with the relevant ministers?
I was kept informed by Mr Kelleher. He had carriage of the legal matter, and I would have been copied into the notification to the Office of Legal Services Coordination. That was the extent of it. I had no specific briefings with anyone from government about that particular case.
But Mr Kelleher, you would have had briefings with various people within the government to keep them apprised of how things were moving ahead?
Briefings in the sense of this particular report that goes to the OLSC, which is a document.
Great. And then, as that case went to appeal, what engagement did you have at that point in time, and with whom?
It's the same. It was the CFMMU's appeal through our solicitors, the Australian Government solicitor on that matter. We would have been served with the notice of appeal. We, as you're aware, defended or responded to the appeal and subsequently updated, as we're required to do, our significant issues report to the OLSC.
And so that update would have been provided to the previous government, and after the election, any updates to the significant matters report still go to OLSC, and they are available for the current Attorney General.
And would you have briefed the previous or the current Attorney General? I'm trying to get the timeline of when that appeal, when the activity and then obviously the case itself became public, sort of what the timeline there was in relation to the 21st of May.
I'm sorry, I'm not following the particular
So the
question.
briefing process?
Oh, the appeal was
Throughout
lodged, Senator.
that appeal.
Our notice of appeal was filed by the CFMMU on the 6th of April 2022. A notice of constitutional matter under Section 78B of the Judiciary Act was filed by the CFMMU on the 11th of April 2022, and the ABCC filed a notice of contention in the appeal on the 27th of April 2022.
Right, so all of that occurred...
April 2022.
Yeah. And so then and the decision came down, on
There was no appeal decision because the appeal was discontinued.
It was discontinued.
The actual federal court decision, or the federal court judgment, was delivered on the 11th of March 2022. The hearing of it was on the 3rd to 9th of December 2020.
Lovely. Okay. And so then the government changed and the circumstances changed, the decisions about what was going to occur next changed, as we've been through previously.
Yep.
Throughout that time, were you, either you, Mr Kelleher, Mr McBurney, or anyone else within the ABCC engaged with conversations, briefings with any member of the government of the day, which was post the election, in terms of engaging with them? Obviously, your view had been different previously. Had you had any conversations or briefings with the incoming government?
I had no conversations with the incoming government. The briefings continued. We're required to brief OLSC, and we continued to brief OLSC. And my major dealing with the government was my referral to the Attorney General through the OLSC in relation to the matter we gave evidence on earlier, that is the question of the ultimate disposition of the matter.
Thank you. And so since that point, and regarding a lot of the matters we've had today, it causes me to ask the question, since that point, have you had any briefings, be they formal, informal, conversations, correspondence, emails with any member of the Liberal or the National Party
since the election?
Yep.
I've had no correspondence, emails, engagement or anything with the former government since the election.
Okay, phone calls, emoji exchanges, nothing?
No text messages, WhatsApp, nothing.
Okay. Mr Kelleher?
Same here, Senator.
No engagement whatsoever?
No.
And anyone else from the ABCC? Any engagement whatsoever?
None that I'm aware, but all my senior executive team are here. I can get an answer from them if you'd like.
That'd be lovely, thank you.
No engagement, Senator.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Sorry, Ms Payman. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. McBurney, I'd like to just investigate some things here. How many meetings did you personally have with the MBA or any representative of the MBA in the 6 months prior to the federal election? Or if
in
you
the 6
haven't,
months,
then
I've got that.
perhaps
I've got that
Mr.
details.
Great.
In the 6 months prior to the election, I had 2 meetings with the representatives of the national office of the Master Builders Association. They were on 17 February 2022 and 16 June 2022. On the 10th of March 2022, I attended the Security of Payments Working Group meeting. There is an MBA representative who is appointed to that working group by the Minister. So that's a further meeting. And that was with all of the members of the working group, the ACTU, NECA, Adjudicators Today, Subcontractors Alliance, HIA, and apologies if I've left anyone out. I had a meeting with the National Industrial Relations Advisory Committee. When I say meeting, it was a virtual attendance to provide a presentation on the 24th of March 2022 that had been requested by the MBA. I was invited to attend an International Women's Day event on the 8th of March 2022, which was hosted by Rebecca Casson of the Victorian MBA, and I attended a meeting with the Workplace Relations Manager, MBA Queensland, on the 14th of April 2022. In relation to those meetings, Senator, Section 16(1) of my Act imposes statutory obligations on me, including to provide assistance and advice to building industry participants regarding their rights and obligations under the Act, designated building laws and the Building Code, and to disseminate information about the Act, designated building laws and the Building Code, as well as any other matters affecting building industry participants. My door is open to all building industry participants. Many choose to actively engage with the ABCC, some don't, and my approach to stakeholder engagement is to advise, assist and educate wherever opportunities arise.
Thank you. Mr. Kelleher, how many meetings did you have with the MBA or any other representatives or ABCC officials had meetings with MBA in the 6 months prior to the federal election?
I've had 0 meetings with the MBA, Senator. 0?
And no other ABCC officials have had meetings with MBA aside from Mr. McBurney?
Senator, I'm not aware. You'd have to ask them.
I can answer that,
Sure.
Senator. Other officials have had meetings with the MBA. Our responsible minister requested those details to be provided to him. He wrote me a letter on the 6th of July requesting that information, and that information, on the 20th of June requesting that information, and that information was provided in full on the 18th of July 2022. That was details of all meetings I'd had with the MBA and an explanation for those meetings which was provided. He also asked for details of all other meetings by ABCC staff with the MBA, and that was provided, and they have the full record. I don't have that here, but if you'd like that detail as well, I can provide that on notice.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem. Thank you. Moving on, documents were released under FOI and reported publicly in the media in June, which show that you personally met with senior MBA members, including MBA CEO Danita Wan in Canberra on 17th February. The ABCC also met with the MBA in Tasmania in April. The FOI shows that you discussed, and I quote, the MBA election campaign in support of retaining the ABCC, and I quote again, how it would be similar to the last election running with the union bullying theme. end quote. Do you recall that discussion?
So that quote you've read, was it from my meeting in February or was it from the Tasmanian meeting? Because I wasn't in attendance at the meeting in Tasmania.
So this is 17th of February. It was your meeting in Canberra.
So my meeting in Canberra, that question you've asked, I was asked at my previous estimates appearance and I provided the answer to that at that previous estimates appearance. And the upshot of all of that was the MBA confirmed that they would do what they'd done in the previous election, that they were going to campaign for the retention of the ABCC.
Sure. Because, I mean, I only joined 5 months ago, so I'm brand new. I don't know what happened in the previous estimates. Were there any ministers or members of the Morrison government or former government or their officers, were they aware these meetings were taking place?
I don't believe they were aware. I certainly wouldn't have advised my minister or the government of those meetings.
And the MBA wouldn't have told them?
I don't know what communication there was between the MBA and the government.
When the MBA informed you about their election campaign approach in that meeting, did you provide any feedback or view on that campaign?
No, I did not, Senator.
Okay. So can you explain their campaign plans or
I had no idea of what their campaign
or did you just
plans
sort of
were.
sit silently while they were just talking about it?
Senator, the campaign run by the MBA is absolutely a matter for them, and it would be inappropriate for me to provide any input, feedback, assistance or advice on that to the MBA.
Okay, I respect that. Were you shown any advertising material, any data, reports, or other unreleased campaign materials by the MBA?
No, I was not.
No. And you weren't given any advice on the sort of advanced preview of the material that they were going to release?
Absolutely not, Senator.
Was anyone... Okay. I think that's it for me for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cash.
Just following up on meetings, Commissioner, how many times have you met with the Minister since the election?
I've not met with the Minister since the election.
Oh, so Deputy Commissioner, how many times have you met with the Minister since the election?
No, zero. We have had no communication. I understand. No meetings, Senator.
Right, okay. Even though your entire agency is being abolished, you've had no meetings with the Minister in relation to this?
No, Senator.
Okay. In relation to then the 39 employees who unfortunately found out that they did not have job security when the Minister made his announcement on the ABCC Insiders program, did you make any representations to the government in relation to that?
Senator, the only representations I've made to the government were in the incoming government brief and, I'll correct that. We did the incoming government brief as we do for any incoming government. We provided a brief as to the matters we understood arise from the government's intention, the new government's intention to abolish the ABCC. I made myself available for a meeting, for meetings that didn't eventuate. That's the Minister's prerogative. I did at some point after the election write to the Minister, and I think it was in the context of the MBA meetings, and I outlined in my letter to him on that occasion the impact that was being felt by our staff in relation to the uncertainty, prevailing uncertainty as to their future. I do need to acknowledge that after writing that letter, we were provided a bit more communication from the department
From the department, but not from the minister?
That's correct, Senator.
Are you able to table a copy of that letter?
I can, subject to, there is some sensitive information in that letter which we alerted the minister to, and if I could just step through that, it was the subject of an FOI request. About my meetings with the MBA,
yes,
and my staff's meetings with the MBA, and I'm happy for all my meetings to be disclosed, and I said that to the minister, but in relation to my staff that are below SES level, I don't want to publish their names. So if I could be permitted to make appropriate redactions,
we
I can
always
provide
understand that staff cannot be compromised.
Yes.
Completely
so
understand
subject to redacting that, I can table that letter.
Thank you very much. Minister Watt, can you guarantee that any ABCC employee who wishes to be re-engaged in the public sector will be re-engaged?
Well, I think we've already heard that there are arrangements in place for a large number of ABCC
No, and I just want the
personnel.
guarantee that if they want to be re-engaged, they will be re-engaged, given everything that we've heard tonight.
Well, I would need to take advice on the employment situation of employees, but certainly, any permanent employees of the Australian Public Service who happen to be working in the ABCC, I would expect would be entitled to the same rights as employees of the public service in the Agriculture Department or any other. So I would expect that they would be treated exactly the same.
Okay, so there's been no indication from anyone in the government that anybody who was employed by the ABCC should not be given the opportunity to continue working in the government?
Certainly not that I'm
working
aware
in the
of.
public sector?
Certainly not that I'm aware of.
If I could assist on that, the situation as of today is that 64 staff have been subject to current transfers or prospective transfers. To date, 58 staff have had, 42 staff have had Section 26 transfers to other agencies. There are 16 future transfers, and that includes 16 staff going to the Fair Work Ombudsman, 10 staff to the Commonwealth Ombudsman, 6 to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, 5 to AUSTRAC, 5 to the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, and then there are 10 other agencies. However, there have been a number of redundancies. To date, they've all been voluntary redundancies.
Understood.
And that's 25 have been made redundant, a further 12 are confirmed future voluntary redundancies, which brings us to 37. The bill that's been presented before Parliament makes it clear that staff remaining on the date of abolition will have their employment terminated.
So it will be terminated?
It will be terminated. Every staff member remaining at the agency on that day will be terminated. Their voluntary redundancy and involuntary redundancy rights are preserved under the bill, so they will be entitled to a redundancy payment. They do not have any automatic right of transfer, and even those who want to remain in the public service, there is no clear pathway. So everyone appearing here before you today has no guarantee of employment.
May not have a job. So much for job security. That's a political comment. You don't need to comment on that.
Well, again, I just cannot believe that you, of all people, would want to come and lecture anyone about job security.
Well,
that is just
considering
astonishing.
your
Absolutely
bill
astonishing.
is referred to as secure jobs, it is
Absolutely
unfortunate
astonishing.
that the people sitting here who are literally part
I mean,
of
there
the
are members of your party
guaranteed
who believe in job
to
security.
have
You know
a
very well
job,
you are not one of them,
Minister
Senator
Watt.
Cash.
I find that
your record
quite
demonstrates
sad.
it.
I did interrupt you, Deputy Commissioner, though, previously, and you were taking the committee through what are the differences, and this is actually something we do need to understand, between what the ABCC is currently or was able to do when the building code was in force, and what the Fair Work Ombudsman will be able to do, and what those differences were. And I do apologise, I did interrupt you. If I could get you to continue with your explanation.
Certainly, Senator. my earlier answer covered examination powers and the difference in the maximum penalties under the two pieces of legislation, and the Commissioner addressed the fact that the building code will be gone. In addition to that, and with the caveat, as I set out earlier, it's not exhaustive, another key difference is the intervention power that the Commissioner has to intervene in court proceedings and Fair Work Commission matters, such as when an official will apply for an entry permit, or if a court imposes a penalty against a particular official who is a permit holder under the Fair Work Act, there's the ability for that permit to be suspended or revoked, and the Commission, the Fair Work Commission, will often invite us to, or the ABCC, to intervene in that and make submissions as to whether the individual should have his permit suspended or revoked, or whether, if they're applying, that they're a fit and proper person or not. That's a difference. Another key difference is the BCIIP Act contains a provision that makes picketing unlawful. That does not exist in the Fair Work Act. It's a particularly it's a provision that has seen a number of cases filed. It carries with it obviously the higher penalty, and it's a particular industrial tactic that we have seen deployed not infrequently around the country. And another key difference is the fact that the BCIIP Act is a costs piece of legislation. The Fair Work Act is prima facie no costs. As we've touched on earlier, that means that the successful litigant in a BCIIP Act proceeding should, as a matter of course, be entitled to their costs if they succeed. And as I set out earlier, that's enabled the ABCC to recover over $1.2 million in legal costs following successful court outcomes.
Thank you, and I'll just come back to that shortly. But Commissioner, can I just confirm there is basically no right for ABCC staff who are terminated to go to other public service jobs?
That's right, Senator. There's two ways this could have been done. One is machinery of government, where the staff transfer automatically to where the function transfers. And so if that facility had been made available, the 148 staff I had on board on the 20th of May, a significant portion of them, not all of them, would have automatically been transferred to the Fair Work Ombudsman. The government has chosen, in our context, to do Section 26 transfers. Now, under the Public Service Act, Section 26 transfer is the receiving agency has to agree and the staff member has to agree, and if either of them don't agree, the transfer doesn't happen. The result of that is, of the 148 staff I had on board on the 20th of May, 16 will be transferring to the Fair Work Ombudsman, and only 16.
Can I ask why only 16? Given in the context they are effectively taking on some of what you did, you would therefore think that the relevant expertise would be snapped up by the Fair Work Ombudsman. Why are only 16 transferring?
So just to provide you context, this was announced about 11 or 12 weeks ago that there would be a transfer, but the funding for that was confirmed on the week of the budget. And so Fair Work Ombudsman was not able to offer certainty to any of the applicants that they could take up positions with them until they had the funding in place for it. Initially, we provided 45 CVs to the Fair Work Ombudsman. People came off that list as they found jobs elsewhere, and I'm happy to say a number of staff have found really good transfers within the public service, and that's a good thing for them, and it's a good thing for the public service. But it has meant at the end of the process, the Fair Work Ombudsman will only receive 16 staff from the 148. But I do need to, and Ms Parker I know is appearing tomorrow.
Correct.
I do need to acknowledge that the government has provided significant funding for the Fair Work Ombudsman to assume the functions from the ABCC, and I understand the funding is approximately for 80 staff. They just won't be coming from us. So we will do our best to find jobs for our staff, and those that don't will be made involuntarily redundant on the date of abolition, and the Fair Work Ombudsman will need to recruit to make up the difference.
Minister Watt, what was the government's rationale in terms of not undertaking the machinery of government change that would have seen the staff from the ABCC transfer over to the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Look, that's a level of detail that I'm not across as the representing minister, but clearly Mr McBurney's evidence demonstrates that there have been a number of ABCC staff who've moved across to the Fair Work Ombudsman, and I guess it's a matter for the Fair Work Ombudsman to explain why they've taken that number and not others. I don't know whether it's about, skill sets or particular responsibility. I don't know.
To take on notice just the government's rationale in terms of undertaking a Section 26 transfer, just as opposed to a machinery of government. Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, we only have 30 minutes left, and as you've indicated, this will be your last estimates hearing. Commissioner, could I therefore give you the opportunity to just outline what you see the role of the ABCC has been, why, if you consider the role of the ABCC to be important, it is important, and what you see will result from the ABCC being abolished based on your experience.
So, Senator...
Excuse me, Mr McBurney, Senator, we're not suggesting that's going to take the 30 minutes.
No. I'm just, because we're only in the final 30 minutes.
No.
We're in the final 30 minutes. We'll start now.
I couldn't take 30 minutes of that.
No. There will be other questions, I promise you.
So, I've been careful today, Senator, to remain out of the debate about the retention or the abolition of the agency. The government took a clear commitment to the election. I acknowledge that in the incoming government brief, and we've tried to work with the department to carry out the government's wishes. So perhaps if I can just talk about what we do and what we've done and what we will work with the Fair Work Ombudsman to try and transfer our knowledge and our expertise to assist them to discharge the function once we're gone. The outcome and program for the agency is to enforce workplace relations laws in the building and construction industry and ensure compliance with those laws. And we set out clearly in our corporate plan what we set out to achieve, and we are very much a creature of statute. The Building and Construction Industry Improving Productivity Act sets out my functions and duties. I don't get to pick and choose. I must discharge those statutory duties. So before we get to enforcement, which we talk a lot about, we have a function to advise and assist and educate. And we do that by including a specific KPI target of 150 presentations per year to industry. We will present to anyone who wants to understand their rights and obligations. In the last 4 years, we've exceeded our target. We've presented 168, 176, 241 and 203 presentations year on year. The next critical KPI we have is site visits. Why are site visits important? Because we need to be visible on site to industry, we need to be accessible on site to industry, and we need to be on building sites where it matters, supporting victims of unlawful conduct. We set ourselves a target of 1,000 a year. In the last 4 years, we've done 1,382, 1,371, 1,543 and 1,326 site visits. Site visits are particularly important. During COVID, we had a significant challenge. We couldn't get on site. We used innovation, the pivot to virtual site visits. We visited sites virtually, contacted sites, did everything we do in a physical site visit, and that's where we really make ourselves available. We are providing our full training suite and our intelligence to the Fair Work Ombudsman to enable them to consider how best they're going to provide the visibility we did. Next, we have a critical target of percentage of successful civil penalty proceedings. We aim for 80% it is fiercely contested in our space. In the last 4 years, we've achieved 94%, 95%, 94% and 100% in civil litigation. It's critical that we get matters into court within 12 months. That's a KPI, and we've met and exceeded that KPI. And then I'll just deal with two further matters. One is wage recoveries. It is critical that we recover wages for underpaid workers. And in the financial year just past, I've set out in our annual report full details of that. $2.569 million recovered for underpaid workers. That's 4,330 workers.
Wow.
Every cent recovered is critical to them, and we accept nothing more than the full amount underpaid. And the final one, which I alluded to earlier, is in the security of payment space. I just want to acknowledge the work of Ms Drennan and her team. New function we picked up, and they've done an outstanding job. And that's along with everything else they have to do in the code space, including 11,000 enterprise agreements assessed by the agency in, I think it's 3.5 or 4 years. Since 2 December 2016, 11,000 enterprise agreements assessed, turned around and returned to all building industry participants, including one of our biggest customers in that space is the unions. We've assessed their agreements for code compliance, and we've returned them within 2.5 weeks is our average turnaround time. That's what we've done. I don't want to get into the debate, as I said, as to our retention or abolition. I think the question really is what comes in our place, and I'll leave that for the department to answer, because we've not been privy to the consultation on the provisions of the bill, and I don't pretend to understand exactly how that's going to work.
Okay.
Yep. Question. So how many prosecutions for sham contracting?
I
One
don't
of the
believe...
greatest scourges in the industry.
I think we've had a similar number of sham contracting prosecutions as the Fair Work Ombudsman, which is 0. In the time I've been Commissioner, and we've given evidence at previous Senate Estimates Committee hearings about that. I deal with the building and construction industry. The Fair Work Ombudsman deals with all industries, and we have the same challenges in relation to sham contracting. And if you want some further detail on that, I've got Ms Jones available to repeat the evidence she's given at previous hearings about that.
No, I'm just asking simply how many cases on sham contracting have you pursued, and you've said none that you've been able to prosecute. So that's the answer I've got. Thank you.
Yeah, the answer's none.
Right, the answer's none. And
Yes.
an industry that has, as you're aware, the industry has a high reputation for sham contracting of any other industry. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars in sham contracting a year.
And we just point to our wages record, because what Ms Jones has given evidence on previously sets the context for this, and I'm happy for her to repeat that if you'd like.
And the hundreds of millions of dollars, I just want to just get the other fact and I'll hand it back to you. The hundreds of millions of dollars of underpayments that exist within the building construction industry. How much did you say you...
In the financial year just gone, we recovered $2,569,852, which was a record amount for the ABCC since it undertook this function in 2 December 2016.
And it's roughly a quarter of what the CFMMEU has retrieved for workers.
I can't speak to the CFMMEU's figures. They don't publish them in any forum. I have written to Mr Noonan, and I've said we've got a vested interest in going after employers who underpay their workers. Don't want your private details of your workers. Tell me the employers who are underpaying their workers. We will audit them and we will prosecute them. And he refused to give me any names or any information. And I can table those letters if you wish.
We would like them tabled, thank you very much.
I won't
arrange for that
I won't cut into your time anymore, but I'm very aware of, as you said, the combative relationship with the CFMMEU. Mr Kelleher talked about it before, you talked about it before. I can understand why there isn't a relationship. But
I think that's fair comment, Senator. I just want to point out one difference. We're the model litigant. We observe our model litigant obligations, and not once in any of our cases has the court found that we're anything other than a model litigant. The same can't be said for the CFMMEU. On my watch, none of my staff have broken the law. They've done it 3,500 times. So I stand on our record, both in litigation and more generally as a regulator.
Yeah, I understand you're a model litigant on the basis of the legislation that was written up for you and the code that was written up for you to go after unions. And the evidence you've given has made that quite clear. That's been your... but look, I'm not going to take any more of your time.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. And Deputy Commissioner, would you like to make any comments, given again this is your last appearance in relation to your time at the ABCC, the role of the agency and what you've achieved?
Yes, thanks, Senator. As you've noted, this will in all likelihood be our last estimates. What I would like to acknowledge firstly is the tireless efforts of all of our staff across all divisions of the agency, some of whom have been with the agency for a number of years, who have worked in trying circumstances in the field, in litigation environments, and as we've heard at previous estimates, investigators who have had to confront some quite appalling circumstances. That has led to the achievement of outstanding court outcomes that I have referenced previously, 90% success rate in court decisions decided since the 2nd of December 2016, 100% success rate of court decisions in financial year 21-22, and in decided cases against the CFMMEU, 26 in a row to now. The agency has put before the court endless cases where egregious conduct has been called out from many judges that I've lost count of, going to a common theme of the CFMMEU regarding penalties as simply the cost of doing business and penalties not deterring their behaviour. Most recently remarked upon by 7 judges of the High Court of Australia. The agency has been, in recent times, led by Mr McBurney, a consummate professional, who has confronted some very difficult circumstances, particularly recently. The agency's performance is reflected in the context of that environment with a wellbeing index in the APS staff census of 2nd and 3rd out of 96 odd APS agencies. Yeah. Staff have loved working for the ABCC. They have thoroughly enjoyed what they've done, and I'd like to thank each and every one of them.
Thank you. I think Senator O'Sullivan had a question.
You said trying circumstances. Can you just... your staff have endured trying circumstances. What did you mean by that?
Inspectors on the ground, Senator, have confronted abusive behaviour towards them, including female inspectors in a recently filed case. They, as you know, confront stickers on hard hats that have the rude finger up in front of the ABCC that they look at when they go about their work. It's behaviour that wouldn't frankly be seen in any other workplace.
Just so I can just get it clear, I just wasn't clear. You said they stickers on their hats.
Stickers on hats of workers on building sites disrespecting the work that they do.
You said rude finger. Is that
the
index, the middle finger.
That's right. That's
we
just
all know what that means.
That is just but one example. Conduct in respect of 2 female inspectors in a recent case, the ACU matter that is currently before the court, the subject of allegations. They have called out numerous pieces of conduct that have led to substantial penalties being imposed by the federal court, and this is staff in each and every capital city of each state and territory in the country.
And is it across all levels of staff?
Look, the conduct has been across all levels, across the journey And that, I think, has led to an extremely resilient workforce, something that they should all be commended for.
Yet they were told by way of insiders that they're losing their jobs. Okay, thank you.
So, Deputy Commissioner, you just referred to a case. You said that it had been recently filed in relation to bad behaviour against some of the ABCC's female inspectors.
Yes, that's right.
Could you just take us through that case? Well, what case is it? And then take us through the case.
Yes, Senator. It's proceedings that the agency has taken against the CFWMU and its delegate, Michael Powell, alleging that they hindered and obstructed 2 female ABCC inspectors from conducting an audit of the Australian Catholic University project. It's alleged that during the audit, Mr Powell approached the group, allegedly shouting, "What business do these effing women have going into the male toilets, taking pictures?" Mr Powell is alleged to have pointed towards one of the inspectors and stood a metre away from her whilst demanding in a loud and aggressive voice that she show him the contents of her phone. Mr Powell is alleged to have said to the contractor's manager's words to the effect of, "You've got no effing right to take them into the male toilets or our sheds, don't let them in our sheds." Concerned for their safety, the ABCC inspectors concluded their audit early and were escorted to the site car park by the managers. Mr Powell is alleged to have approached the car park fence with 2 other men in CFWMU clothing and said to them words to the effect of, "Go to the car park entrance and we'll get them there." Now, they are allegations that are before the court at the moment, Senator, and I've alluded to previous cases, not particularly in relation to ABCC employees, but conduct towards female workers on building sites, not of a dissimilar nature.
Can I just ask in relation to that case, what has been the effect on the female inspectors of this behaviour?
Senator, I'd like to approach it sensitively because, as you could imagine, it has had a personal impact on at least one of them, and in respect of her privacy, I wouldn't wish to transcend into it any further.
Okay.
Chair, can I ask a question, please?
Please go ahead.
You've got how many staff members currently right here in the room from the ABCC?
7.
7? And of those 7, they're all pretty senior, I would assume, in being here?
5 of them are
5 of them are?
part of my executive team.
Right. So how many of those people that are here today have job security confirmed as of today?
None, Senator.
None of all of those that are here today? in this
Everyone
hearing?
here does not have, as we currently sit here, a job to go to.
Do you understand, or can you give me some indication of the level of experience that's sitting in this room in the industrial relations, workplace safety area?
Mr Kelleher's an experienced litigator, has worked exclusively in industrial relations. Ms Drennan has worked in the different iterations of the ABCC since 2005 with a couple of transfers to state government and is both a lawyer and an experienced IR specialist. Ms Jones is leads our wages function and is by far and away the expert I go to on any wages and entitlements related matter. She's an acting SES officer. Ms Jepson has extensive corporate experience as well as running our operations and investigations both in the private sector and in the public sector. And I have 2 members of staff who are below SES level, my chief of staff and another member of her team who I value greatly and are exceptional public servants.
So how much time do you actually have to see if you can secure tenure for these people in the room?
We think we have, if the bill passes, it provides for a transition period of 8 weeks. We think we have until the end of January, subject to the passage of the bill.
Thank you.
Not a lot you can say there for a government that believes in job security. I know we don't have much time left. Can I just be clear though, just returning to the issue of the costs order in the Lend-Lease case, that by way of process, you requested that the new Attorney-General, Mr Mark Dreyfus, give consent for the ABCC to pursue the approximately $509,000 cost order?
I'll refer to Mr Kelleher.
Senator, the proposal that was put forward didn't propose the figure that you had mentioned. It sought approval to settle on terms that provided for effectively the ability to negotiate costs up to an amount of $150,000. It's not unusual in a costs negotiation to avoid further costs associated with the taxation to compromise an initial proposal. As I indicated earlier, because it was a significant matter, the appeal itself and everything underneath it couldn't be resolved without the approval of the Attorney General pursuant to the Legal Services directions.
And that approval was not forthcoming?
The approval, as I indicated, was that the appeal be discontinued with no order as to costs, and the ABCC does not enforce the costs order of
And you'll table all that for us? The brief that you provided to the Attorney General requesting that, are you able to table that?
Senator, I'll take on notice the ability to table it.
Understood, subject to anything being...
Yes.
I guess I saw him sitting here wondering why the ABC is providing this level of information, because I would have thought that at least some of it might be covered by some form of privilege, whether it be legal professional privilege or otherwise.
Well, that's why it was taken on notice.
Well, there's been a lot of information provided about this, but that's a matter for the ABCC, I guess.
We've had engagement with the department, and we understand that some evidence given to you earlier today is the subject of a correction. Was it?
I understand that.
I did not know that.
I understand that evidence was given by another official.
So I can't hear you. I do apologise.
I understand that evidence was given on this.
Sorry, just wanted to give you. I just wanted to ask. I know it's only got 10 minutes to go, but I've just got a couple of very brief questions to ask as well. So.
Understood.
I understand that evidence was given by another official in a different committee yesterday.
Correct, the Attorney General's department.
And I've been provided with a letter that has been sent to that committee clarifying evidence that that official had given on this topic.
And the evidence we're giving you today is consistent with his correction, and we've been careful not to descend into the legal advice, which would infringe legal professional privilege, but it's on the public record about the basis upon which the matter has been settled, and Mr Kelleher has provided you with answers to questions which we understand are appropriate to be given without infringing legal professional privilege.
And I don't have a copy of that letter that you're referring to.
It has been sent to that committee.
Oh, sent to that committee,
yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
And it was an official correcting some evidence that they gave?
On this issue.
In answer to a question from you.
Okay, that's fine. I'll follow that up. I think Senator Sheldon may have one or two questions for you.
Thank you. That's very, very nice of you. Is there any reason why we aren't reading out cases from employers? I just sort of note that you're saying you're doing a magnificent job of going after employers, and
can I have Ms. Jones address you?
No. I'm not asking generically in this sense. You've been here for quite a long time, yes, and you have spent a great deal of making sure that you don't have answers to questions about cases you've lost. And you haven't been giving details of cases against employers. I'm asking a more sort of broader question.
Yes.
Does that demonstrate your bias?
We answer the questions that are asked of us. We tend to be asked questions from your side about cases we've lost. We tend to be asked questions from the other side about cases involving the CFMMEU. There are other cases. There's the Jake Gray case on wages. There's the Shane Shivel case on wages.
Thank you for the answer.
I'm happy to
I've only got a
provide
short amount of time, and I do want to hand it back to to Senator Cash.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So my point is that you haven't gone through, you haven't given us the details of cases you've lost. You weren't able to give us that detailed information about the amount of money that was spent, and you are aware that that's been an issue of in previous hearings of estimates about the cost of these cases that are embarked upon.
Yes.
And also you've, in a series of examples that you've given, you have failed to give examples of your own volition when you had that opportunity regards cases against employers and details of those cases. And so I'm just drawing a very clear picture about inherent bias about your approach to answering questions.
I think I said earlier in my evidence that one of the most significant achievements is our wages recoveries. And what's most important to me is getting the money back to the workers as soon as possible, payment in full, not 3 years later after legal proceedings, but immediately. Senator, I do have details of all of those matters in my published annual reports. I note that this year's report's embargoed. It hasn't been tabled by the Minister yet. When it is tabled, I encourage all members of the committee to consider what I've said in my opening there and in the summaries contained, which includes details of wages cases.
You haven't convinced me, but back to Senator Cash.
When did you provide a copy of that report that you just referred to the Minister or his office?
The letter of transmission is 20 September 2022. It was
20th of September.
20th of September, our annual report was provided to
So we're
the
heading
Minister.
towards, it's the 8th of November today, so at least 6 weeks. Minister Watt, is there a reason that the Minister has not yet tabled the report, seeing as they received it on the 20th of September?
Well, I'm not aware of one. I also am not aware of whether the Minister has tabled other annual reports, so it may not be that this is unusual.
Could you confirm when the Minister is going to table the report? Because it obviously would have assisted to have it for estimates.
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure if certainly in my own portfolio, there are legislated timelines. I'm not sure if we've hit any of them.
We understand that annual reports should be tabled by the 31st of October.
Correct.
We
That is correct.
asked for it to be tabled. We followed it up. It's still awaiting tabling.
When you asked for it to be tabled, did you ask for it verbally or in writing?
I understand the matter was followed up. We sought an indication from the DLO as to when it would be tabled, and we're still awaiting the tabling to occur.
Are you aware, like, if the abolition legislation goes through, would it still have to be tabled? Are you aware?
As far as I'm aware, it would need to be tabled because all annual reports are meant to be tabled, and the abolition date, the earliest possible abolition date is January of next year.
Okay.
I'd be staggered if it's not tabled before then.
So, Minister Watt, could you take on notice why the Minister has failed to comply with the requirement to table a report that they received on the 20th of September by the due date of the 31st of October? And could you confirm when the Minister intends on tabling this report?
Sure.
Does the Minister intend on tabling the report?
You'd like me to take that on notice as well?
Yes.
Sure, happy to take it on notice.
Unless you have any information to the
No.
contrary that the Minister has no intention of tabling the report.
Happy to take it on notice.
Thank you very much. And just briefly, you've been accused on so many occasions of having some form of bias in your approach. Can you confirm that the ABCC has always had the same compliance approach for all building industry participants, regardless of who they are?
Yes, Senator, that's the case.
And how did that actually work in terms of how you determined what building industry participants you may or may not pursue?
So the investigative process is we act on all complaints made to the agency, whether it's employer, employee or other building industry participant. I just want to make it clear in relation to all litigation, it must always be supported by an internal legal advice and an independent external legal advice, as to reasonable prospects and the case being in the public interest. And they all come to me on a recommendation from the Deputy Commissioner Legal, and I must consider afresh that, look at the legal advice and authorise the proceedings. And that's the way we've operated. It's served us particularly well. And I just want to reiterate, we need to be there for all building industry participants. There's 3 things I ask of my staff from the day they start. It's to be impartial, professional and apolitical. And it's what you required of me when I was appointed to the role. It's enshrined in our legislation, and I cascade that down to all of my staff. And there has been no finding since I've been Commissioner of anything to the contrary from any court of law or any other tribunal.
Well, on that note, on behalf of the Coalition, we would like to formally thank you for the absolutely outstanding work that you have done across the board. In particular, I think that is recognised in your success rate in terms of your outcomes in court. Ultimately, it is a court of law that sits in judgment on the evidence that you bring before it. The court of law will either determine whether or not you have sufficient evidence to sustain an action or not. And in the majority of your cases, a court of law has held that the ABCC has had that weight of evidence. Can I also, on behalf of the Coalition, thank you for the contribution you've made to our nation, because in ensuring that we have a strong Building and Construction Commission, you ensure that the jobs of over 1 million Australians are protected on a daily basis. You ensure that the 400,000 small businesses that rely on the building and construction sector, they too are protected. And you certainly ensure that the rule of law is enforced regardless of who you are by way of a building participant in the construction sector.
On behalf of the Coalition, I wouldn't have thought this is a political matter.
Excuse me?
I wouldn't have thought that. I'm just trying to understand why you're thanking the ABCC
because I hardly think, Senator Watt, that given your comments over many, many years,
why make it a partisan remark by introducing political parties
to
into
be
it?
part of the comments that
I don't understand if on behalf of the former
making.
government or on behalf of the opposition,
Can I
why is it a
also
coalition
say
matter?
that your staff should be incredibly proud of the work that they have undertaken?
It's now 11 o'clock, and I declare this hearing adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.